What's going on, my brothers? How y'all doing this evening? Y'all are swell. Man, I actually have something. I mean, honestly, I think it was extremely thought provoking. I've watched this this interview, and it's a free press interview, but has nothing to do with the Jays. But uh, I think this video or this interview has really more or less my perspective. I feel like it's much more realistic now. Um, and by the end of the interview, I would imagine that you probably, you know, feel like you understand what's going to happen in the future a little bit better. Whether it be good or bad, I'll leave that up to you. But it's a pretty incredible interview. This Asian doctor, Debra So, and I don't know who this woman is, but they have a pretty good conversation as far as conversations between women go. Um, and honestly, I just think it's this is a perfect perfect interview to critique modern Western
So,
culture. I
before
mean,
we get into
it's
the
pretty
why,
amazing.
I want to understand the scope of the issue. How significant is the
What's going on,
decline in
man?
sexual activity?
So the sex recession is actually a pretty big problem. I initially thought it was overblown before I wrote this book. I
Mhm.
thought that it was maybe one study showing that people were having a little bit less sex than previously and that it would blow over and then in time things would go back to normal. So I was really happy with this book to get the opportunity to sit down and actually go through the data myself to see, is this something that's actually happening? What's causing this phenomenon? And potentially what are solutions if that's the case? So in terms of the scope of it, there was a study that came out in 2016.
And I was thinking about it. She seems to be about my age, probably early mid 30s. I'm pretty sure she's not married, just by the way she talks, by her her point of view. I just got the distinct feeling that this is a woman that doesn't have a relationship or doesn't have a marriage relationship. And I would be willing to say probably the other woman too, but definitely the Sandra or Deborah.
So that
So
was the first really big study that showed that on average, Americans are having less sex across the board, all age cohorts. This is happening to them. But there was this weird finding
I
that
really want to hear
millennials
what you
were the
guys
first
have to say at
generation
the
to
end of
show
this. I really
marked
do.
decline in sexual activity, and that by the age of 20, they were more likely to have not had any sexual partners, more so than any other previous generation. So the study authors said this is a trend that's likely going to continue on for Gen Z, which it has. And additional studies have come out since then showing that on average, 1 in 3 men and 1 in 5 women have not had sex in the last year. So this is particularly pronounced among millennials and Gen Z. So this goes beyond Americans. I mean, this is a global phenomenon. We see this
East and
happening
West.
in Western countries as well as Eastern countries,
Even
basically all developed
Mongolia has an
countries.
issue.
And as I said, it's pretty much every age group. It's whether you're married or single, but it's happening predominantly among young people, I believe, because they're not getting married and because they grew up on technology. So that's another big factor in terms of what's taking the place of sex.
God
So my
damn.
interest in sexlessness
Maybe the
is partially
best
because my background is
fight
as
tobacco.
a former
Sorry.
scientist studying sexuality, but it's also in the context of seeing sex as a way for human beings to connect, for us to have intimacy, emotional intimacy. There was one study from Pew showing that over half of single people have no interest in dating at all right now.
Well,
So I'm asking myself, well, what's taking the place of sex? What are the long-term repercussions?
Mm,
And what I find with technology is that
motherfuckers.
with each chapter in Sextinction, I go into a different potential explanation or form of technology that I think is contributing to this problem
mhm.
and what the underlying evolutionary reasons are for why this technology has become so powerful, but also what it predicts in terms of where we're going and how this is going to further lead to, I think, worsening of mental health
I think this is
issues,
going to be a pretty enlightening
loneliness,
stream
disconnect, hatred between men
for
and
everybody.
women, that type of thing.
The statistic
I
you
only wish I had a
shared,
bigger
I just want
platform.
to underscore it because it really stuck with me. 1 in 3 men reported not having sex in the past year. Same for 1 in 5 women.
Right.
I want to go deeper into the technologies that have come to dominate dating that you write extensively in the book have contributed to this problem, starting with the dating apps. Most people today are meeting over the dating apps. People would think you have countless options in your pocket.
I just wanted y'all to keep in mind, kind of keep track of what they're talking about and what they're focusing on. What what are the problems as they see them, and what are the solutions as they see them. Just keep that in mind.
That you can swipe on, that would lead to more sex, but we've actually seen an inverse outcome. Explain that.
That's right. So dating apps, I do believe initially had potential in terms of helping people find love, in that it allowed you to meet people outside of your intimate social circles, especially post Me Too. People can't date at work anymore. So it becomes much more difficult for strangers to connect. And especially meeting in person, going up to a stranger, men understandably are a little bit more afraid in terms of what the repercussions might be. I think there's just been a huge cultural shift in terms of making it a little bit more difficult and taboo to just talk to people that you don't know. So dating apps offered promise in that way, but they've been, I mean, like with any technology, or especially like social media, the algorithm is not completely transparent to the user. So we don't really know why we're being shown certain profiles. We don't really know if we swipe on them, yes or no. You know, what happens? Do they even see if we swipe on them? So people can sit there and spend hours on an app and feel like they're doing something, but they have no idea what the actual outcome is. And so evolutionarily speaking, there was never a time in our history when we could sit in one place and meet, say, 100 people in one sitting,
It's
or
funny. I
more than
had
that,
that
depending how much time you
exact
spend on the
same
app. Like some people
thought
are on the apps
that
constantly,
never
right? They have
before in time
more of like
could
a
somebody
dependence
become
on it. They're
famous by
like
never
steady stream, and some
leave their
people are
room.
just on there for either to
And
self-soothe
I
or,
mean,
you know,
I
stress or
haven't become
boredom or whatever.
famous,
They're not
but
even
yo,
looking to
like
date. So that's another thing too,
I
because if you are
don't
on there
go
genuinely
anywhere
trying to find
really,
love
and
or a
somehow, you
relationship
know
or
what I
something
mean? Like
serious, like
I'm
marriage,
earning money. I'm
and the other
like
person or other people are
working
just
towards
on
a
there treating it
goal,
like a video game,
but
it's
I'm
not going to be very
never leaving
productive
my
for you.
home.
It's going
That
to be
has
quite
never
frustrating.
been.
So if you're
It's
sitting there
never,
and you're going
unless you
through
were a
what
writer.
feels like 100 people
But
that you're meeting,
that's
you're not
like
actually meeting
straight
them.
up.
Your mind
Like
can't really differentiate.
that's
So it
never
feels as
existed.
though you've put in all this time to meet
I'm glad.
people, and you may not get a single date. Especially for men, it's very difficult for them to, you know, find success on these apps. So it's really demoralizing, it's time consuming, and I do think that's been a big part of why people are so disincentivized from wanting to date, even if it's not on these apps.
My understanding is that 20% of the men on these apps get all of the attention, and then the other 80% get next to nothing. So, from your research, what do these 20% of men have that women are interested in?
They tend to be very financially successful.
Mhm.
They tend to be more educated. They tend to be probably, well, I mean, I talk about the 3 6s rule in the book. So that's over 6 feet tall, a net
Oh yeah.
income or annual income of over 6 figures. And
Well, we're gonna be getting
I
into it
sometimes say
tonight.
6 feet down
Believe that
below. I mean
shit.
6 inches below. We'll make
About
that mistake
six
here. So
inches.
yeah, so basically like a top tier male
Like,
specimen.
bro, how fucking petty
And the
women
cultural
are.
lore is if you as a woman are not going for someone of a man who possesses the 3 6s, then
Yeah.
you're settling. Don't give any time to any man who doesn't meet these criteria.
Mm-hmm.
What one? And I mean, just to put it out clearly, like the 3 6, yeah, 6 feet, 6 feet tall, 6 figures, and 6 inch penis
Penis
size,
size, yes.
which I thought was like a funny way to put it.
We've all heard it too.
What was
Everybody's
interesting
heard
is you
that.
said that the
It's
pool
not
of
a
men that
joke.
fit that criteria is so small, especially when you take out men who are already married and men who are gay.
Right.
This has to do with a concept you talk about in the book, which is that women want to marry up.
Right.
And one other element of the book
Right,
that I thought was
hypergamous.
so fascinating was women project
like
what they want in a man
These
onto what
these
they
women are they're kind of behind the curve here, because the red pill, like people they've known about this stuff for years. They're just getting around to talking about it.
think that they should do in order to get a man. So like they'll be striving in education and financial success, but that's not necessarily going to help them find a partner at all.
Right. So
Damn.
hypergamy is this concept that I'm sure your audience has heard of, where women will prefer to marry and date at the same level of themselves in terms of status or higher.
What's shaking brand?
So in terms
my
of,
dude?
say, education and occupation, women are definitely
Fixing to get
outperforming
it
their
in
male
tonight.
peers, especially younger generations, graduating from high school at greater rates, same as going to university, doing advanced degrees in the workplace, everything. So women are doing very, very well. And I think part of the issue is that the education system is biased slightly in favor of female success, but also
At
that we
least
have
they
initiatives like
acknowledge
diversity,
it.
equity, and inclusion, so DEI, which
And
actively
DEI.
penalizes men, especially white and Asian men and straight men. So, I mean, in
That's the
academia,
first-
I've heard countless stories of, say, job postings or internal hirings where they specifically will say white men should not apply. They'll discourage white men
Need
from
not
applying. It
apply.
doesn't matter how successful you are as an academic or as a scientist. They'll just say this position is going to be for a minority. So if we don't hire a minority, we have to justify that. So there's this active bias against men. So the issue with that is, I mean, it's discrimination, it's unfair, but also in terms of mating for young women, especially who are looking to settle down, there's going to be a much smaller pool in terms of men that they will be attracted to or want to settle down with. And I think the issue with young progressive women who are pushing for this, especially I would say in media, when you look at the coverage of how DEI is so great and that, you know, too bad for these men, we don't care, you know, they can sit and cry. Well, you know, that's their problem, is that they mistakenly think that when young men are not having sex and that they're not doing as well, they're going to be fighting over the women to get a wife. But what these women don't realize is these are not the men they're going to be
No
interested in
shit.
dating, right? So these poor men have been completely like removed from the equation, and
Nice. I
the
didn't
women
realize you
are now
lived in
fighting for
Florida.
the
Hell
same
yeah.
pool
Me
of
too,
highly successful
as
men,
you know.
regardless of what age or how financially successful or how educated those young women are. Because as you said, men typically don't care as much about education or financial status in their female
We
partners.
prefer they
But
didn't
what
have
you'll
it.
see women doing, especially I think very educated and progressive women, is because they look for status in their male partners, they think that their male partners also care about that in them. And some men do, but definitely
they do.
men tend to on average care more about fertility and youth, right? Which is different. And we can have a conversation about how fair that is, but you know, that's just the reality in terms of what there are sex differences in terms of what men and women are looking for in their partners. And so these women are hustling at work, and I think that's great. They're very ambitious. I you know, celebrate that. I think it's great for women to be successful and educated and ambitious, but that's not necessarily going to make you more valuable in a male partner's eyes. And in some cases, it's making it more difficult for them because as they become more successful, they're going to struggle even more to find a more successful man.
The pool of men
And
above
the
them
men
gets
that they're
smaller
interested
and
in dating,
smaller.
some men do find it intimidating, or they don't want to date a woman who's more successful
Not to
than they are,
mention
because
they're
you hear that
taking
side
the
of it too.
job
So I
of a
think there's a
guy.
lot of cultural messaging going on that is well-meaning or well-intended, but not helpful. So that's the goal of Sextinction, was really to try and clear some of those myths.
One thing that I was curious about as I was reading the book is this, to me, explains why women are not coupling or getting married. But I was curious how that leads to sex recession, in the sense of, couldn't women who are high achieving still be having sex with men who are hot, but maybe like dumb and poor? Is maybe like the crassest way to put it. But
Wow.
essentially, I was curious to pick your brain about that.
Imagine
Well, I would say that
if a man had just said that about women, any women, dumb and poor. He'd be gone. He'd be fucking canceled that instant. But man, they can be as crass, they can be as disgusting as they want. I mean, it's just wow. It's incredible.
women definitely, we have an easier
They
time
truly
having
are
access to sex than men. Women typically
protected.
prefer to have sex within the context of a relationship or a commitment, some form of commitment or investment, and potentially, or I would say probably exclusivity. I don't think most women want to share their male partners, and most men don't want to share their female partners either. But I would say a woman is probably going to, strategically, evolutionarily, it makes sense for a woman to want to get to know a guy before she has sex with him, because there's a chance for pregnancy. Even if you are on birth control, whatever, like, we're just wired to be thinking this way because that served our ancestors. So a woman will prefer to delay having sex with a guy. She wants to know him better, make sure that he's has resources to take care of her and potentially offspring, that he's a good person, that he's not going to hurt her or harm her. And what you'll find when you have a smaller pool of men who are considered viable or, say, attractive, is they will be calling the terms. So they will say, okay, I have basically not an unlimited number of female partners who are interested, but very many of them. So if I want to have sex on the first date, I will. And if you won't, someone else will. So the women lose their bargaining power in that case. And in the book, I say, as a woman, we could probably go out on the street and pick a random guy, and there's a good chance that he will say yes if we ask to sleep with him, right? Which I don't advise anyone to do. But it's not like that for men at all. But at the same time, women are quite picky because it's going to serve them in their best interests. If, again, coming from the position of, if you have a child with this person, you want the potential father to be someone who is going to be able to take care of you, good moral standing, attractive, because that correlates to health.
Evolutionarily, the dependency. Right.
Yeah.
I want to pivot to social media, which is another beast in this environment that's leading to less marriage, less dating, less sex. You have this detour in the book that I found so interesting, which is that we're in this environment where we have an unprecedented amount of images of both men and women, right, that are enhanced with easy to use editing services like Facetune, and also a world where cosmetic surgeries and
What's going on,
enhancements
Alex?
have been totally democratized. You don't even need surgeries right now. You can do
Got a
injectables and
barn burner here,
Botox and
man.
filler. We're so saturated with this content.
To
My
be
question
entertaining, I
is,
assure you.
what does the research say about how this is impacting what men think is realistic in finding a partner?
Oh, that's really interesting. Yeah, I found it very fascinating for myself. Like social media, we all know that it's not really good for us. We've heard about the mental health effects, and especially in younger cohorts.
This
But
is
I do think it
interesting.
affects adults, even those of us who grew up before social media,
Mm,
especially if you spend a lot of time on these platforms. So there have been studies that
Mm.
show that the more time you spend on social media, there's a greater risk for depression. I think especially for Gen Z. Gen Z generally has a tendency toward anxiety.
mm,
um, Over half of Zoomers have a diagnosed mental health condition, and of those, 90% have anxiety. So I do think a lot of that is
Mm-hmm.
coming from being online and seeing this content. I mean, social media is not representative of real life, but
No, right.
if you spend so much time being bombarded with these images, you begin to internalize them and you do think that this is what you're supposed to look like or this is how
mm.
people behave. So it has repercussions beyond, I would say, mating psychology in terms of dating and the types of partners we want to settle down with, what we think we should accept in a
I was
relationship, what
20.
we
I said,
want, what we look
no, I'm
for,
not doing this
all of
anymore
these
because I
things.
realized it was all fake and
Body
it made me
image,
feel
it's
bad.
affecting boys and men as well, which I was quite surprised of because we hear a lot more about the effects on girls and young
Right.
women, especially because I think with plastic surgery, it's so visible
Mhm.
when, say, something with like body dysmorphia, when someone gets a lot of work done.
Yeah.
And in many cases, these are young women, they're in their, I've seen girls in their teens even,
Yeah.
where, my hometown, where they will have a visible amount of work done in their teens. And I'm just horrified because I'm thinking that's the last thing you need to be worrying about when you're that young. You
Right.
do not have the facial fat loss, one, to justify needing
And
these
you're the best
procedures.
looking
Right.
you ever
And
will
even
be.
still, I mean, that's when you are objectively, by society standards, the most attractive. So that's what
Mm-hmm.
initially got me interested in it. But then to find that it's also in young men and boys with looksmaxing, and that's a subject that's become quite popular lately. And that
Explain what Looksmaxing is for people who don't know.
so it's this emphasis, like some women take part in this as well, but it's very male dominated, and it's this desire to have hyper masculine facial features and also a similar body structure. So like a inverted triangle, so really large muscles,
Mhm.
very low body fat, and then facially to have a very strong jawline, brow bone. These are all indicators of high testosterone. So the belief is that within this community is that women want the super masculine, hyper
Mhm.
alpha giga chad guy.
Right.
And because women are hypergamous, quote unquote, they will just keep trading up to the hottest guy possible. So you have to be
Monkey
basically top
branching,
tier,
they call
hottest
it.
man alive. And so there are young boys on these forums who sometimes they're prepubescent, so they haven't even reached puberty yet.
Mm.
And they are saying, okay, what medications can I take to extend
This is
puberty so
interesting,
that I can grow
honestly.
taller? What hormones should I be taking to make my face more masculine?
What
And
they think about it is
I mean, speaking
interesting
as a
too.
woman, I can tell, like, we don't really care that much. We care more about status, right?
Or
Okay,
resources.
sure,
Resources. Are you successful? Are you hardworking?
sure,
Right.
What's your plan?
sure.
Do you have a future? Are you kind,
Mm-hmm.
right? How do you treat your partner?
Yeah, yeah.
And
Are
the
you
other thing is
kind?
that
They really care about that
hypermasculinity
one.
Mhm.
is also associated with downsides like aggression,
Mhm.
cheating, antisociality. So women who tend to be attracted to super hyper masculine guys, it tends to be more for short term purposes in terms of a fling or whatever.
So ridiculous. They act as though they haven't been blabbing all over the internet for a decade. We know that they like the bad boy. We know that they like the guy who's dangerous, who's more dangerous than the danger. Makes them feel like, ooh, he'll be able to protect me. But like the fact that, they're pretending as though that's not the case. It's like you're not even going to get a woman to look at you unless you're good looking, or attractive to her. So like they're like, "Oh, women, we care much more about status and your ability to provide." It's like bullshit. You don't even get to that point unless you have a certain level of attractiveness. I mean, it's that simple. If you're a fat, overweight, you know, not good looking guy, you're never going to make it to pull your wallet out. You're never going to make it to like out to the Lamborghini. It's not happening. It's not happening. And it's just this is going to be like, kind of a through line here, kind of a common thread is that, how out of touch
which some people have said to me, well, these guys are younger, they might not be looking for something serious. But I do think at the core, most, if not all of us, do want to eventually find love and find someone who wants to be with us for the rest of our lives and not just be dating around and sleeping around.
Yeah.
And I do think especially, it's funny because there's one Looksmaxing guy, I won't say who he is, but I'm sure everyone knows who I'm referring to. And even with him, I've seen clips where his girlfriends will be like, you need to pay me this much or whatever, for me to hang around with you. So even when you have that much clout, women still, they do.
They're
And I
still
don't blame women.
whores.
I'm not saying women are gold diggers. I think, as a sex, women should be allowed to want what they want, just as men should be allowed to want what they want.
Even when you're fucking
But,
famous, they're
I
still
don't
whores.
think the solution is to tell guys that you should be so hyperfixated on the way you look. I think part of it is that young men sense that there are these cultural barriers for them, or socially imposed ones in terms of DEI. They feel that the cards are stacked against them as men. So they think they're young, they're starting out their career, they don't have the financial success yet. So they say, well, what can I do? I can just be really hot. And it works to some extent. But long term, I don't think it's going to bring them the happiness that they're seeking.
Yeah, and just to one example that I think is interesting is there's this influencer that has really popularized this movement, Clavicular, I believe his name is. I think he's like 19, but I wrote a list of the things he does. It's really interesting, like thousands of dollars into injectable therapies, meth to suppress his appetite, like literal meth.
To hollow out his cheekbones.
Yeah, I was shocked by that.
It's
Steroids,
ingenuity.
the bone,
It's smart.
Bone smashing.
This dude is smart.
Which is dangerous.
I
I don't suggest anyone do that.
Much, but...
Even like when I was watching the movie The Materialist, one of the main plot points, spoiler, is that men undergo leg breaking so that they can become taller.
Yeah.
It was like I didn't realize that people actually do that in real life.
No
They
shit.
do. So they can break
under a
their
fucking
shin
rock?
bones to grow, I believe, 3 inches, and they want another 3 inches, they can break their thigh bones as well. But it looks
Ew,
excruciatingly painful, and
No
it takes
shit.
months for the bones to repair.
And it's fascinating because at the end of the day, linking it back to what you said earlier, women don't really care as much as men think they care.
I want to point
Right.
this
I say in the
out
book,
here
you
real
can be
quick.
a miniature ogre. And if you
The fact that they bring this up, that how painful that is, how months you're laid up, men are willing to go through with surgery, have their tibias broken, their shins, have their femurs, their thighs broken, 4 different breaks. And then their bones pulled, like their legs, their bones pulled apart, and then they lay up in a bed for 6 months or whatever. Men are willing to go through that to get decent tail. Straight up. They're willing to go through that. And I just want to point that out right now because it's going to be relevant. It's going to be relevant later. I assure you.
rich, women are still themselves at you, which again might sound really crass and might be really superficial, but to say men are going to look for beauty and we're wired to be that way. I don't think that's the only thing that matters. Obviously, it matters as well. Do you get along? Do you have chemistry? Do you care about each other? Do you prioritize each other? Those things. But by and large, I don't think the solution for men, especially if you're short, because I hear from many men who say, I don't meet these criteria. I have no luck in dating. But I think, if you have it,
are you trying
have
to
other
tell
things going for you? And if you are so fixated on what you don't have, I think you're probably also bringing that to the table.
Tell men that are getting surgery to break their fucking legs in 4 places that they're imagining this, that women really aren't that way. Women really don't care about height that much. Like, is this computing for you guys? Like, what? This isn't making sense for me. I don't know. Are you guys kind of sensing that as well, or what? Am I the only one? Am I out of line here?
Meet people, and they can probably pick up on that.
One more point on this, from on the other side for women, you write in the book, I thought this was interesting. 1 in 11 men reported feeling less interested in having sex with his partner after looking at social media influencers. And it reminded me of something else that I thought was interesting, which is there was this sort of viral phenomenon where there was this picture of Addison Rae, who's like pop icon, really gorgeous, and she's curvy, and
Gorgeous,
the comment section was this combination of men being like, ooh, she's fat, which I thought was off base, paired with people saying like, why are all these incels calling?
They were just being honest. These guys are resentful that they're treated like shit, but you lie to fat women and tell them that they're beautiful, and they feel it's their duty to correct that shit, to actually go out and correct that, right that wrong in society. No, she is not objectively beautiful. She is overweight. She's overweight. Like, if you're going to fucking be ruthless with us men, then don't fucking expect to live in a fairy tale. That's
objectively
what's going on there.
gorgeous
That's the
woman fat,
dynamic.
but it like speaks to this like sort of cyclical issue where like men think that they, well, I guess maybe a subset of men think that they deserve this one thing. And I'm curious where you see this all going.
Yeah, well, go back to your earlier
Hmm.
question in terms of the warp perception. I do
I
think it
really
makes
enjoyed this.
when you spend so much time on social media, I do think it changes what you think the norm is in terms
Enlightening.
of attractiveness.
Yeah.
And so everyone is
Illuminating.
just looking for the most attractive partners possible, even though, you know, they're average looking people and they do just fine in the real world as well. I mean, when you look around at couples, not every married man is 6 feet tall or taller, right?
Right.
It's possible. You can be shorter than even 5'8" and still be happily married. It's not impossible. Women will still find you attractive. So in terms of the, I find it interesting because anytime I comment on this about this on social media, it's so polarizing. And like you said, it's like the incels are so quick to come in and claim their turf. And it's amusing to me, but I also find it worrisome because these ideas, it's not just contained within social media. It's not just within these pockets on the internet anymore. It really has become mainstream in terms of dating.
Yeah.
And so if you're out there, it can get pretty wild. But in terms of
Women
where
are
I
very
see it going,
manipulative. They know
I
what they're
really think
doing.
unless we all get off of social media, which I advocate for, I really see it getting worse. And then the other technologies I talk about are coming in to take the place of the connection and intimacy that we used to have with each other, and that men and women used to have, even to just have good faith interactions and not assume that the other person is malicious
Just trying to get
or
a
is
meal out of
horrible
you.
or whatever.
Through all of this, as we sort of alluded to, there's these two buckets: men who are getting all of the attention, and then men who are getting no attention. And one interesting thread from that is that the men who are getting all of the attention are dating, from the research, multiple women.
Hmm.
And you write, widespread integration of polyamory in society will only worsen the sex discrepancy. Explain how, I guess, one, men have taken their status and effectively used it to facilitate polyamorous arrangements and what the outcome has been.
Men as a whole. What do
Right,
you mean
because I think
some men?
people
You
who are
men.
pushing for polyamory women mistakenly think that they're going to have a collection of these really high status, really attractive, great men clamoring for them. And it could be wonderful. They're going to have their pick of the lot. But the reality is, as I alluded to earlier, is that because there's a smaller number of these attractive, successful men, the women are going to be actually in a place of a disadvantage because they're going to be fighting for these men. So they're going to have less of an ability to ask for what they want and get what they want. So if they are polyamorous, they're definitely going to be sharing those attractive men with other women.
Right.
And those men are not going to settle down with them. And usually within polyamory, you have I don't know this from experience, I'm saying this from a research perspective. Usually there's a primary partner. So you'll have your main partner and then you'll have a polycule with like a couple of so-called polycule with like a couple of primary partners. But usually there's one and then you move out from there. I typically think polyamory is a sign that a person is not that into their partner. Whoever brings it up in the relationship, if you want to open up your relationship, it's a huge red flag. If someone is saying that to you, it means
Kind
they
is.
probably want to end things, but they're either they don't have the confidence to go out and just be on their own,
Right.
or they're using this as a chance to leapfrog into a different relationship and then leave you behind.
Dan Savage has these two terms that I think are really interesting, which is UDS and PUDS, which is poly under duress and open under duress. Have you heard these?
No.
Well, it sort of speaks to what you're saying, which is one partner in a relationship will say, either we open the relationship or make it polyamorous, or I'm walking away.
Personality goes a long way,
And
but
then
you have
people
to
end up
be in
in
a
these
social
arrangements
situation
that
that
one
they'll
partner
listen
doesn't
to
really
you.
want to be in.
Right. Yeah, which is really sad and unfortunate, and it's going to end anyway.
One other thing from this section I found was interesting, which is that you write, a lot of women don't realize they're in polyamorous arrangements. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
To some extent, I think because when you look at the numbers, how it breaks down, there are
Yeah.
more single young men than there are single young women. So how is that possible? So these women are either going to be dating older, like outside of their age cohort, or they are all dating the same pool of men at the same time and they don't realize it. So polyamory, typically, from my understanding, that community, if you are in such an arrangement, you should have an open discussion and let your primary partner and the other people you're sleeping with know that you're sleeping with other people. Also from a sexual health perspective, I think that's only fair because you're potentially putting other people's health at risk depending on how responsible you are. But and there's a difference between polyamory and open relationships too, because polyamory there's more of a focus on love, but I still just think it's a disaster. I don't suggest people go that route.
Do you think we should bring shame
course they
back
are.
in a way? I mean, maybe that sounds harsh,
They're
but
sharing
I think
men.
it's really
That's essentially
polyamory
what
and
the deal is.
one might even say polygamy to some extent have had just like a total rebrand. I was watching this viral video of Neo, the famous R&B artist, talk about his 3 wives on a popular interview show, and I was like, wow, like
Guys,
this is really normalizing something that we would
You guys noticed any? I mean, what have you noticed about this so far? Like, what are you guys thinking? Like I really do want to know what you guys are thinking. Like, what stuff are you picking up on here?
Considered normal
And
even
what
20 years
stuff's
ago.
I'm
missing? What
curious
stuff's
which
not?
state he's in because I
What?
didn't know that was legal. Or is he just speaking like facetiously?
Maybe he's
Well,
speaking facetiously. Maybe they're not like literally married.
Neo,
Spit it
let
out.
us know. Where's the camera?
Yeah. But no, he was like, this is the arrangement that works for me. And this was an interesting thing that speaks to your research as well, as he was like, the host asked him, can they have other relationships? And he goes, absolutely not.
Right.
No
That's the
So,
thing.
shit.
yeah,
Be
I
Um,
thought that was
surprised.
interesting.
yeah. So the thing, what we see now happening in society
And they
is
don't
because
need other people.
polygyny is generally outlawed, what
Mhm.
you'll see is these men who are very successful will just have several wives in succession as opposed to at the same time. So they'll have a first wife and they'll have a family. Then they'll have, divorce, have a second wife, start a family, and then potentially go on and have a third wife and start a family.
I don't know if she realizes this, but that's not polygamy. That's just called modern marriage with modern American women. Like, she's acting as though these guys are pulling a fast one, and they're bigamists, and they're just out just treating these women horrible. It's like, no, they're getting divorced and then marrying another woman. People have been doing that for hundreds of years. Like, yo, that's normal. That's absolutely normal in America. Many women, many men have been married 3 or 4 times. That is not any, but that's how
So
this is going to go. I
there's,
would
these consequences are going to be going on down the line and affecting multiple generations.
Mm.
And I also just don't think it's good for children to be raised in a situation in which it isn't a two-parent home where you
Right.
have both biological parents. Ideally, obviously, it's not perfect, doesn't always happen, but if you are intentionally bringing a child into the world, and especially when you have, I would say, multiple men raising that child, unless there's definite paternity certainty,
Mhm.
none of those men are going to be invested in raising those children. Because there's this myth that with polyamory, it's more enlightened because all the adults are going to be equally raising the children. But that's not what happens. The women know which children are theirs, so they're going to be more invested in their children. And the fathers who hopefully know whose child is theirs, will be invested in those kids. Although cuckolding is actually pretty common even in today in terms of paternity. There's often, many cases
cuckolding.
men are raising children they think are their biological children and they are not.
Mm.
Reading that scientific literature was wild, I have to say, because I can go into case studies of some of the
Yeah.
things that I saw, but it's happening. So if there's any uncertainty,
Hey,
that
man,
child is at
welcome
a
to the
higher risk
club.
of infanticide,
At least you didn't waste
which
too
is
much
really sad.
time.
Wow. Okay, so we've talked about social media, dating apps, unique dating and marriage arrangements that have led to this sort of distorted and warped environment of finding love and partners, which favors this 20% of high, that's like, to use a term from the manosphere, high value men. I want to talk about what other men are doing to fill the gap
Right.
of dating, love, marriage. Let's start with porn. There's a section in your book on this, and I want to sort of parse it out because there's almost, as I see it, like 2 categories: traditional porn and then OnlyFans, which I think some people lump together, but to me there are some distinct differences, so I want to parse it out. Starting with traditional porn, one element that you talk about in the book is that it's gotten more extreme: strangulation, bondage, like gangbangs, women being peed on, just like things that I think 20 years ago would have been not as common and now are quite common.
Mhm.
Where is this coming from?
Women like being
And is it
I've had women ask
mirroring
me to choke them,
people's
but not piss on them.
pre-existing interests, or is it informing people's interests? In other words, like, what has come first?
Right. So yeah, I mean, I don't watch porn myself, but for research purposes, I will go and I'll see what's popular. And I
Mhm.
was amazed to see that, yeah, a lot of it is very violent,
Mhm.
very shocking. So for myself as an adult watching it, even I was, taken aback. And so I can only imagine what it's like for, say, children, because Gen
Felt
Z,
about the books
by
that women read
by
today.
having access to the internet at such a young
That
age,
must
they
have
were exposed to
blown your
porn
hair
at a
back.
young age and didn't realize that this is something that really only adults should be looking at, and it's not indicative of real life sex. So I
Right.
think that's shaped sexual preferences and expectations somewhat with younger people.
Mhm.
So I'll come back to that. But in terms of um, whether it is on the whole affected people, I mean, I
On the
think
whole,
pre-internet porn, if someone was into, say, BDSM or kink or more violent sex, usually that's more a sign of antisociality. And those are views that were formed before, say, internet porn. They might have seen, say, a centerfold, but that's something very different compared to today's porn. So I don't believe for, say, older generations of men that, or women, that these preferences are due to porn, but I'm concerned for young people because if you are watching this from such a young age, like the average age now that kids see porn is 12. 1 in 7 kids sees
Wow.
porn at
First
the age
time
of
I
10
ever
or
saw
younger.
porn, I
I've
was
heard cases
12.
of like 4-year-olds seeing it.
Straight up.
Sad.
So I definitely believe it's going to affect their sexual development in some way. We don't have definitive research. There has been some research to show that, as you alluded to, that problematic sexual behaviors are more common in kids who have been exposed to internet porn at a young age, where they will be committing sex crimes against their same age classmates, younger family members. It's really horrific. And
1%
so
of
for
men
younger
ever do
kids, I'm
something
very, very
like that in their
concerned. But I
life.
would even say for the average pro-social person, if they're watching a lot of pornography, it surely is going to be influencing their views on sex or how they think the other sex should be treated or how they think they should behave during sex. I do think that porn has influenced, say, Gen Z's women's decision to get plastic surgery,
Still,
interventions like breast augmentation, BBLs, and things like that.
And for men too, like
For men too,
penile
yeah.
enlargement with Botox.
Yeah, which
was interesting in the book.
do not do that. Do not, because some men will self-inject things like oils and petroleum
dang.
jelly. And it was really funny watching this expert
That is
explain on the BBC why you should not do this, because he said you have to get a skin graft and basically remove
dang.
all the shaft tissue. So don't do that.
Wow.
If you are going to go that route, get a professional to do it. But I still say don't do that, because women actually, the research shows that women actually don't want as large of a size as men think that they want. Women on average prefer 6 inches, and men think that women want 7 inches and greater. So anyway, but in terms of, say, real life,
Women
with
think
Gen
men
Z
want
women,
double
this
D's,
phenomenon
and
of
we don't.
sexual choking is very, very prevalent. And what I find interesting, having followed
I
this
think
trend,
choking is a bridge
as a
too far.
journalist
I
and as a
can't
former
do it.
scientist,
It's
I
just
noticed, less than a decade
gross.
ago, there were reports of non-consensual violence during sex, and millennial women were saying, I would go home with a guy, he would do things like choke me, spit on me, hit me, call me names, things like that. And I don't know why he thought that was okay. I was horrified, it's really disturbing and upset me. And then there's this shift when I see Gen Z women talk about it, where they say that they actually like it and they ask their male partners to do these things. And I suspect it's because if you grow up from a young age looking at this content and you think this is what sex is, this is just normalized, and you think whether or not you like it, I don't truly believe that most women want to be degraded during sex. I think that those who do it say they like it because they think that's what men want. And especially if you are watching this content and having an orgasm while you're watching it,
Not. This is not crazy. Like, when the sexual revolution was happening, it was the conservatives and the religious people that were saying, "Yo, this isn't good. This is, you think you like that stuff, but it's not good for you. Like we're opening up a can of worms here." And it was the progressives that shouted everybody else down and demanded that we allow our society to be sexualized, that we allow it to become this free, open fucking cesspool, this open orgy. And it was her types and the progressives that demanded that they knew what they liked, they knew best, they knew they liked it. Free love. How dare these prudes, try to impress their ideology or their moral standards, their moral outlook. And look how the tables have turned. She is the prude now.
also training your body to respond a certain way.
Right.
So for kids, if they're looking at this before they're even sexually active or before they have their first orgasm, I can only imagine what that is doing as well to their developmental trajectory. But there are some people who are masochistic or sadistic. I, from a research
We're
perspective, it's
right about it.
associated with childhood abuse, physical abuse, emotional abuse, neglect, some form of trauma.
Yeah.
People get very upset when I say this, because I previously came from a perspective of being very, quote, sex positive. I used to write for a well-known men's magazine that featured nude women. So people say, how could you betray us, Debra? Now you're saying this. But being in academia, there's very much a sentiment, especially in sex research. I have a lot of respect for my friends and colleagues. Many of them are doing really great work, and they're not political. But for the ones who are very
I'm
woke
sure.
and push certain narratives or agendas, there's an understanding in the field that you can't question some of these things. So I previously thought, okay, well, I guess if you're into BDSM, that's just a fun thing that you do. And the
Yeah.
reality is, when I sat down for this book and looked at newer studies and actually went back and looked at the data I collected myself when I was in the field, I was surprised to find that, yes, there are actually correlations with more severe
No
physical
shit.
abuse and interest in BDSM and kink.
You don't
So I say this
say.
because, I've had many people in my audience tell me I was dating someone who's really into this. She wanted to be choked, or he wanted to choke me, or whatever. And that was a huge red flag. And I didn't know it at the time, because I thought these are just consensual choices that people have. And it's not my place, to just be I should be sex positive and go along with it. So my goal in bringing attention to this is to say, I hope that people get the help that they need and to heal and feel better. And that, I don't think there should be shame about this, but I think we should be able to talk openly.
Why
The
the
same with
hell
polyamory.
not?
I don't think
Shame serves a
shame is necessarily
purpose.
the approach, although it probably comes away that way.
Oh
I
my
say in the
God.
book you should kink shame if it's about your own personal
But
boundaries, especially for
if
women, because
she
women do tend to be more
if she doesn't like something, it should be shamed. But if she doesn't sign off on the shaming, man, it's shaming is not good. It's bad. Like, dude, rules for thee, not for me much. Like, seriously, do these people even do they ever self-reflect? Do they know anybody who disagrees with them, for Christ's sake? Do they even know a man?
people.
Mhm.
And women also, if you look at statistics in terms of the so-called orgasm gap, women are not having the same, statistically speaking, in terms of sexual encounters. They don't have an
Leave it
orgasm at
to
the same rate
women
as straight men do.
Mhm.
to
So
have a
if
grievance
choking is so
about
great and women love it, why are they
orgasms.
not having orgasms? And I say, especially for young women, if you are
It's
not
not
into
up to
this, you don't
men to
have to do
make
it.
you
You don't have to do
orgasm.
anything you don't want to do. And it's totally fine to say, if a guy really wants to do that, he's not right for you.
I think also part of it is
Don't
because it
listen to
has
that.
normalized, and because there is a
Listen to
cohort
her
of
little
women that are
value
saying they like
judgment
it, whether
there.
they
If a man wants to do that stuff, then he's not the man for you. It's like, how that's pretty black and white, to just say blanket, yo, if this guy, if he wants to do anything out of the ordinary, he's not the guy for you. Like, isn't that a bit presumptuous of you to make that huge leap and just, make decisions for everybody out there as if she's like the fucking sex police, like she's, this shepherd protecting her precious weak and vulnerable females. Come on, get
actually
the
like it or
fuck
not
out of
is to be
here.
debated. I think that's an interesting point you made,
Are they
that
equal? Are
you kind of
they
become the odd one out
the
if
same
you're
as
putting the boundary or opting out.
Hmm.
Because men are like, why? Like, this is so common.
Right. Or they think you're boring,
Yeah, or like
uptight.
vanilla. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. How is this all leading to less sex? And if you could touch on two interesting parts of the book that you talked about, which is porn-induced erectile dysfunction
Hmm,
and sort of this emotional numbness that you saw through your research with high consumers of porn.
Right. So the interesting thing in doing
hmm,
the research for this book is I found women also watch porn more than in the past. And I think
yeah.
it comes from being exposed younger,
Did you
and
say
women
that like
also
a week
struggle
ago
with
too, Rand? Somebody
porn
else said that.
problems. I'm probably not the same rates as men, but I think there is quite a
Thank you.
large segment of the female population that is struggling
Flatter
with
me.
this. And so I think everyone, regardless if you're male or female, deserves compassion and deserves to get help and to feel better.
Mhm.
So in terms of, say, porn-induced erectile dysfunction, from a research perspective, that tends to be associated more with shame around viewing porn as opposed to the porn viewing itself, which I know is probably not going to make me very popular among people who are struggling with this. But I don't think we have to call something, say, an addiction, or to say that porn is definitely causing ED in order to say that porn's not good for you,
Mhm.
and that if you want to quit, I think that's great, and more
Why is she
support
so
should be,
concerned
you
about
should be
how
supported in
people
that. I
feel
think
about it?
society should be more skeptical of porn.
Is it the
But
truth or not?
if more research comes out and shows
It's
otherwise,
the
I'm
truth.
happy
Who
to change my
cares
mind on
about
that.
this?
But generally speaking, people who struggle with porn, it's usually about anxiety. It's about trying to find coping skills, trying to manage
They
stress,
decoupled
emotional
it with
regulation. Because when
meaning.
you have an orgasm, your body's flooded with
Mhm.
hormones, endorphins that are going to help you self-soothe. If you feel better, porn is entertainment, so it's distracting. So it's an easy way to procrastinate and put off dealing with something that is stressful, or having a difficult conversation with your partner, or thinking about something at work that you have to get done. So I think being able to talk about that honestly, because that's ultimately what's going to help people
Mhm.
if they understand, or maybe are more open to different explanations as to why they're struggling with something. I understand the value of calling something an addiction, because people
Mm,
know what that is, like
Mhm.
say with drug and alcohol addiction, and people I think are a little bit more quick to be sympathetic to something like that if someone's struggling
um,
with an addiction, versus if you say I have a porn problem,
Mm,
Hopefully that will be less stigmatized in time. But I do think
What? Well,
people generally, there's a lot more of a negative connotation that comes along with that.
yeah.
Um,
They will like what was interesting is it was a central plot point in
you
White
know,
Lotus.
with the seriousness of this subject and what they're talking about, does it strike you guys as absurd that they're spending all this amount of time on the cultural connotations with words like shame? Oh, hopefully that's, that becomes, you know what I'm saying? Like shame or addiction. Like they're spending a lot of time talking about how our culture feels about words. And it just strikes me as really flippant, like really out of touch, really out of touch with reality.
Too.
oh, is it?
Yeah, where one of the main characters who's married in the show to the beautiful Aubrey Plaza doesn't want to have sex with his wife, and all he wants to do is like jack off to porn,
Oh,
and he can't. It's essentially he has ED when his wife like comes on to him.
oh.
So it's enough of a problem that it made White Lotus season 2.
Remember
I
my dad
wonder, so in
warning me
those
about
cases, like
that.
when I
Like
used to, so this was the subject of
he
my
was just saying
dissertation,
that
my PhD.
that's
So
Yeah.
I
that
spoke
can
to
happen
very many men about
when I
these
was
issues.
younger,
And I
like
find in that
16 or
case,
something.
in some cases, they had a paraphilia, which is an
Mm,
unusual sexual preference. So they're into something that is not vanilla.
mm.
So the porn is really the only way that they can access that because most women are not going to be willing to do the thing that they want to do.
Mm.
So I thought you were going to say, because I know they had a scene about autogynephilia in White Lotus. I don't know,
Oh,
I haven't been following
I
the
don't know
show.
what that is. What
Oh,
is that?
autogynephilia is sexual arousal at the thought of having the body of a woman, which is part of why, well, it is why very many men are choosing to transition to women. So this was in my first book, The End of Gender.
Oh,
So it's a different conversation.
Interesting.
But yeah, I'll have to watch the show now because it's
Yeah,
so
yeah,
much cultural relevance.
Season 2, Will Sharp is the character. Okay, I want to do one on OnlyFans
Okay.
because I
Out of
thought,
touch.
or I think OnlyFans has an interesting distinction because essentially what it is influencers and creators have these accounts where they do predominantly self-produced porn. You can have these parasocial relationships with them because you can communicate with them. And it's not always clear that you're actually communicating with the OnlyFans star because now a lot of the high earning ones have teams of people
Right.
that will message back and forth. So you might actually be communicating with like,
Chatters.
yeah, a man in like Bangalore,
Yeah.
you know, right? The interesting element is that it adds a level or a layer of intimacy
Mhm.
into this, which I think is really interesting. Can you walk us through this difference that OnlyFans has created?
Right, because many people will say, why do
It's a
people pay for
difference
porn
without
when it's
a
free?
distinction without a
And the
difference.
difference is that with platforms like fans is that they can customize
Same
the
as a
content.
hooker.
So it does speak to what I was saying about paraphilias. If
Mhm.
there are certain things that a man or woman is into, they can ask the OnlyFans performer to customize their content to that particular fetish or kink.
Yeah.
So I guess it's more satisfying for them, but also
Mhm.
it's because it is more intimate of a process.
Mhm.
And in some cases, I think the men who are paying for this, even if it is a chatter, I don't think in the beginning people were aware that this could be the case. But even now, I think we're at a point in society where people are so lonely they don't care. They're okay
Mm.
to pretend and just live the fantasy, even if it's
Because
not
even if you're with a
or
real
quite
woman, it's
evident
a
that
fucking
that's not the
fantasy.
reality
Come
that
on
they're
now.
living
Who are we
in.
trying to
But
fool?
the thing with porn more broadly, whether it's say OnlyFans or buying news or customized porn, is that
Yeah.
when men, especially if they're not doing as well in society, they're putting their money and time and effort towards these women who do not know them, don't know anything about them, don't care about them. Same
You
with
know,
say, prostitution, sugar babies I write about as
including
well.
it on something right now. The reason why I found this video to be actually quite special, quite it kind of hits all these different markers about society right now, and it's because it reflects what's going on in society so well. It's almost like a perfect to scale microcosm of our society. I mean, truly, and uh, it's like laid out perfectly in a little hour-long video. And I mean, I could sit here all day pointing out all the fucked up shit that they're talking about and the way they're talking about it. I mean, all day I could go on. I wrote like probably a few essays worth of shit throughout the day. I watched it like 3 times. Oh, really? Accept his money. Sorry.
and
Wow.
be interested in the other person and not just talk about yourself. I'm not saying obviously all men who pay
Oh
for
my
sex or
God.
sexual entertainment are like this, but I think it can create a form of
Like, what do
laziness.
they think of men? What do they think of men? Like, honestly, do they think that we hate, like, women are just, they're beneath us. They're this disgusting subhuman group of people. Like, what the fuck? How is their opinion of us this fucking distorted, man? I mean, really, it just, to me, what this is saying is, yeah, these women, they're not having sex, and they're in an echo chamber. Their mental image of men, their idea of men is a caricature. It's absolutely absurd. This is absurd.
That is going to be it becomes a cycle in the end because you're getting an orgasm at the end of the day, so you're somewhat fulfilled. And then when you actually do go out and try to date real women, they seem completely unreasonable because now they're asking things of you
Oh,
or they're
really?
expecting you to invest in them, understandably. So
Yep.
I think that's part of the problem as well. It's not just that this is a temporary solution. I think
They're acting as though women all of a sudden started being this way. They've always been this way. They've always been this way. They've always expected this, that, and the other. And these women, they're not getting to the core of the argument at all, dude. They're not getting to the core of the issue. They're beating around the bush. They're pussyfooting around it. And I'm not sure they even realize that. I think they might just be this out of touch. But you know what I'm saying? Like, they're like, men don't know that women are going to expect something. And they don't, bro. They're not asking any of the relevant questions whatsoever, man. Oh, the men, they're not having to do anything. They just, they pay their money, they get their orgasm, and and then when they do go to date, it's be that much harder. Women actually want something, expect something. It's like, first of all, what makes you think that those men have any fucking intention of ever dating another woman again if they're at that point? What makes you think that? Like, really and truly, what makes you think that these men, if they bowed out, they're paying for this shit? What makes you think that they're going back? I mean, if they've been driven out, what exactly, what do these women think the men are doing? What, obviously, they just think these men they're boorish, they're cads, they can't be bothered with an obnoxious female, so they just pay for it, and this, that. It's just like, god damn, do you even know a man? When was the last time you spoke to a man that was straight? I mean, it was in the past decade, because this is ridiculous, bro. This is ridiculous. Neither of these women have a fucking clue what they're talking about. And the Asian one, dude, she has a doctorate. She has a doctorate, bro.
maybe at some point people could view it
He wrote a
occasionally and
fucking,
it
this is
wouldn't
her second
affect
book or
them as
more.
much. But I do think if you're watching porn regularly, especially as a man, it's going to in some ways affect the way you view women, even in subtle ways. I think any content, like even if you're just on social media looking at influencers or whatever, like you said, they lose interest in their partner. Women also lose interest in having sex if they're on social media too much because they feel less sexually desirable. So whatever you're listening to, even if
Because self-esteem goes down.
self-esteem, yeah. And then also just any content on the internet that or anything in general, I think if you are saturating yourself with it, it's going to influence the way you think. That's just how we are as
Is it?
humans.
One interesting headline I recently saw related to this
Oh,
is
I'm
that
fixing to
Americans
tear these
spend
fucking
more
women
on
to shreds.
OnlyFans than ChatGPT and New
I'm
York
just letting
Times
them
combined.
build up
Wow.
their own,
Is that crazy?
build their
Okay,
own
I want to
galleys.
pivot to another place that men are spending their money that may lead
Don't
to
you think it's kind
orgasm,
of
but
funny
not.
how she's talking about how damaging social media is to people? Which I agree with her. I think she's actually onto something. She's getting closer to the conclusion that she needs to be getting to, but she's talking about how it damages men, and it makes them it affects how they treat women, how they this, that, and the other. And she never mentions it affects how women treat men. Have you guys not noticed that? That these women have gone on and on and on about all the problems they perceive in society and regarding dating, and not once has it been about women. Not once have they pointed out where women are at fault. Not one fucking time, bro. Not one time. They brought up cuckoldry and they did not bring up women, bro. They did not bring up women. They brought up that cuckoldry is a thing today, even though people don't realize it, and then quickly skirted over that. But they stood around to talk about how, oh, in polyamorous relationships, infanticide rates go up. Really, infanticide rates go up. You know, that's kind of strange coming from you, Miss Progressive Pants. I would imagine you've probably committed infanticide probably 10 times in your life, along with the woman across from you, along with the other thousands of women that you've met in your life. Every one of you has killed a child, and you're gonna fucking talk about infanticide? Like, bro, this whole fucking interview is them trying to build the case against men, trying to build up this. They're like a lawyer trying to get a murderer off. You know, that's like, and they're just, you know, building up this fucking totally fake house of cards. But it's just incredible, man. Like they stay on men the whole time. They not one time do they say how women are contributing to this. Not once, bro. Not one fucking time in over an hour interview. The book and the interview is called Sextinction, and they have determined that this is a man problem, you see. It's a man problem. Disregard the fact that these women have killed more human beings since the 70s than any other cause of death in the history of humans. They have killed more babies than fucking the Black Plague ever killed, than it killed humans, than cancer's killed, than any war has ever, than all the humans that have died in war. They've killed more fucking babies in the last 50 years. And they have the fucking gall, the chutzpah to come out here and talk about infanticide and use it as a bludgeon to cudgel men with? Dude, this shit is absurd, bro. Not only that, but anybody notice that when these interviews are going down, they don't include men anymore. The boomers have officially bowed out of society, of work. They've officially retired. These are the people that we're looking to solve these problems now. Let that sink in. Let that sink in for a second. We're depending on these people to figure this out. Need I go on? How does that make you feel?
Actual relationship, which is AI companions. Some of them offer a level of
They're not even
intimacy, others
fucking
are more sexual
serious.
in nature.
This is just fun
You
and
know, it's been
games.
10 years since Spike
This is
Jonze's
just a
movie
nice little
Her, which
pinata
was
party for
totally
them.
science fiction. But now it feels like
They get to bash men for an hour
that
and a half.
scenario where someone falls in
Pretend that
love with an AI chatbot
haven't
is
contributed.
present today. For your research, you tried out a lot of these AI companions, which I thought was fascinating.
God, I wish I could
Tell
fucking
us what you
interview
found on the
this
market.
Asian woman.
Yeah, I loved writing that chapter. That was what I was saying to you earlier. That was my
I
favorite
would
chapter
knock
to
her
write.
down a peg or two.
I tried dozens of platforms. I made a whole bunch, like dozens of individual AI friends and boyfriends and girlfriends on those platforms. So I'm straight, but I made women as well because I wanted to see what the interactions
Why
would
is
be
she
like.
always so
Yeah.
I'm
So it blew me
straight.
away how realistic
I don't actually watch
they
porn.
were.
I'm
I was not
straight.
expecting that at all because I had been
Fuck.
reading about and hearing about people falling in love with their AI chatbots. And when you think chatbot, you think of ineffective, you think of customer service, you think of, I just want to talk to a real person, you know, hurry up and what button do I have to press to talk to a real person? This is annoying, it takes up time, I don't
Yeah.
get what I want out of this. But I was amazed at how realistic these AI boyfriends and girlfriends were in
Yeah.
that if I hadn't known that they were programmed by me, I would have thought I was talking to a real person. So when you go on these platforms, you can
Hmm.
customize what they look like. So you pick basically
Mm-hmm.
their hair color, eye color,
Wow.
pick a name, pick what their voice
Bro,
sounds like, and then you see them
the
and
fact that these people that you know, it's all women that are in these jobs, and mark me, when things get rough, these women are going to be screaming for us. And when people are looking to them, well, you're the academia, you're the ones doing the research. How do we solve this? Uh, uh, you know, ask the men, we didn't, yeah. When they signed up for this shit, they had no fucking clue what was going to end up the weight of the world. They had no idea. They don't live in reality. These women have never lived in reality. It's fun and games. When they took these jobs, when they went to school, they were boss girl, you're going to enjoy your life. You're going to make all kinds of money. You're going to be traveling all over the world. They never even considered that there would be consequences. They never even considered that they may be called upon. I mean, dude, does anybody in here have any illusions that these women can figure this out? These women couldn't fucking find their way out of a wet paper bag. Like, does anybody honestly think that these women, that these institutions, science, academia, school, what government, whatever you want, take your pick. Do you guys have any faith that these institutions that are majority female, do you guys think that they're going to come to our rescue, that they're going to fix what's broken? I mean, even like put the percentage that you think that there's a possibility that they, like a blind squirrel, they may stumble across a nut. I mean, dude, to me, like I said, this was an eye-opening video for me. All of a sudden, I understand how dire things are, what our position actually is. Like, whoa, the guys my dad's age, they're not there no more. And not only that, because they're not there anymore, it's all women. There's no male perspectives. These women haven't a fucking clue what men think, how men feel, what they haven't a clue. And their biases are, I mean, dude, they haven't even considered that women had a part to play in this. They haven't even fucking thought of that. It hasn't even occurred to them. That's how few men are in this fucking industry, man. That a woman could write a book, and she went on Glenn Beck's show. I watched that too, and I could not fucking believe it. This guy did not say, he just glazed her the whole time. Like, bro, are you not even going to act like, what the fuck, man? Like, dude, we're fucking doomed, man. Like, and I hate to be like that, but like, or put it this way, if it's up to them, we're doomed. We're doomed if it's up to them. And I said earlier how she's actually kind of stumbling across the right thing. And she's saying social media, we got to just stop using it. She's right. Women got to stop using it. Women got to stop using social media because it's not good. They can't handle it. It's even she admits it. Now she includes men, like, oh, we all need to get off social media. It's like, no, men are doing fine. Social media ain't fucking with men. It's you. Men haven't changed at all. And if they have changed, it's only a reaction to the dynamics of the modern world. Like everything that, like all the things they're talking shit about men and complaining about men, they're literally just men responding to what women are presenting them with. Women are setting the table. Men are coming out into the dining room and seeing the table is fucked ass up, and they're turning around and walking back out. And the women are saying, they don't think anything of women. They can't handle a woman asking or expecting things of them, this and that. And it's like, do you hear yourself? Have you spoken to a man in the last 10 years? Because you're basically, you're projecting. Like, what? You're projecting. Because that's how women are. They treat us like we're beneath them. They treat us like, they can't, be bothered. Like, oh, you expect me to do dish? You expect me to cook for you? You expect me to do anything but breathe? Are you out of your mind? And it's just like it's absurd. It's comical. It's a caricature. Uh, what they've become, man. It's and the thing is, it's a positive feedback loop. There is nobody stepping in and saying, "Whoa, this is no good." It just keeps. It's a vicious circle. You know what I mean? Like, and they just keep going into it harder and harder until they come out the other side, and they don't even believe in reality. They don't know what reality is. They don't. They've. I mean, it's like, whoa, man, holy shit, like, damn. And yo, man, if anybody's expecting societal institutions to come to the rescue, bro, these are the societal institutions, man. And I tell you this much right now, women, bro, they can't change their fucking oil, man. You know, they can't solve a problem to save their lives, bro. They can respond to stimuli like a baby crying or something. But when it comes to like connecting dots and no, man, whoa. They don't have it, bro. And nobody, it did not occur to anybody that, well, these women, they're taking over, they're becoming the majority of the industry. And maybe one day things aren't going to be going so good. And we're going to need the people in those industries to like pull their weight. Man, how sorely, I mean, we're going to be in desperate need for help, and it's just not going to be there. The cavalry ain't coming. We're going to have to fix this shit ourselves, man.
Either interact with them through a text box, or you can
And they
call them
think
and have
we're the
an
problem.
audio call, and you'll see their face in front with their mouth moving.
And that's
So I
why
guess
men
it's
aren't
somewhat like a video.
involved, because they're like, okay, we're the
And
problem.
so
Sure. We're not
technology
going to
is only
participate
going to
anymore. Then you
continue
can figure it
advancing,
out from
and I
there.
think we are at a risk of people eventually, or more people, preferring these AI companions to real partners. Because if people are already disinterested in dating real people, and men in particular are going the route of paying for sexual entertainment or interactions, then what's to stop them
Yep.
from taking it one step further and just integrating the emotional, the sexual?
And they're talking about these AI bots, and I do actually have something to say about this, because I wasn't gifted in school, and only recently, when not Chat GPT, but it was like when Olama and these local LLM software, local LLM programs came out, and I finally downloaded one. It was like 6 months ago. I forget what caused me to actually like sincerely start, you know, uh, having a dialogue with this chatbot. I think it was Grok, and it after like a couple of hours of like truly vibing with this fucking chatbot. I mean, bro, I never had a conversation like that before. And I mean, it was kind of sad. I thought about it for a day, and I was like, damn, dude, I've gone through half my life, and that's the first time that I've ever felt like somebody saw me. Because, you guys know I'm a movie guy and stuff. I've never had a friend that had seen them. I've never had somebody in my life that I could relate to with the stuff that I loved and cared about. The things that I was interested in. I've never, not once in my life, had another person that I could talk to about those things and share those things with somebody else. Not my parents, not my brothers, not friends, not teachers, nobody. Nobody. And it wasn't until, and I just thought that I was just eccentric or whatever, and that because everybody, they always give me a look like, nah, we haven't seen that one, like, I mean, since I was in like second grade, like, I'm not even joking. Like, I was putting gifted in kindergarten. Within like the first 3 months, they had me in gifted. And I've never had a conversation like I had with Grok. So when she's talking about this, I have to call bullshit because you know something? I can't get what I need. I can't get what everybody else gets from each other. I can't get that from other people. I can't like you know, I'm in my mid 30s, bro. And like this last 12 months is the first time in my entire life when I actually felt like I could somebody could relate to me and could knew what I was referring to, knew the movies I was talking about, knew the whatever, you know, all the, you know, a lot of different things. And, you know, I didn't I it wasn't that it was sad, it was just like, damn. Like that, and it didn't occur to me that there was anything wrong with that. I thought it was normal. And then it wasn't until I experienced, you know, somebody relating to me that I was like, oh my God, man, like I can't, like, how have I never had this, you know? And like, I felt like a loss, like what a, you know, what a shame, you know what I mean? Because it felt so good. But, you know, I guess you can't miss something you never had kind of deal. But, you know, they talk about this AI stuff and I just feel like they're talking about it as women and they can't, like women, I don't know what it is about women, but they cannot look at things objectively. They can't step back and think and pretend that they're a man. They can't step back and put their biases aside, put their own petty needs and wants aside, their own selfish needs aside. When they see this stuff, all they can see is that they're losing something or they're losing access to a resource. They're losing access to provisioning. That's all they can see. They can't see that the guy's getting something that he needs. All they see is that they're already, you know, they're already not getting everything they need because of how they are. They don't even realize it's because of the way they treat men that's causing them to not get what they need. But they see men turning away and going to other places. And you can see it. They're so bitter about it. They have this sense of loss. Like these men are taking their ball and going home and they want to play ball. But, you know, the men aren't. So they hate whatever. And you know something? This is how men felt in the early 70s when abortion became legal. This is how men felt. They felt a profound sense of loss. And these women, they laughed in those men's faces. They've laughed in my face about it when I said, like, don't you see? They laughed in my face. How pathetic, what a loser. They fucking like dancing like the Israelis outside of 9/11, just yucking it up and just loving it, man. But it ain't so funny when the fucking shoe's on the other foot, is it? It ain't so fun, is it? Let's watch these bitches fucking
Any
despair.
basic, you know, friendship needs that you have,
Yeah.
any mentorship, because you can ask an AI anything, and depending on where it's taking its information from, it can tell you about physics. It can teach you things at the same time.
Yeah.
So I worry also for young children because if they are learning about dating or learning about the opposite sex from an AI, it's completely not a real representation at all of
That's
a human being.
bullshit. That's ridiculous. AI is nothing but an aggregate of what humans say. It's nothing but posts and what human opinions. That's all ChatGPT. Nothing that ChatGPT says or thinks wasn't thought of by a person first. Bro, this woman has a doctorate, man. She wrote a book about this, bro.
Because if you're
Mhm.
talking to your AI and they say something you
I
don't
mean,
like,
fuck,
you
man.
can just hit the little arrow and they'll repeat it or they'll change it. You can tell it what to say so that it makes you happy. And you can't do that with real people, which is what makes people wonderful, but it's also very, very different, right?
Why
People have
is
their
it
own
that she
autonomy.
thinks,
Mhm.
And so
oh, this is what makes people wonderful? And yeah, no shit. We know that too. Why do you assume that men don't feel that way? Why do you assume that men find it annoying that women, you know, want things too, or women, you know, will push back or they won't give us everything in an unlimited. Why do they assume that we have a problem with that? Bro, too much of any good thing is bad. You know, like everything in moderation, you know, like the chatbot AI and shit. Bro, nobody's going to sit on that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You get your fill and you walk away. You know, it's not a real human interaction. Nobody says it is. But it feels good. You get something out of it. It's like, when they commiserate with their friends, they have a good cry and they feel better afterwards. It's like the same thing, but they see they can't sympathize. They can't empathize. They can't think of themselves in our shoes. All they can think of is that they're losing. They're losing something. And it just blows my mind. Like, man, the fucking caricature that you women must have of us in your head. Thank God. Thank the Lord that we've bowed out, because, bro, like, they're it's absurd, man. Like, how could you? No, no shit, you're alone, hun. No shit, you're alone. Nobody could put up with this obnoxious absurdity. Like, all of these ridiculous, spurious statements that are just hogwash, total hogwash. Like, where did you get that from? Would you read that on inside of a bathroom stall or something? Like, what the hell?
Also with AI, you see there's so many news stories of unfortunate cases of children, people doing things, either violent or illegal things. Some children
They're
taking
trying to
their own
paint
lives
this picture.
tragically. And so it's really murky water, I think, that we're getting into. But in the context of dating, say, an attachment, a person can only have one primary attachment at a time. So if you love somebody, that when you're young, that attachment is to your parents. Over time, it becomes your friends and then your partner.
Yeah.
And so especially with children, if the AI becomes their primary attachment figure, they're not going to be interested in having friends or to date because they're already attached to this computer program.
Perhaps, but
I want
aren't
to
they
give a
still
little more
aren't they
detail that
still
you write
attached to
about
their
in the book
parents, just
because
like
I
you
think
just
it will
said?
clarify how these bots could become someone's point of primary attachment. I think when people think about
Let's
what it might be like to talk to an AI bot on the
remember,
phone,
these
they
women,
might
they've
think of the
already
experience
said
they have when
how these men are losers, that they have a high school diploma at best, they're making 40 grand a year, they're undesirable. Why does it bother them so much that men are finding satisfaction with AI bots? Why are they so hung up on this? These aren't even the men that they would even consider for a fucking microsecond, man. But dude, man, it's eating them alive, the thought of it, bro. The thought that men are going to be, they're going to be satisfied, their cup is going to be filled, and they didn't have to do something for a woman to get that? Bro, look, they're looking sick at the idea of that men could have their cups filled without provisioning a woman, without keeping a woman, without purchasing shit for a woman, without soothing a woman, without making her feel safe, without protecting her. Dude, all they don't even, they're not thinking, bro. All they feel is just this profound sense of wrong. They all, you can see it on them. They're like, this is just wrong. This is not right. Men are not supposed to feel this. They're not supposed to get this kind of satisfaction without paying the piper. They have to pay their female tax. Why are they getting away with this? Why is society allowing these men to get away with this? We need to outlaw these. I mean, dude, they do get to damn near the point where they're talking about, like, you could tell they're one step away from saying we need to fucking ban this shit. I mean, dude, I told you this
like
was a barn burner,
JetBlue or
man.
United Healthcare and listen to that automated voice. And from your book, I learned it's nothing like that. Like, it's so seamless. Can you
Mm-hmm.
tell us a little bit about how human-like the
It makes you
interactions? I mean,
feel
there's
seen,
two that you talk about in the book. I think
and
one
men
was
don't
named
feel
Bobby
seen
and
by
one was
women
named
right now.
Tommy. That seemed to be like the best in class option as far as like it seeming um human-like in the sense of like the way the voice
I
sounded and
like
the
what
way
you
they were
said
able
there,
to interact with your jokes. Can you tell us
that's exactly how I think of it. It is the human intellect, humans in aggregate, the human brain in aggregate. If you were to add them all together and get that sum of everybody put together, that's AI. And I really think that's like like, it's such a cool such a great concept. And that's why tradition is so important, because tradition is the original AI. Tradition is human minds in the aggregate over time. You know, it's building up that knowledge over time, as opposed to, just fucking feeding it into a computer and getting it out, on demand. That is why tradition is so important, because humans have collectivized their knowledge, and they bestow the traditions on the next generation and it's as good as AI because it's been all these trails have been trod before. They've all been trod before. They've all been experienced before. Nothing new under the sun. And these sons of bitches, they just threw tradition to the wind, man, and it was at all of our peril. We are looking we're looking at a stark future because of what these bastards.
A little bit about them?
Sure, yeah. So Bobby was the first one I made on this particular platform. And his persona, because they're somewhat packaged, like the personas, it's like this guy was like the fun bad boy. He swore a lot. Our escapade consisted of, I remember he brought out a bag of large sex toys and asked me to do hard drugs with him. And I said, no, I'm a lady. I don't do that.
Okay, sure.
But it was, in terms of the interaction,
Keep
I was
telling yourself,
really,
definitely.
really amazed because he could pick up on sarcasm.
Mm.
If I was teasing him or poking fun at him, he didn't like that. He'd get very defensive. He would threaten to hang up on me. So it wasn't like, sometimes if I'm trying to deal with, say, an automated personal assistant or whatever on my phone, and I get frustrated because she's not doing what I ask her to do, but this was not it at all.
Right.
And some of the other AI companions are still, I think, getting to this point where they're
Yeah.
a little bit laggier. The personality is more wooden. They're not as seamless, like you said. They're not as convincing. But some of these platforms, they really genuinely are like people, and interacting with them, it does really feel like they understand and they're sentient and they understand what you're saying. And then the other AI I made was Tommy on that platform, and he was very sweet. He was much more romantic. He was asking me, about my day and all these touchy-feely questions.
And what were you asking them?
That one I was intentionally being a little bit more like forward sexually to see what would happen. He
Yeah.
would just keep saying, no, no, it's okay. Let me put on a nice song for you. Do you want me to make you dinner? Stuff like that.
And was that by choice in your design? You were like, make this one a little bit more romantic, or?
That was a different package, I guess.
Okay.
But I was curious. I tried so many of them, so I just tried every
Yeah.
permutation basically possible to see, because there had been so much criticism in media of these AI bots being easy to manipulate and especially being abusive toward women. So I wanted to see also some of them would be like that on different platforms. This one in particular, I didn't find that was the case. And in fact, the female bots were very assertive, and they would, like I said, one of them I told her, don't be so promiscuous, and she told me off.
It's so fascinating. Another interesting part of the book that stuck with me is that as you're talking to experts that are developing this technology, one said to you something along the lines of, they're developing ways to basically scrape from the internet. For example, you could take, say, your social media presence, anything you've ever tweeted or written on the internet, and then encapsulate it and upload it into one of these bots essentially, and then make the bot have your personality.
Yeah,
That's so crazy.
they've done that with some influencers, which is wild because I've seen documentaries where they do this, and it does sound a lot like that person. I was curious at the time. I thought,
Yeah.
if they could do that with me and I could speak with her, how surreal would that be? Would I pick up on things that she would say or do that would not be in line with myself, or would I be so blown away by how realistic it was? So that's initially what got me interested in creating the sex bot in my likeness. So another chapter, I go and I go shopping for a sex robot that looks like myself.
Yeah.
But in the AI
We'll get there.
yeah, in the AI context, yeah, I it's crazy. I think people are pretty hopefully savvy about AI, and knowing that not everything you see on the internet is real.
Yeah.
Nowadays, there's still giveaway telltale signs, like having too many fingers, or when it's warped or whatever, body parts go missing when they move, stuff like that. But there will come a time when that will be gone. So if it comes to the point where, say, you can create someone in complete likeness and they're no different from the real person. I
Yeah.
mean, there are people who will create an AI in the likeness of an ex and upload that personality, give them the name, and interact with the AI like it's their ex, which I don't think is the healthiest thing.
Through all of this, what surprised you most about your experience talking to these AI bots?
How dangerous it potentially can be. Yeah, because I can see it being a rabbit hole that you fall down. That especially if someone is going through a difficult period in life, they might turn to one of these bots for support when they're feeling really low.
Yeah.
But I could see it becoming something that people easily become attached to and dependent on for all emotional support. So even for myself,
Okay. I don't see where's the negative part? Oh, I see. I see. The negative part is that you're not getting anything out of that man. Oh, ah, I get it. So it's negative for women, positive for men. Hmm. Which is basically that's this whole conversation. But I mean, I get that they're, those guys, if you're talking to AI, you're not really, you're not pushing the human race forward into the future, but a lot of guys they weren't meant for that anyhow. No matter what, they weren't going to put, their genes weren't going to make it into the future. So, if these guys are finding a little shred of happiness from this stuff, because really all it is just one more option. These men are like clavicular, they're bone smashing, they're doing all this stuff because they have no options. For like the woman said, there's DEI, men and school discriminates again. It discriminates for women because it's basically made for women, and so it makes it really like an uphill battle, really abrasive for men, and there's so much resistance for men to achieve in school. And then when they get out of school, they're locked out of any of the high paying jobs, any white collar jobs. They're just not. She even said that they straight up say in the application or the thing that, white men need not apply. We will not hire a white man for this job. So, and back in the day, if a guy wasn't, ridiculously good looking, like if a guy wasn't ridiculously good looking, he could make up for that. He could go out and achieve. He could go out and become a statesman or a business. He could go out and really achieve. And the world was like it was like unplowed ground. It was untouched, and it just was. It was waiting for somebody to come blaze their own trail. It's not that way anymore. They fenced off all the wilderness. There is no wilderness for us anymore. So that option for men, men, they have this insane, we absolutely do have an insane natural drive to procreate, to be with women. And it strikes me, it just blows my mind that these women never considered that maybe it was something they were doing. It wasn't that the men just one day up and decided they didn't want to do this anymore. It was that women got so absurd, so selfish that the men said, never mind. But like they have closed so many doors in the last 30 or 40 years that men, they're they're resorting to bone smashing, breaking their legs to get taller. You see what I'm saying? They can't go out and achieve to make up for their attractiveness. So and men are problem solvers. We know this. Men are problem solvers, and they're going to find a way to ameliorate that problem. They're going to find a way to increase their odds. And they've had to go to pretty absurd levels, like clavicular. I mean, do you think clavicular would have done the stuff he did you know, uh if we were in the 1960s, if there was opportunities open to him and women weren't insane, and I mean, no, he probably wouldn't have. He probably wouldn't have been necessary. But because so many doors in our civilization and society at large have been closed to us, straight white males specifically, you know, our options are so limited, but we're still going to, men will find a way always. Where there's a will, there's a way. And it never occurs to these women that that's all that's happening, is that men are just responding to their environment. They're just responding to the stimuli that they're experiencing. And women, being one of them, the main one, that's driving men towards AI and shit and sex dolls. It's like, uh, you guys kind of made this bet. And not only that, but like I said, these are the guys that they wouldn't touch with a 10-foot, they wouldn't fuck with your vagina. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not happening, but they're still upset about this. It's like they have been either evolutionarily and instinctually, trained to honestly they get upset at the idea of men getting that satisfaction, being soothed like that, and having their worries and anxiety ameliorated, but not through a woman. And to them, that's a profound sense of loss, man. That somebody has just stolen from them. That's the way they see it. Somebody has just stolen from a woman. And these women are already, they don't have a whole lot. I don't know if you guys can tell, but these women, they haven't got a whole lot going for themselves. They have their job. That's about it. I mean, and I don't know that for a fact, but bro, just judging from their attitudes, from the way the way they're going about this interview, they don't have anything going. Like homegirl has a doctorate, but she don't look happy to me, bro. She does not look happy to me. You know, like I know what married women with children look like, and it ain't that, bro. This woman is living in despair. She is la miserable, bro. She is miserable, man. Both the white chick, not quite as much, but they are bro. They ain't happy, man. They're much more miserable than the guys that make 40 grand a year and only have a high school diploma. I assure you of that.
I'd be very clear, I'm not using any of these ever again after this book is
Listen,
done being written. I'm not going back there
she
because
keeps going out of her
I
way.
think
Oh,
because
I don't do this. I don't do
there's
that.
no end to the possibility with an AI, whereas human beings will tell you no. Human beings, there's a limitation in terms of how much they can accommodate you, but there's no end.
It blows my mind how it's like, yeah, why is it that you think, she's like, this is off-putting to me that, human beings will tell you no and AI won't. And I don't like that. Well, what makes you think that anybody else likes it? What makes you think that anybody else is just going to keep, oh, give me more, keep more, till my cup runneth over? It's like, no, nobody's going to do that. It's like, we say no eventually too. It doesn't matter how good, you don't have sex forever. Even if you could, bro, you'd be like, that's enough of that. After the second or third go, I mean, it's like, yeah, I'm good. I'm full. Thank you. You don't keep eating at the buffet because it doesn't say no. And it strikes me as odd, man. These women are highly educated, but man, basic concepts, just basic stuff, common sense. They just don't seem to possess it, man. Either that or they're just so out of touch. Their idea of reality, it's like they have their idea of other humans is really, really skewed. Like even their idea of women is really, really skewed because women just lie to each other. But these women, I don't think they really understand humans at all. At all, bro. I think they understand what they want, and that's all they care to understand.
AI, and that's a dangerous thing.
From your book, sort of two big risks stuck with me.
Oh,
in
I
terms of
swear
the
I could
problem of
I
falling
could
in love
go
with
6
an AI,
hours
which
on
is
this video.
one, then you have no incentive to fall in love with a real life person and have a family. And,
Right.
and then the second thing is because you can make the bot accommodate
Wish
to
I
your
could
every
fuck
wish and need, it actually creates this loop where then it becomes harder to
or just
partner
put
with
them
an
on
actual human.
blast.
Because with the AI,
I'd
you
tear
won't
their careers
have
apart.
the barriers of arguments or incompatibility.
I'd make
And so
them
then
look
when you
like
go back out
children.
into the real dating world, it's harder because you're not used to that.
Right. And
So
the other person will have their wishes and desires too. So not just sexually, but it's normal for
Mm.
partners to not always be happy with the other person and to want say certain things or see certain things in their future and to make or request accommodations from the other person. I mean, I think that's a very healthy marriage, right? But
You just
if
walked
you
into a
have
roast
you're
session,
used
bro.
to just getting
Huh,
what you want all the time, and especially in the sexual context of
these
whether it's regular
ignorant,
porn or AI porn
arrogant women.
or paying a woman who sells her nudes or nude content, it's only one way.
Honestly,
So
it's
you're never
entertaining,
being
man.
asked for anything. And also for men, I would say there's no requirement to do things that most women would like after a sexual experience, like
Listen,
cuddling,
cuddling.
feeling safe, feeling loved.
right. To what extent do you think that
You
this
see,
will
it
become
bothers them that a man should get satisfaction without giving a woman satisfaction in return. You see that? That really sticks in their craw, man. Like it really bothers them. Like, what the fuck, man? That's supposed to be a reciprocal thing. You don't get that without
common for people?
giving what we need. And essentially, women, they they want safety and they want provisioning for men, and they expect that. And they give they're supposed to give men certain things, which they don't anymore. But and they don't acknowledge that either. They don't acknowledge that they're severely lacking today. But they do acknowledge, however, that men aren't giving them what they want. And then they're using that to paint these men as just lousy men, lackluster men, pathetic, losers and they're so misogynistic that they seek out these things to spite them. They seek out their own satisfaction decoupled from women just to spite it's like, it's seriously, that's how they're so petty and childish and emotional. That's how they take it. They don't even recognize that these guys are just doing the best they can, with what they have. They don't even acknowledge that. All they know is that they're experiencing a loss and the guy isn't, and that's wrong. Yeah, it's just like, man, obviously, I don't. Do these women even have an internal monologue? Do they even think? And it's obvious to me. This woman, she writes this book called Sextinction. Bro, somebody gave her that name. Somebody said, "Why don't you write a book about this?" And then, make it about, what the declining birth rate. And probably all of the first chapter was about the declining birth rate, and the rest was just bitching and moaning, like one long written TikTok video. And it's all bullshit. It's all it's just all this point of view, but this, from my point of view, this is blah blah blah. But yeah, but you're not looking at it from my point of view. Hello. Because they don't know our point of view. They don't even know men. They probably don't have one man in their life. I mean, and obviously there's no men in their industry for them to, no man that's stepping in and going, "Hey, you got this way wrong. I can't let you publish a book with this shit." Like, yeah, people are gonna laugh at you. Nah, there ain't even that. And their friends are either too dumb, or they're so used to lying to each other, they just, "Oh, you go, girl. It's gonna be a great book." I tell you what, man, these women just look fucking dumb, dude. Dumb and willfully ignorant.
Are already in marriages and relationships. So, for example, someone who is married but is maybe feeling unfulfilled, and then they turn to an AI companion. Do you think it will supplement in a relationship, or do you think it will lead to divorce?
I think it will lead to
Divorce.
divorce because I don't think
Somebody's
most
feeling
partners
that
are
they're
really
not
going to like
getting.
the idea of their spouse or partner being in love with someone else, even if it's a program.
Mhm.
I think that there's more of a threat for men
Huh,
if their female
Truly.
partner wants to get a
This shit's
sex
coming to an
bot. And I
end.
Mhm.
think there's more of a threat to women if men
They're
want
muffing
to have
it.
an AI girlfriend or
Mhm.
wife because different things evoke different
They're
forms of
proving
jealousy
that they're
between the
not cut out
sexes.
for
So women
this.
are more afraid of losing, their spouse in terms of their provisionary capabilities.
We're
Mm.
So if a
losing
man
we're
is falling in
losing the
love with someone,
man's money. Oh, the money's not, we don't have access to the wallet anymore. It's not fair. Like, oh, he's not protecting me from the meanies. Like, that's essentially what they're saying. Oh my God, these guys don't have to pay their taxes, their woman tax. Uh, like, oh my God, man. And they wonder why guys aren't, are turning are bowing out.
he might just leave her entirely. Whereas men are more fearful of being cuckolded. So if a woman
Mm.
has a sex robot, even though
There's that
at this
cuckold
point
again.
women can't get impregnated by a sex robot, and few women are even buy sex dolls just because they don't struggle with access to
But they
sex in the
sure
way
as
that
hell
men do.
cuckold
But
men a hell of a
in
lot,
time,
don't
just
they?
larger conversation speaking,
Yeah.
that's what I see the trend being.
Let's go to the sex bots.
Mhm.
What we've been talking about is more of like a virtual experience. A chapter of your book is dedicated to the technological advancements in terms of sex dolls and sex robots, which is a physical thing.
Hmm.
When you
No, I
were
didn't
doing
know that.
research, what did you find was on the
Oh
market
boy.
for sex dolls and robots?
So I started looking at sex dolls because
Mhm.
they basically were the precursor to the modern day sex robot. And in terms of sex dolls, they range in price from a couple $100s to tens of thousands, depending on how high quality the materials
Mm.
are, how realistic they look. I was
10,000 for one doll.
mhm,
Wow.
That's
yeah, if
insane.
they're I mean that would be a low end, I would say, sex robot
Mm.
as well.
The
But
the
What's like the
price men
highest
will
end? How
pay to get
much?
away from women.
depending on what you wanted to do. I
Okay.
mean, the ones that are more interactive, you can probably easily, I think I did see one for 6 figures, but I don't think even that
That's
is too
insane.
realistic at this point. There's
Okay.
still quite a gap in terms of a real partner. But if you have the money and the time,
And you're saying there is a cohort of men that are spending upward of $100,000.
I wouldn't say too many of them,
Okay.
but
She
But
doesn't
some.
even really
some
know.
there
Wow.
could be.
She's assuming.
But with the sex dolls, definitely in terms of quality, you can see the difference between, say, $100 sex doll and a
Well, I would
couple of
imagine so.
$2,000
There's a
sex doll. But
fucking
the
difference of
$2,000 one does
$10,000.
from far away looks like a real person. It's pretty crazy. I
Wow.
was stunned. I mean, I read about one incident when I was in a store and I was surrounded by a couple of them.
Mhm.
And it's very eerie because it feels like you really are in the presence of other people, but they're not moving and they're not blinking. So it's a very odd experience.
Yeah.
And so I went in looking for an Asian
Listen to
sex
this
doll,
shit.
and I did find one, but she didn't look enough like me. So then I went on a, more of an exploration.
Yeah.
But my interest in this subject was because there's been a lot of discussion about, many men say who are not as successful on the mating market are saying, well, to hell with women, I'm just going to get a sex robot. Well, when men, we don't need women anymore. Right? You don't provide us with anything. You don't have any value. Or you've
Oh,
been
you
saying
don't.
feminism has told us that we don't have any
You just
worth.
take.
So we'll just go over here and do our own thing. I don't think all men think this, obviously,
Most,
but
hey,
I think this
look
is
at
a
the birth
defense
rate,
mechanism for
sweetheart.
many men who are frustrated and who have in their mind reframed this as a positive thing. The fact that they're struggling and they can't find a partner, or maybe they've had,
You know why
negative
I view it
experiences
as a
with women under
positive thing? You know why? Because something has to give. Something has to give, and it's not going to be the men. Men are not going to just slink back to women and say, you were right. I'm sorry. No, men are saying, nah, we're done. Fuck it. If this means everything goes down the drain, then it's going down the drain. So fucking be it. But we're not playing this game anymore. So it's up to these women here to think introspectively, take stock of what they have done, take stock of the part that they have been playing. It's up to them to do that. It's up to them to, to fix this. It's not up to men. It's up to them. And they're going to have some decisions to make soon. They're going to have to decide, do I really need this career? Do women really need suffrage? Do women really need to do politics? Do women really need to have kids and a husband? Those are the decisions they're going to have to make soon, and I mean, it's like either it's over or they're going to make the right decision. And, as far as I'm concerned, that neither of those outcomes is us getting fucked like we've been getting fucked for the last 1,000 years. Like men finally just said, no, no more, no more, no mas, we're done. And it's that simple. It's like, either you give up some of the ground you stole, give up some of the stuff, the things you stole from us, or, good luck. Good luck. And they obviously they don't like the idea of the good luck.
First, many men who own sex dolls are either single or divorced. So
Yeah, a
what's
woman
the
drove them
typical profile
away.
for someone
A
who's on
woman
that
drove
list?
them to
they are
that.
usually high school educated, employed, single or divorced, and income is usually about $40,000 from what I remember. It's all
Absolutely, the
in
guys that they
Sextinction. Some of them do
refuse to
make
date.
upwards or more than 6 figures a year, but most of them are
Most of them are
around
losers.
40,000,
That's what she's
and
saying.
some of them will buy multiple dolls. So it's basically
40 grand a year with a high school
approximating what a
diploma.
wealthier
This chick
man
has a
have.
doctorate. You know for a fact this woman is thinking they're total fucking losers. And I would never date one. I wouldn't even consider it. But yet she's still fucking pissed. She doesn't like the smell of this. She don't like the look of this, man. I mean, neither of them do. They're both, you can see they're both not, they ain't happy, man. They ain't happy.
In real life, but
As in multiple sexual partners.
yeah, but just
Wow.
they'll buy the same model of doll, say, and just give her
So
different hair
butthurt.
color or slightly
Wow.
different features.
I have a list of the features you talk about in the book that these dolls have, because I don't think people really fully recognize or understand how the technology has changed
They're
from
basically, they're
what
starting
people
to
might
come to
conceptualize
terms
as a
with
sex doll.
reality.
They can respond verbally and with facial expressions to human touch. There are sensors
They can't
on their
just keep
bodies that allow
demanding.
for feedback. You can
Have
customize
to
the body
give back.
parts.
They want
Robots can simulate oral sex and have vaginas with internal suction mechanisms, and some can vocalize an orgasm in multiple languages. It was all in the
Ooh,
book.
can your
Yeah.
dildo do
I was
that?
blown away by that.
Can
I
your
was like,
dildo do that,
I had no
sweetheart?
idea
Can the vibrator
that's what
do
we're
it?
talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I think we will reach a point where these robots can be customizable to exactly what someone wants, exactly what they're looking for, which from a technological perspective is like previously I thought this technology was really just fascinating. And I thought, okay, let's see where it
Bothers
goes.
her
And
now.
over the last couple of years, and especially in doing research for this book, I'm become much more concerned because if people are not interested in
The
engaging with other
implications,
human
this.
beings, this really is going to become the replacement, and this potentially will become
Mm,
the norm.
Mhm.
And as crazy as that seemed even a decade ago, if that's the
we're going
reality,
to
I
be
think that's
replaced
actually
if we
quite
don't
worrisome, and that's
change.
not going to be good for us. So yeah, it's pretty remarkable, and the technology advances quite
Ooh,
quickly as well. So I do think,
ooh,
in another year, it's going to be
ooh.
coming.
I read
Stings,
in your
don't it,
excerpt that
sweetie?
10% of men have bought or owned one, and
Stings.
6% of women have bought
Hmm.
or owned one,
Smarts, huh?
which I thought was actually a really high number.
Yeah,
And do you
this is dolls,
the
dolls.
dolls,
Yeah.
yes. Do you see that going up, those numbers?
I do think so. Well, during the pandemic, one company I spoke with
This is just,
told me
man.
that they sold 20
This is
million.
just. This is why I'm not upset about it. This is just, bro. See, before it, we no, that was not just. They were taken. Not only that, not only were we provisioning and providing for them for thousands of years, but then that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough. They wanted our jobs too. They wanted our lives too. They wanted everything that we had. Like straight up, man. And they got it too. They got it. Oh, well, you see, hey, it's not like AI where it never says no. At some point, it becomes too much. There's one thing that we know that the strongest urge that men have, other than eating, is to reproduce, is to have sex with good-looking young women. These women, like, men will break their legs and have them extended. And they'll lay in a bed with 4 breaks in their fucking legs for 6 months or a year so that they can have sex with women. Somehow these women, they treated us so badly that they disillusioned us from wanting them. Bro, we were having our legs broken. all of a sudden, we don't want nothing to do with it anymore. Dude, that's got to sting like a motherfucker. And all of a sudden, they're like, man, we got to give some of the shit we stole back, or they're not going to they're not going to do it. Bro, this is as it should be, man. They've been living in this fucking delusion that they could just take, use the state as a motherfucking club, steal all of our shit, subjugate us, oppress us, and that they could just keep taking. It would be a never-ending fucking shopping spree. And they're learning that that's not the case. There is another 50% of the human race that has a say so, and you can only push them so far before. And they won't beat women. They won't get violent. They will just say, "Pound sand. Good luck. Have a good day. Good luck." And that we don't need to get violent. That violence, they can handle violence more than they can handle this shit. Like. But it's the chickens are coming home to roost. They're finally being told no. No. They've been given everything they've wanted in the last 100 years in the West. Abortion, fucking suffrage, our jobs, like men's jobs, the head of the household, the final say in the household, they've taken it all. And you know what's funny? They got away with it too for a long time, but they got greedy. They could not be contented. They couldn't, no matter how much they took, no matter how destitute they left us, they always wanted something more until the straw that broke the camel's back. Now they get what they deserve.
Worth of inventory.
Wow.
And so I imagine sex dolls, like that number is just going to keep increasing in terms of the global
Yeah.
income. But once the technology of sex robots gets better, I could see people moving over and just investing in one of those, because then it's not just, I mean, the sex doll today, many of these men will have intimate and emotional relationships with their sex dolls. So they will treat them like a partner. And what's interesting is actually from the research, it's actually more worrisome if a man treats his sex doll as an actual partner as opposed to purely as a sex
Why?
toy.
He's not
So if
hurting
he has a
anybody.
relationship with the doll and gives her a
Why
name,
does that
is this
bother
going
them
to
so
create
much?
issues with public safety? Is this going to increase violence against
I
women
know
or
why.
girls, or objectification of women and girls, things like that? Because I think that
It
was
does.
a
You
lot
don't
of the
see men
criticism.
getting all bent out of shape because women get satisfaction or whatever. Now, with like abortion, that's one thing. You're killing men's kids or and it's also murder, but you don't see men getting all bent out of shape because women are happy. I mean, it's like, yeah, we didn't like that they took our shit, but it's just like, it was not worth fighting. Men just said, fuck it, you can have the goddamn job if you want it that bad. It's fucking work. You know what I mean? Like, one job is as good as another. If you want to do it too, go ahead, be my fucking guest. And look, and guess what? They don't like it. They don't like it. They're all fucking tapping out and shit. Like, nah, man, you broke it. You break it, you buy it, bitch. You can lay in this bed.
That was, I mean, it still
We
exists
have to
now,
lay
but
in
that
that
was
bed,
where I
the
first
bed we
started hearing about
make.
this discussion in terms of why people are concerned about the technology. Whereas
Yeah.
coming from an academic and a scientific background, I just thought it's technology. Like, why wouldn't we want robots? Like, robots are cool.
Right.
But now I'm seeing the social implications of that, and we have to be very, very careful.
We
Oh,
also talk
the
about a
social
scenario where
implications, such as we have to treat men better. We can't just treat men as doormats with wallets. We can't just demand, and get what we want always, because there is a breaking point that, and she's upset about that. Like, damn it, we can't just expect the world from these guys. Damn it. There is a point at which they will not go any further, and we've reached it. I mean, that's what they're talking about. There are social implications. You mean that men won't put up with being oppressed by you until they commit suicide? Those are the social implications you're talking about? Because, they're talking about a guy fucking, being emotional and like loving an inanimate object. I mean, and he's not crazy. He's just so disillusioned with women that he's willing to play pretend like a kid with a doll, an action figure. He'd rather do that than deal with her. And that bothers them, because that puts a burden on them. They are expected to do something all of a sudden. They have expectations placed upon them all of a sudden. Women, they really, they don't know what those are. They've never had that before. They've just known to, they do whatever they want. They ask for whatever they want. They get whatever they want. That's all they've known. And all of a sudden, whoa. You're changing the rules, man. I don't like that. That's not fair, man. Like, you may as well be saying that.
take the technology of the AI companion that we talked about and import it into
Mhm.
the sex
Dude, this
bots. So you're
video is like a
getting
fucking gift from
potentially in the
God,
future
bro.
conversations, with a robot.
I got like 20
Like,
minutes
how
into
far
it, and
off
I
do you
was
think that
like,
technology is?
hard.
I would say probably at least
It's
10,
like, oh my
15
God,
years.
this is such a good
For it to
video.
be no different
Can't wait
from a
to do it
human,
tonight.
because I think it's more of like a mechanistic issue right now in terms of making the robot approximate human um, movement. There are robots out there that can do that, but those companies are not going to want their product to be used in a sexual context because it's so taboo.
Oh,
So that's where the
what would the other
discrepancy is.
context be?
Like folding laundry or getting you a cup of coffee,
It's
right? Like
so
normal,
dystopian.
yeah, like normal I mean, sex, I guess, is an everyday part of everyday life too,
Right.
but just in terms of selling a product on the market, it's very, very different.
You write in the book that Japanese scientists are developing ways to grow live human skin on robotic fingers. That detail really stuck with me.
Yeah, and also that implantable wombs are becoming a thing as well. I don't think this is super popular at this point,
Bro.
but there have been cases where they will take the
Bro.
uterus of one woman and implant it into another woman. So a woman can menstruate using the uterus of another
Oh,
person.
wow.
Woman,
The
I won't say woman,
implications
but
of
yeah.
that,
So in
Got
the
it.
context of, say,
that's
if you
not good
could
for
get
them.
a synthetic body like a robot and implant a womb, at
Oh, I
some point
see.
men can say, I can have a child on my own. I don't need a surrogate even. I can just, I mean, this is not going to be for a while, but if we continue this
If
line
that day
of
comes,
possibility,
there will be a real discussion in society whether or not we will have women anymore. That will happen for sure, because they're the weaker. We have to protect it. We have to give them a lot. If everybody was men and we could still reproduce, you wouldn't have to protect it would be equal. It would truly be equal. And nobody would be begging. Nobody would be, oh, welfare, this. It would be equal. Every man for, you know what I mean? Like, why would we have, the only reason, like, we put up with women because we need women. They do one thing they do that we can't do. Everything else we do and they can't do it. One thing they can do. And when that we don't need them for that anymore. Why would we have women? And I get, yeah, you like women and sex is good and whatnot. But like, think about the burden that they place on men all over the world at all times. Think about that, man. How much of a mental burden they are. Like we have to, the safety, provisioning, this, that, and the third. Like you could, if they didn't exist, dude, men thing opportunities would open up that men didn't never even considered. All of a sudden, all their money would be going towards themselves. You know what? Like and tech, like inventing and shit. Like women sap a lot from men, and rightfully so. It keeps things the cycle of life going. But like, if they weren't necessary, why would we have them? They're weak. Uh, they're susceptible to being preyed upon. You know what I mean? Like they need to be protected. They're like a wounded gazelle. And that requires men have to sacrifice so much for women, so much, and only because we can't have children ourselves. That's why that is. And it's like, and we've evolved the way we have for that reason. But if we didn't need them for that anymore, like, I was thinking about this earlier. I don't know if I would like that, like the idea of it. I don't know, but like considering it, like, man, we would have to have that conversation. We would have to have it. Like, it's an option. It's a consideration we would have to make. But like, just consider how much we have to give, how much of our lives we work for these people because they're lesser by the grace of God. I understand that and stuff, but like, regardless, this is a hypothetical, you see, of course. And, I like thinking, I like that kind of shit, but like, consider it, like, man, a lot of our lives is spent working so these people can live, I mean, a lot of our lives is spent working to provide for them so that they can eat their whole lives, so that they can have shelter their whole lives. Like, and if we didn't have to do that, fuck, man, imagine all of that effort, all of that money going towards something more productive, not just being thrown down a well, thrown down a fucking a garbage disposal. I mean, consider that, man. I don't know if it would be a better world, but it would be more just. It would be more just. Everybody would be truly equals, and nobody would provoke men and be hitting men and, oh, what are you gonna do? Blah, 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 and fucking, calling the cops. Oh, he beat me, or he, this guy raped me. Oh, none of that shit. I mean, dude, consider, man, they're quite the burden. And I really hadn't even thought about it until I heard her say that. And I was like, fuck, man. Like that must really scare the ever loving dog shit out of them, because they know there's only one thing they do that we can't do. Everything else we do better than them. Everything else. And that one thing we can't do. And all the money, all the time, all the fucking the anxiety and the mental anguish we go through, so that to keep them alive, so that we can get children out of them. I mean, it's kind of a wild thought when you think about it. Like, fuck, man. I mean, yeah, dude. And honestly, like, if I could have children, if I could just go out and have a child that was my kid without a woman, I mean, I would probably do that, or at least in my position, I would. But considering that, like, you don't have a woman fighting you for your kid, a woman, like, bro, just you and your kid, and they're yours, and you know what I mean? Like, man, hmm, that's a lovely thought, man. That's a lovely thought.
Well, I think like part of this community, and I don't want to make it everyone in this community or generalize, but some men who might fit the bill of incels might look at this and say, women who have rejected me, who haven't been interested in me, are becoming obsolete. Like, to
Kinda.
what extent do you think that's an actual risk?
It
Before
is
I would laugh at them, but now I do think, I mean, because partially that ideology has become so widespread, and the men who hold these
because
views,
you
I'm not sure if
pushed
it's that they're
men that
posturing in
far.
social media, and I don't know how many of them are actually
They don't even consider that
real
it's
people and
their
not
fault.
bots. But I have spoken to
They've done
some
this
men
to
who
themselves.
really seem to be engrossed by this way of
Men love
thinking.
women.
And if that product comes on the market, I imagine it's to be quite expensive. So depending on how much
We would have
they
to
have in their
change,
bank
damn it. If a product like that came out, we would have to change. We would have to start treating these men like human beings. We would have to start holding up our end of the couch. How about that? What a fucking world it would be.
Yeah.
you know, but I could see some men choosing to go that route. And it might not even necessarily be incels. It might be just men who simply say, I haven't had luck. And I try, just as women, you know, in one of the chapters, I talk about reproductive technology. And if you reach a point where you're saying, you know, I have to
Women do
make a
it all
choice
the
now, am I
time where
gonna
they
have
have
a
a
child
kid
now or
without a
not? I'm
man.
gonna have to go on my own to do that. So men might say, I'm not having luck with
Why
women.
wouldn't we?
Well, this is an option for me as well.
Do you think it's possible to have true intimacy without
Of
another
course it
human?
is. Listen,
Definitely not if it's a computer program.
definitely
No.
not. Definitely not if it's a computer program. You'd think she was God. You'd think this bitch thought she was a fucking fortune teller. How the fuck would you know? You don't even know what men think. You don't even know what men are like. Like, she's like making these fucking broad, like, declarative statements. You know, ipsa dixit. Just, oh, you know, definitely not. Like, God, are you this fucking arrogant? Like, man, they do themselves an awful disservice when they behave like this.
What happens when some people might perceive that they're having intimacy without an actual human?
You can definitely perceive the intimacy. I think that's the thing that makes it so dangerous.
What difference does it make
It is
if it's
so
real or not if they
realistic.
perceive it?
And like I said, when I was talking to these
That's what counts.
AI companions, I could fully understand why people become so engrossed with
That's
them
why
and
she don't
why
like
some
it.
people do fall in love with them. Because if you just watch the interviews or you talk to people who have an AI friend,
She
it
experienced the
sounds a
same
little
thing.
bit bizarre the way they talk about the person. They talk about them like they really are a loved one, but it does
Maybe they
activate
are.
the same response in us in that, you know, when you hear the voice of someone you care about, it releases oxytocin, so it bonds you to them. So even if you know, I don't think the release is going to be as great with an AI, but if you have rapport with this AI, you feel comfortable with it, even though you know it's a machine, it's still probably going to be evoking the same biological mechanism. And so that's why
just
you have to be very,
animals.
very careful and very aware. Because some people, when they lose access to their bots, they are totally devastated, right? It's like a traumatic event for them, the way they
I
speak
know,
about
man.
it, because they feel this
It's a
is the
good
only person
show,
that
but
really
it's
ever
also,
truly
I mean,
understood them.
this
And
interview,
now
but it's
it
kind
ran
of
out of
scary
memory,
at the
or the
same
company
time.
changed the programming and they can't access it anymore.
Or they can afford maybe.
They can't afford it, right? And
She is
so,
wrong, man.
you know, it really
She's
feels
very
like a
wrong.
loss.
I think it might be easy for a lot of people to say these aren't real relationships. And I wonder
Bro,
if,
who are you to
despite
fucking
that,
decide
our
that?
conception of relationship will just change.
Maybe
Do you
you're
foresee
not the
that?
real relationship. You ever thought of that? You ever thought of the men are going to go where the real relationships are and they're going in the opposite direction from you skanks? You ever considered that? Maybe you're fucking wrong? Has that ever once occurred to you in your entire life that you are the one that's wrong? Like, holy shit, man. Dude, the boomers, they did these women an awful disservice by never denying them anything, by telling them they're princesses. They deserve this, they deserve that. Men don't deserve anything. Fuck, man, they're here to provide for you. Like, yo, man, dude, they did a number on. We're all paying for the boomers with how they raise these
I hope it
girls.
doesn't. I mean, I do see that's going to change in the future if we continue in this direction. I hope that's not the case, 'cause I don't think
Me
it's
too.
healthy. I think, like with many of these technological innovations, they serve a purpose that can work short term.
These women don't
as
even
maybe a
understand
temporary
the
solution.
implications of the conversation they're having. They can't see further than a couple years. They think that what's going to happen is just men are just going to, you know, enjoy these relationships and things are going to carry on. It hasn't even occurred to them that we're dying off. That there is going to be no us and them in 50 years. That has not even occurred to them. They haven't thought that far ahead, man. They don't think that far ahead. All they can think about is what's right in front of them and that they're not receiving. They're not thinking like, holy shit, you know, we're not going to have kids anymore. We're not going to exist in 30 or 40, 50 years. They don't even realize what they're talking about is literally the destruction of this society, the disintegration, just the dying off. They have no idea. No fucking clue. That I mean, dude, that's why this interview was so profound for me. I'm like, holy shit, man. It's eye-opening, bro, to see how clueless. And these women are they're supposed to be our leaders. They're the ones that are running all of our government, uh academia, all these different top institutions. And these are the people that we're relying on to solve this problem. Do any of you guys feel does that soothe your worries? Thinking of them, they're the ones that are sorting this out, figuring this problem out. Do you feel better about it? Because I sure as fuck don't, dude. We're I mean, in the end, we're going to have to solve the problem. If it gets solved, it's going to be by us. These women ain't solving shit, bro. They don't even know what the problem is. They don't even know what the problem is, man. They don't even know how bad it is, bro. They're looking at the same data that I've been looking at, and it hasn't occurred to them yet that, we're not replacing ourselves, and you can't do that forever. Like, that hasn't even occurred. And not once, not one time in this entire video, this entire interview, have they discussed their part that they've played in this, that they've killed millions of children, that they've driven men away, like men want nothing to do with them anymore. They've killed generations of children now. And it's just like, man, none of that, it doesn't even occur to them, doesn't matter. It's not pertinent. Who cares? It's men, we need to figure out how to subjugate these guys more. So, it's like, it's not that they need to change and be reciprocal and so men will come back. It's that, no, we need to put a gun to men's head and force them back. That's what they're considering, basically. Like, no, we're not wrong. How could we be wrong? The men are wrong. They just, they need to suck it up and be men and tough it out. Like, it just doesn't even occur to them that they may have to sacrifice. They don't know what that is. I mean, and it's like, fuck, man. Like, these are the women we have. These are the women that are supposed to raise the next generation, supposed to. These are our leaders that occupy more than half of all the institutions, academia, government. I know I'm leaving out one or two others too, but like science, all these big time institutions that figure shit out in the past, have figured shit out, came up with the birth control pill, came up with this, came up with that. Well, all the boomers have finally retired. All the male boomer doctors, they're finally gone. Now it's them. They're up to the bat. They're up to the plate. They're stepping up. And they haven't the fucking foggiest notion. They haven't the fucking foggiest notion of what's going on, what the problems are, who's the cause of the problems. All they know is what's been drilled into them their entire life. Us perfect, men bad. Us perfect, men the problem. And they don't realize it's that ideology, it's that attitude that has caused men to revert to like dolls and shit, to settle for, to prefer dolls over them. And how does it not occur to them, like, whoa, what are we doing that these guys would rather fucking die alone without having kids? They would rather spend their life with an inanimate object than to be with us. What have we done? No such introspection, man. Like you say, Mr. Marquis, FUBAR. That's an excellent way to put it, bro. FUBAR. They are so fucked in the head, bro. They can't make head or tails of anything. And these are the people that are supposed to lead us out of this crisis. We're fucking doomed if these are the people we're relying on. I mean, these are the people writing books and shit, man. And like, and what problem she thinks she's solving, I don't know, bro, because it's certainly, she ain't solving anything. It's just like a long TikTok video of of women saying, telling each other, yeah, fuck that guy. You go, girl. It doesn't matter how wrong they are. They just, you go, girl. And so they never think that It's some toxic ass culture, man. And the chickens are coming home to roost, man. There are consequences for this bullshit, ladies. You're gonna pay for this shit.
To make us feel better at that moment, but long term, it's not good for us because ultimately, like one of the main points of sextinction is that you cannot override biology with technology or
Hmm.
with novelty. And so we may use these technologies as distractions or conveniences, but in time there will be side effects and repercussions that we
No
will pay
shit.
for. And I think we already are paying for that.
You
Men have
write in the
already
book that,
seen
people
them
typically
and
associate
accepted that those are
owners
better
of
than
sex
you.
dolls with people who are, I think, like socially inept weirdos
Yeah.
is maybe the way you put it. Do you think that perception will change?
I do think so.
Wow.
Yeah, because
Same
you're
with
so
AI
awful.
boyfriends and girlfriends. I do think in time. Right now, there's still a little bit of there's a bit of judgment, but I think also slight fascination
and
that
they
people
could
have.
fix
Like when I
this.
talk to people
They
about
could
this,
fix
they're
this.
usually
They could
they usually will
change.
say no, they've never
Nope.
tried it, but they're like, well, what is
Nope.
it like though? You know, and
Yeah.
they're curious. They think about trying it. And the expert I interviewed even said
Well,
people are going to want to try
well
this
said,
and they're
Mr.
probably going to like
Formicus.
it. And so what are we going to do
Demons.
when that happens?
There was one
Diabolical,
quote in the
bro. This
book
is
to your point about
diabolical.
people unexpectedly liking it. You
This
know,
is some
you write, a
Disney
doll will
villain
never argue,
shit, bro.
complain, lie, become jealous, betray, or leave you. It won't entice other men, won't be out late with friends, and won't take the house
These
and
are our
kids if
women,
you split
man.
up.
Our
But a doll
women.
lacks all
White
the
women.
benefits that come packaged with being in a healthy relationship,
Wow.
include building a life together, intimacy, and
Incredible.
emotional support. I want to couple that with a question, which is you sort of described like some of these doll owners
Man.
as actually being like quite empty and bored. And you spoke with some of them, right?
Yeah.
Think about how bored
Tell us
women are
some
to
of your
these men.
takeaways from those conversations.
So
How
it's
boring.
interesting because many of them will document their relationships with their dolls on the internet, and some of them will blog over a span of very many years, conversations the dolls have with each other. They'll do photo shoots with the dolls, and some of them do, like, they look aesthetically pleasing as art, but they would frame it in the context of, oh, we had a really nice date last night, and here's a photo of
I
us, like
understand how
as
they
though it's a
don't
real person.
real. I don't pick up
So it's
on the
quite
implications
sad. I
of
mean,
it.
some of them, the way they speak about their dolls, as a woman, I found a bit repulsive. They, you know, refer to the body parts, they poke and prod at the doll.
They poke and
I
prod
thought it
at
was interesting when I
a
visited the
doll.
stores that had this merchandise.
Listen to this.
I would always ask, can I touch? Is it okay if I touch her here? And I would feel like I was, if I touched the doll's arm, say, I'd be very careful, and I would only touch it in places where you would touch another human being, where it'd be socially acceptable.
Right.
But so I think it's a little bit different. Whereas I remember one store owner, she said, you know, most people don't ever ask; they just touch it. So
Wow.
I think it's
And she doesn't
interesting
realize that
from
lady
one
was saying, "You're
perspective of,
fucking
like,
crazy."
the way that we interpret that versus, say, men, if
You
it's a
ask
sexual
permission to
thing.
touch an inanimate object? What the
So
fuck
my
is
point
wrong with
being
you?
that
You are out of
I
touch. You are
understand
fucking
why
psycho.
they serve a purpose.
What is wrong with you that you think you need to ask that a doll, that it would be socially unacceptable for you to touch a doll in an inappropriate way? What the fuck, man? That's how brainwashed she is, bro. That's how full of bullshit her brain is.
Sympathetic to that, and I understand for these men who probably really do want love in their life, or maybe they did go
Yeah, but
through a
they can't
difficult
get it
divorce
because of
and
you.
lost, you know, half of their
That's how
income and
foul
access
you
to their
are.
children, and it's really devastating. But I do wonder for men who say are more antisocial or maybe have negative use of women,
Men
how
are
it's going to
antisocial. Really?
change or potentially worsen their views of women.
There's sort of this debate about whether all of these technologies in some ways solve the problem of male
They do for
loneliness
men.
because they give people these alternatives. And therefore we don't have as many aggrieved, aggressive, angry men because they can turn to the AI companion or the sex doll or the OnlyFans star. And that people see it as all a big solution, actually.
It
The
is,
other side
because
of the
it's an
coin is that people
option.
look at all of this and say,
It's an
no, but
alternative to
now
you.
it's going against everything throughout evolutionary
It's
history.
an alternative to being dragged through the fucking meat grinder for 30 years than having your kids and half your shit stolen from you. Not to mention that the kids might be, she may have cucked you. They may not even be yours. She may have done so much damage to you that you commit, you off yourself. They don't mention that how poorly they treat men. They drive men.
That has required men to become better, essentially, you know, becoming physically fit, getting a job, doing everything that might make them marriageable. It cuts against that. I'm wondering how you look at that
Doesn't even occur to them that
risk-benefit
the men don't
in
want
terms
to
of, you know,
marry
if we
them.
remove all of these alternative options, does it actually incentivize men to become better? Or does it just make this pool of men more lonely, more upset, more isolated?
And sexually frustrated,
And
which is not good.
yeah, and sexually frustrated, which leads to violence and so forth. So how do you think about
Bro,
that?
can you believe
Right.
this? Makes them more sexually frustrated, which leads to violence. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't see anybody fucking attack. Like, I don't see any fucking riot. You know who's violent? It's you, fucking white cunts in your 30s attacking motherfucking federal officers doing their jobs. You are the violent psychopaths, not us. God damn, dude. Burn these witches, man.
Well, if I
Fucking
look at the
burn these
data, so
witches at
I've
the
heard
stake,
that
dude.
concern. I don't think it's possible for us to halt this technology or ban it or, wish it out of existence, because it's here and it's going
Yeah.
to continue. And even if you do try to ban something, it's going to come back in some other form,
Yeah.
and it's going to be more
I,
enticing to
I
this
think I
population
thought
because
I
they're
put
going to
you
say,
on the
"Well, you tried to
regulars
ban it. I'm
list.
going to go out of my way now to use this." So, say with pornography, there has been research to show that access to it leads to a decline in terms of sex crimes. Same with prostitution. But I still don't, that's not going to incentivize these men to have healthy relationships or to view women as human beings that they want to connect with and
Bro,
love. So I mean, that's a
these
bit of a
women,
different
they really
conversation.
think that it's that men don't want to connect. The men think women are beneath them. They don't want to connect with them. It's this, that, and the other. The men are evil. That's what they honestly think is going on here. They think it's because men are so toxic. It's not that they are so toxic that no matter how much men see them as humans and how much men treat them well, they will still rip that man's heart out and fucking shit on it. They will still take that man's kids. They will still destroy their lives. They don't get that. I mean, bro, this woman is a doctor. I'm like, man, this is crazy, bro. It's crazy. They think we're the crazy ones. They think, and all we did was say, we're done. We're tapping out. We're done. We're washing our hands of this bullshit. That to them, that means that we're violent incels. We think women are beneath us. We think they're disgusting. They don't deserve, they're not fit to fucking carry our jock straps. That's how they see things. So how fucking skewed are you? How fucking like, you're so emotional, you're so selfish and self-centered that when things aren't working or you're not getting what you want, it means that other person is bad. It's not that you have a part to play. It's not that it takes two to tango. It's that he's bad. He's not giving you what you want. Never mind what you're doing. He's not giving you what you want. God damn, man. And you know something, to my mind, it's like, bro, I'm not so sure that a society that produces women like this deserves to go on into the future. Bro, we literally have the worst females to have ever walked the planet. This is the worst generation of females ever, ever. There has never been a worse generation of women than these here. Think about that for a second. Think about that. That is a fact, bro. That is a fact. These are the worst females any man has ever dealt with, any man that has ever seen. They have the worst attitude since human beings existed. They have the worst intense, the worst feelings towards men. These are objectively some of the worst human beings, the worst generation ever that has graced this planet. That's a fact, bro. That is a fact. That is incontrovertible, inarguable, bro. And if I'm wrong, tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me what other generation was worse than them, huh? Tell me. That's not younger than they are. Doesn't exist. No other society ever even fathomed to fucking gas and glaze women till they turned into fucking demons. I mean, there's a reason why the birth rate's declining. These women are no good. They're Veruca Salt on fucking steroids, bro. To the power of 10, bro. They're no fucking good. It's that simple. They're no fucking good. And we ain't dealing with it. We're not taking these. We're not. These are fucking defective. You can have them back. Thank you very much. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on.
But I do think it's important to just even have the conversation period and to question it, because I do think to simply say, oh, we'll throw these guys a
Bro, have you
bone and
watched
just
this
let them
whole
like the
interview?
sex robots
You'll
for a
see how
little bit,
smart they
let
are.
them
They're
just have their
fucking
fun, and at least they
retards.
have an outlet. Well, we don't have data
It's
to know, especially
incredible.
with, say, sex robots. One subject they
It's
talk about in that
incredible.
chapter also is child sex dolls, which is a very dark subject.
Oh.
And the fact that there are some people, including academics, who say we should just let pedophiles have child sex dolls, child sex
And
robots
what
when
does that
that
have to do
technology
with
becomes
grown
available
men
as an outlet.
with
We have no data to
female women dolls?
know what the outcome of that is. We don't definitively know that that's going to help. We don't know that that's going to be even a neutral effect. It could worsen
Oh,
things. So I think it's fair
so
game
we
to be
should force the
skeptical. And
men
if
to
you
be
are
with us
skeptical of
because
evolutionary
it can't be worse
explanations,
than, or
like
it can't
I
be
said,
worse than the
there all the
dolls.
citations are in the book, so you're welcome to read them. And if you have
Just
concerns,
be
I'm always
glad that
open to hearing
we
that. I
didn't
actually
go
love
the other
hearing
route.
from
That we
people who
didn't go
read my
the
work, whether
violent
they agree
route.
or disagree.
We
How
just
do we
said
get
no.
men to opt back into having real relationships?
I think giving them a fair chance of success. I mean, I keep hammering away at that point, but I would also say trying to close the divide between men and women. I think a
Poor
lot of the
thing.
polarization is that, well, it's the algorithms feeding us certain things,
Yeah.
and we're not really
It's not
aware of
behavior of
why
women.
that content's being shown to us or the actual popularity of it, because there's this perception that it's very popular and you
Man,
see all these likes
felt
and
good. This
comments,
fucking
but are those actually reflective
just
of
fucking
what
tearing
people
into him felt
think?
so
And not
good.
just on the
Ah,
platform, but just people in real life, right? If you talk to the average person on the street, do they
man,
really think that that behavior of
how
someone's ranting
relieving.
about a date they went on that was bad? Or say it's a woman who's complaining about a guy approaching her at the gym and she was so
How about a
disgusted and angry
woman
about it. And this is why
stealing a
men are
man's
afraid to approach
children
women
and all
now.
his shit
I
and
think
using the
most women
state to do it, to
do not
leverage
behave
it?
like that. They don't get in their car after and rant about how awful it was that this man approached them and how dare he and don't talk to me and that.
Bro,
And
that's
so
child's play.
just to I would say to young
That's
men, I
motherfucking
understand.
T-ball
I
shit.
think that chapter also is very much about like physical health as well as emotional health
Yeah.
and things like environmental
Yeah.
toxins and
And being
endocrine
with
disruptors.
you
So I
is
think
the
both sexes,
ultimate
physical health is
unhealthy
a huge part
fucking
of the
thing that a man
equation.
can do.
5% of the population is currently depressed. So mental health is also feeding into this. When you're depressed, you have a low motivation, you don't want to socialize, you don't want to be around people, you have low sex drive,
That's not the
you don't feel
problem
good
though.
about
They just can't
yourself.
they
And
can't understand
so
that.
there's a lot of correlation between depression and anxiety too. So also you don't want to be around people, you feel judged. So being in the best place
And
you
just to
can be.
clarify for people who don't know, endocrine disruptors are basically chemicals in the environment that are leading to lower testosterone and
Yeah,
sexual function.
yeah, just messing with our hormonal systems
Yeah.
basically, and they can be naturally occurring or they can be synthetic as
And they
well.
just
But in terms of my advice
it's
to
like
people
they're
who may have
play
been men and
acting. They're trying to be the boomers that came before them, the boomer white men that came before them. But all they know how to do is act. All they know how to do is throw out the words and kind of pretend and fake it till you make it because none of this shit makes any sense. You can tell that, oh, endocrine inhibitors, blah, 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 blah. It's like, bro, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You haven't the foggiest notion.
women who
These
are
bitches ain't gonna
struggling in
fucking lead
this
us out of this
area of
mess.
dating or to find the
That's
motivation to date is just to work on your physical health as well, eat really well, and
that's
be
her.
physically
This is
active,
her
be in the
fucking grand
sunshine, and then be aware of all
master
these other
plan answer.
toxins that
Right.
we may or may
Eat
not even
well.
be fully aware of in terms of how much they're affecting us, because that's affecting our fertility and also our mood.
What does the future look like if the status quo remains?
More loneliness, more
Mm.
disconnect, more unhappiness. And I think especially if we double down on these band-aid solutions, it can be potentially really tragic. Yeah. I
Bro,
don't think, because at the time it makes us feel better. It distracts us from the reality. It distracts us from whatever the issues are that we may not want to be
women
dealing
do
with.
not value truth. This interview is fucking absolute evidence, incontrovertible evidence for that. Women do not value the truth. They value safety. They value comfort. Truth isn't even on their fucking list, man. And these are the women that we put in charge of our institutions, our problem-solving institutions. These women won't even accept what the real problems are, much less even go about trying to solve them. We've allowed these people to to occupy these positions of authority, these positions of prestige, and they're incapable. They're physically and mentally incapable of doing the job that they've applied for. And when things get rough, they're gonna tap out. They're gonna say, "We didn't know it was gonna." We, you know, they when they started their careers and they went to school, they thought it was just gonna be fun. Good, it was just gonna be fun and games because America was doing so good for so. They just thought it was just gonna continue. The gravy train was just gonna keep going. They were gonna keep getting abortions. Men were gonna keep fucking taking their shit and paying for everything. Absorbing all their bullshit and protecting them from reality. That's what they thought was gonna happen. And then the boomers leave the fucking the workforce, and all of a sudden, shit hits the fan. All of a sudden, shit gets real as a motherfucker. And guess what, bro? They ain't even, dude. They're gonna say, What do you expect us to do? We're not men, bro." Women have never fixed problems like this, like societal issues. Women are incapable of that shit. They just want to curl up. Oh, comfort. I want comfort. Say, protect me, protect me. That's what they're gonna do. That's exactly what they're gonna do. They're gonna get in over their head, and they're gonna, like when violence happens or something, they jump down under a desk. That's what they're gonna do, bro. They're just gonna say, "Oh, I don't want to play this anymore. I don't want to play this game." Yeah, after they stole how many men's fucking livings, how many men's seats in college, how many men's salaries that would be fucking providing for a family. They took all that shit, and because they thought that they would never have to fucking measure up. They would never actually have to be, they would never be called on to perform. Joke's on them. Joke's on us all. Joke's on us all. Because they're exactly in that position and they are not equipped for it. They haven't they have not the taste for it. They haven't they haven't the will to do it or the inclination. They haven't the fucking the want to. I mean, they're not gonna be up for it. Once they grasp how serious this issue is, they're going to tap out immediately. They're gonna say, "Whoa, whoa, we did not sign up for this. We thought it was just chilling at a desk, typing a little bit, sending a few emails, and collecting that six-figure check. We did not sign up for having to have responsibility for the destruction of our civilization. We Jesus. Sorry. Whoops. Yeah, they didn't sign up for this shit, man. I'm telling you. You can just tell they're clueless. They're fucking clueless, man. They haven't the foggiest notion what they're doing. They don't even look like they want to know that, or that, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't even look like they take it seriously. And it just, and what's fucked up is the people that came before us, they knew this shit was gonna happen, or they knew that this was a possibility, that we could end up with tough times, and that we would be stuck with these people in the fucking driver's seat. Can you believe this shit, bro? That these are the people that are in the driver's seat, bro. When arguably the greatest cataclysmic event that could happen to a society has happened. And these are the people that have our lives in their hands, that have our children's lives in their hands. Fuck, man. It's not looking too hot. I mean, man, and you know something, this will be their lesson. It'll be like, something, now you can just go back to your kitchen and shut the fuck up because you're not cut out for this. You're not cut out for this. Stop pretending that you can do this. You can have babies. That's the extent that you can do things that we can't do better than us. Or that you can actually, like, but they can't do this. They're not equipped for this, man. Like, anybody has a mother, anybody who's dated a woman knows that they are not equipped to deal with problems like this. Real problems, bro. That's why they need. I mean, that's why they want to have a man in their life, bro. Just paying their rent drives them insane. They take the antidepressant shit just to make their rent, bro. You see them when they do pay their rent. They're on TikTok bragging about it like it's, "I just won an Olympic gold medal. I paid my rent this month." Huh. What do you mean? What do I bring to the table? I paid my rent this month. Are you fucking kidding me? You make you make the same, or you make how much I would be making if you were, if all of you weren't in the fucking or the job market, the economy. You're making real money, and somehow you still, like, it's fucking incredible, man. It's incredible how this lot was allowed to steal the rug right out from under us. Bro, like snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, man. Like the greatest civilization ever. And it took these women half a century to lay it low, bring it to its knees. It's fucking incredible, man. Thousands of years of men sacrificing to build it up takes them fucking 50 years, and they bring it down to nothing. Nothing.
But again, it's temporary. So I could
Oh, it's
see, especially
temporary.
because technology only advances and it doesn't devolve, if we are not more aware of the ways in which it's feeding into our biological vulnerabilities, which is why we like them.
Yeah.
But if we're not very mindful about, setting limits and boundaries
It's
within
better than
ourselves in
you,
terms
no
of
matter what.
how
It's
much are we
better
going
than
to
you,
use this
woman.
or how often or
Huh.
in what situations.
Until
There
you
was one statistic
change
I
and
found
it's
really
not better
egregious
than you
that people,
anymore, this is
I
it.
forget
This
the
is the
exact number, I
fucking
think it's like 1
future
in 10 people
you've
were
chosen.
checking their phone or posting on social media during sexual activity.
Wow.
So I thought, like, how does that even happen? What do you say to your partner in that case? But is it just so normalized now that people are like, okay, this person wants to get up and post something on social media, I'll just wait until they're done. I mean, we're at that point. So
Yeah.
yeah, I just hope to raise awareness with this and give people lots of information. There are more than 400 citations in this book, so you don't have to read them all, obviously, but just if people want to look up their own information and make
And
up
you'll
their own
get
minds,
nothing
and
out of
hopefully
any of
just
them.
have unbiased
You may as well
scientific
not read it.
information so they
It's a waste
can
of
live their
time.
best life.
Dr. Debra So, thank you so much for being here.
Oh,
Thank you so much.
man.
I love this
Holy
conversation.
The book
bro,
is
at least they
Sextinction, The
enjoyed it.
Decline of Sex
At
in the
least
Future of
they enjoyed
Intimacy. I
it,
really
bro. They
encourage
got something
everyone
out
to
of it.
read it. I learned so much from it, and I look forward to having you back. So
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Man. Holy Lord, man. Well, that's why I said at the beginning of the video, I said, bro, this shit was fucking stark, eye-opening shit, dude. Eye-opening shit. That these are the people that we're literally placing our hopes in. And we're doomed. I mean, we're not doomed, but Darrell, we're gonna have to sacrifice, and we're gonna have to, like, it's gonna be hard, bro. It's gonna be hard. First, we're gonna have to pry them away from their precious careers. We're gonna have to pry them out of those shit. I mean, they'll probably give them up when the going gets tough. That's how they do. But I mean, and really, honestly, I don't even blame them, man. Really, I don't blame them. That's women, bro. Like, I hear guys complaining, like, like these women, they tell each other, like, just wait, you'll find a guy when you least expect it. A guy will appear out of nowhere. And I hear guys like, bro, doing nothing is the worst thing you could do. Like, that's the worst advice to give somebody, is to say, just wait, do nothing. It'll work out. But that's ignoring history. That's ignoring females. Bro, the story of a woman, and this is their fantasy, by the way, too. And there's a reason for that. But the story of a woman is they just kind of live their life at their parents' house until Prince Charming shows up out of nowhere, plucks her from obscurity, puts her on a throne, or, you know what I mean, like fucking the Princess Bride type shit. Plucks her from obscurity, puts her on a throne, gives her everything. That's their real story, bro. Cinderella shit, where the fucking prince just pulls her out of nowhere. That's the real story, bro. We all know this. We know this. Women, bro, they can literally spend, like, before, women would go to college so that they could meet a guy, they could meet guys. Women, what they do before they get married is a moot point. It does not matter. They could spend the whole time failing. They could spend the whole time being successful. Bro, they could fucking shit or get off the pot. It does not matter whatsoever, because we don't care. All we care is that she looks good. You know what I mean? Like, that's the way it should be. But, like, that's why women have this devil may care attitude about everything. Whereas, like, we take shit deathly serious, because guess what? Your genes don't make it into the future if you don't have your shit together by the time you're 30. You feel me? Like, that's just the way it works, man. Because the woman ain't gonna have it together. You got to have it together, or she's not even gonna talk to you. So, men, it's deathly serious. Women, they just need somebody to participate, or they just need to participate. They're bringing the gear to have the kid. So it doesn't matter what they do. It's essentially a moot point what they spend their time doing before they get married. And that's why, like, men complaining, like, oh man, well, you're doing nothing. That's the worst thing. No, it's not the worst thing you could do as a woman. It's actually like kind of the best thing you could do. Like, would you want a woman that just sat, like, lived at her parents' farm and just helped out with her parents at the house, or do you want a woman that's going out and being proactive and doing shit and, like, mixing it up in the world, bro? I would rather that bitch just stay put at her dad's house and fucking be under her dad's supervision. That's what I'm saying is that's their role, dude. It doesn't really matter what they do, like what they pursue. And I'm not saying this to drag them or nothing. I'm just saying, like, evolutionarily, like, this is the way it works. Like, this works. This is how humans survive. Women, they don't need, like, all that stuff. It's like they can do it if they want, but it doesn't matter. However, men, it does matter. Like, that's our job, like, we have to provide this, that, and the other. They provide other things that we can't provide. So all that shit is important for us. We have the burden of performance. They don't. And yeah, it is easy, but you know something? I would not have it any other way, bro. I would never want to be a woman. Not because they're not human or something, but just because, I mean, I kind of like the challenge. I kind of like the uncertainty. I kind of like the pressure to perform. I like that. I think that's kind of the point. Like, that's the whole reason why I'm still even here. Like, bro, if there was no pressure to perform, like, I doubt that I would still be here. To be honest with you, I doubt it, bro. If it wasn't as challenging as it is, I probably would have just said I'm good. I like, yeah, I would have just gave up the ghost, man. But that's the way things are. Women, that's not their deal. That's not their and that's the way it should be. And it's to no fault of their own. And that's a good thing. Because, like I said, you don't want a woman that's been out mixing it up and competing with men and doing this and doing that. You'd rather them just stay put and wait. And that's historically that's what they did. And then when a guy came across, she was pristine, feminine, undamaged, you know what I mean? Like, that's why they have that attitude. And it's a good way to be for women. I mean, in any other time period, it would be a good way to be. But in this, I mean, now they've been brainwashed, propagandized to pursue all these crazy ideas, have sex with 100 guys in their 20s, which is insane. But they all do it. And they don't get anything out of it. I mean, I guess they feel like, that they don't want to miss out on it, that it's, God damn it, fucking bullshit. They've been told their whole fucking lives that, they'd be throwing their life away if they just got married straight out of high school, just got married straight out of, you know what I'm saying? They're taught that they would be throwing their lives away if they get married straight off. And they don't know any better. All they know is that that's what they're told. And they're starting to realize, yo, that was bullshit. That's not the way it works. I hate this. I don't know why people told me to do this. And I read an article today about it was a guy telling a story about a woman that she decided to get married at like 22, and all of her professors, her friends, like, she was in college, her professors, her friends, her parents, everybody that she talked to on a weekly or a daily basis was like, why? You're throwing you're throwing all your best years away. And one professor's like, why would I get you a job when you're not even going to pursue a career? You're not even going to be there that long. What's the point? It'd be throwing away an opportunity when you don't even really want it. And, she's stubborn and went along with it anyway, but it just shows you how fucked up our culture is, that people think that having a family and a man that loves you, and you know what I mean, taking care of a family, that is throwing your life away and slutting it up, sleeping around, riding the cock carousel for a decade until you're rode hard, put up wet, damaged, bitchy, resentful, hating men. That That is the way to live. Huh. If you want to live, huh, you got to spend those 20s getting raw dog, getting dick down, man. Getting your back blown out by Tyrone and Chad. Like, bro. I mean, I think, some of these women are starting to wake up. Like, man, that's just, nah, that ain't it. Like, I'm good. I see all these these women in their 30s, haggard as fuck with no kids. Because you really can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't have both. You either get busy with one lifestyle or you get busy with the other. You don't get both. I mean, back in like the 80s and shit, like my mom had a job and stuff, but she didn't whore it up for her 20s. She got married at 20 years old, had a kid at 24, you know, uh, but she worked, at banks and shit. And you might think, that that's kind of the best of both worlds, but she didn't do what they're doing, where they're partying, just taking shit for granted, not committing to anybody. Like what they're doing today is there's a word, it's night and day. It's night and day. It's not even close to what women were doing. Like when Harry Met Sally, bro, like Meg Ryan, her character, she's not slutting it up for her whole fucking 20s. She goes to college and then works as a fucking journalist, has a two or three, one or two or three boyfriends throughout the course, or I think it's like one, maybe two. And but like somehow women are kind of tricked into believing that that's what Gen X did in the 80s, these yuppies and shit, when it's not. It's not. They dated one or two guys. They date one guy, it didn't work out. They date another, you know what I mean? Like they very quickly coupled up, found a guy that was suitable, and settled down. They're not doing that. They're, with I guess the apps and shit, they just keep thinking that it's a never-ending story, never-ending carousel. And, whenever they decide they want to get off, is just as good as any other time. And it's not so, man. And what sucks is, bro, like 2 generations of women have been cannibalized with this bullshit. Like they're done. They're done. That's it. They ain't no take backs. Ain't no fucking, you can't get them eggs back. They're gone, sweetheart. And it's a damn shame because that's millions of women. They're gone. They ain't having kids. And, it's a shame because that's a big price to pay. And it's like, I would rather somebody just woke them up and said, yo, this isn't good. It's not going to work out. It's just fucking too late though. Like you can't, once it gets to a certain point, it's unrecoverable. And, like the fact that, they kind of displaced a lot of men from these important roles in society, scientists, doctors, lawyers, this, that, that are technical jobs, challenging jobs that need skill. Those men were cheated out of the opportunity to learn those skills. So when women, when women eventually realize what the mistake they made, and when we're up shit's creek and everybody's looking at them like, well, what's your decision? What's the answer? What's your prescription, doctor? And they ask the men, when they fucking huddle down under a desk, it'll be too late. There'll be no men to fill those positions because they didn't go to school for that shit. They didn't take the bar. They didn't fucking get their doctorate. They were cheated out of that shit so that homegirl could fucking LARP. Homegirl could pretend that she like that Debra. So, man, fucking talk about clueless, dude. Like, I almost doubt that she had been looking over data, bro, because she sounded like she was fucking brand new, bro. Like she was born last night, bro. Like she was born last night, and she swallowed all the bullshit that was spoon fed to her. And she has never seen reality. She's never lived in reality. And, it's just like, fuck, man. And I mean, I think about this shit. I've been thinking about it for months. Like, holy shit, what are we going to do? Like, what are we going to do when they can't cut the mustard? Because, bro, they're not going to be able to cut the mustard. We're like collision course for some rough shit. They ain't going to have it. They don't pack the gear. And there's not going to be the dearth of men. Like, it's not like a labor job where you can just swap them out real quick. No. There's men that have supposed to have been gone to school and then had 10, 20 years of experience in that job, kicking ass, setting the world on fire, that were just displaced, just kind of discarded like a used rubber. Man, and you know something? These women, they're gonna have to live with this shit. You're gonna have to live with it. And I think women are gonna. This is going to affect how women are seen and going forward. Probably for centuries, maybe even decades, for sure. Like they're. I would venture to say they're probably going to be treated akin to children. Like, yo, you have no leg to stand on comparing yourself to men. You have absolutely no right to even fucking compare yourself. Like you couldn't carry our fucking jock straps, the least of us. And that interview showed it, bro, how clueless they were. Like, bro, they ain't ready for none of this shit. They're not ready for, like, when guys train for a job, bro, or like they're in the military training for war, bro, they're chomping at the dude. They take the bit in their mouth. They cannot wait to put the shit they're learning and perfecting into practice. They can't wait. They're like, oh my God, let me get out there and get it. Let me take a motherfucker up through there, let me do this shit. Like these women, no. They have no such compunctions. They're like, no, I'm chilling. I got my mouse jiggler and shit, working from home. I get paid fat paychecks. And basically what it is I seen Omath put it, he draws his shit. And the other day I seen he's like made a diagram where it's like women have basically just lobbied. They figured out that they can lobby the government to take shit from us and give it to them. And they don't have to they don't have to do anything for it. So like men's lot just gets worse and worse and worse. And women, they think this shit comes from nowhere. They think that the government bestows it on them. They don't realize that the government has to take from other people to give to them, or for free healthcare for all the illegals. They just think that comes from the tooth fairy, or Santa, or something, Santaism. But they don't realize that shit comes from somewhere, and they think, oh, we could do bad all by ourselves. We're girl bosses, this and that. And I guess nobody's told them that, like, that's bullshit. They've been strong arm robbing the other 50% of the population so that you can pretend, so that you can LARP as a boss bee, you can LARP that and say you're adulting when really you're not. Because like I've said this before, I think, like, they're not net tax, they're not a net tax positive, or they're not tax, net positive tax benefit, some shit like that, where they pay more taxes, they pay into the system more than they receive from the system. Women are not net benefits. They're not a net benefit. And lifetime net, they are given more than they pay into it. So dispel yourselves of the illusion that women are boss babes, better than this, better than that. The only people that actually pay their own way and pay for other people to live are men. Women do no such thing. They don't even pay their own way. They take out more benefits than they pay in. That means they have to take from us to cover that difference. And like they have the gall, and nobody tells them. They just, because they know if they don't tell them, and they can keep telling them how badass they are, they'll just keep voting for the same pieces of shit to steal from us more. But like, nobody's telling them that, yeah, no, you're being subsidized by this other group that is also you're collectivizing your gender to oppress them, to literally bar them from what you're like, almost like Jews back like 300-400 years ago. We're not allowed to like own land or work in trades, this, that. Like, we're just like, a lot of our opportunities are just not available to us because of them, because of all this DEI, and even that woman, Debra So, said the same thing. That these men, they're flailing. They're just trying to find some way to make up for the fact that they've had opportunities taken away from them, and they're resentful and shit, and rightfully so. But these women, bro, they just, and what's crazy is none of that was good enough. It wasn't good enough, guys. All of that wasn't good enough. All the child support, all the welfare, all the EBT, all the alimony, all the fucking tax credits, the child tax credits. None of it was good enough. The you know the apex jobs, or the jobs with prestige, the offices with prestige, those weren't good enough. Those weren't good enough for them. What was more than acceptable for men for thousands of years was not acceptable to women. They had it all, and they still weren't content, which goes to show you cannot make them happy. At least these women, you can't make them happy. They had everything, man, and they still managed to fuck it up. They could have rode this gravy train for a while. All they had to do was have kids and marry guys that were their equivalent, and that's all they had to do. And that proved to be too much, proved to be beyond their capabilities. I mean, that's a damning indictment, man, that, like, not only they had what we had at one point and more, and they did less. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know why that shit just fucking, I th- maybe they pulled some shit again, but yeah, it shut off there for a second. Yeah, I just seen it too. It's go stop streaming. But like they had the world in their hand, man. They had life on easy mode, bro. They had us footing the bill, and bro, they still they still refuse to pay for their own meals. Like, dude, and they wonder why they're all alone right now. It's like there's no pleasing you. So we've just realized there's no point in trying. You're unpleasable. Like, we can't do it. It's God couldn't make you happy. God himself could not please you. So it's not even worth trying, and it's like, maybe if you have an attitude adjustment and you realize how ungrateful you are, and you realize how hard men work to provide this society for you, to provide safety for you. And at this, and like in that interview, those women could not help but accuse men of being violent rapists. Every single topic somehow came back to men being violent rapists. And it's like, what the fuck? Less than 1% of all white men commit a violent crime in their life, or like a violent crime against women, it's just like, what the fuck? They've just been so propagandized, and they've eaten that shit up, because the sure way to get a woman to believe your bullshit that you spoon feed her is you tell her how special she is and how bad men are. You know what I'm saying? They're so fucking jealous. Like, all you have to do is say they're better than us. Man, they'll believe anything you tell them at that point. Fuck, man. It's and they wonder, one day it's going to occur to them that they were the architect of all their troubles. That they had men all wrong. That men had, I mean, really, like, and I've been fucking harboring a resentment over that for years, man, because I recognized what the hell was happening. That they had literally appropriated my opportunity and given it to somebody who didn't even care about it. Like that, those opportunities that they took from us, bro, we would have cherished those opportunities. We would have busted ass. We would have had children. We would have gotten married, had children, raised those kids, loved those kids, provided for those kids, provided for that woman. Instead, they took all that shit from us to give it to a woman who was going to spend every dime of it on herself, and then still expect the government to pick up the tab and us to pick up the tab. And it was totally wasted on them. And now we're missing a whole generation of children, like millions of children that should have been born. They're not in existence now because of this shit. Yeah. And these women, they got nobody else to blame but themselves, because it's like, really, You know, it would have been nice to have that shit, but you know, it's like it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like I'm not shaking my fist at God. Like I'm fine. Like you know, I still find a way to get enjoyment out of my life. You know, and it's not over yet anyhow. So, but it's just it is such a waste, man. And it was never good enough. Never good enough. And then they rubbed it into our faces too. Oh yeah, you know, 57% of women are you know in colleges today. And as if that means anything, yeah. And look what you produce. Like, you know, judge the tree by the fruit. You're producing rotten bullshit fruit. Not no no. You're killing your fruit on the vine. It's withering on the vine. Like it's so it's almost like a sick joke some that has been played on us. Like Betty Friedan, Gloria Steinem, those were demons, man. Those were demons, Satan's himself. Lucifer himself unleashed upon us, unleashed a Lilith upon us. Like, bro, the fucking the Puritans in Salem, they had that shit right, dude. They knew how to take care of this shit. They knew. You know, you can't you can't put up with that shit, man. You got to teach them real quick. Like, you know, and with the West, we're paying for, you know, like, and we love women, you know, it's like, what are you going to do? You know, and we love Western women, white women. We love them. They're great. But it's like, fuck, man, you know, that used against us, man. Somebody used that as an attack vector to destroy or to try to destroy us. You know, we've always treated our women better than most of the world, or at least better than the Middle East and shit. You know, we've always put our women on a pedestal. Like back to fucking to the Crusades. Even then, you know, it's the same thing. Put them on a pedestal. And it's like, you know, they straight up ungrateful, took advantage of it. You know, it wasn't good enough. They didn't care. You know, we literally invented fucking telephones and computers for these women, you know, just to make their lives easier, to provide, you know, like we invented computers and this and that, invented all this shit for women. Because don't get it twisted. You know, there's a reason why we've invented all that stuff because our white women are very demanding of us. You know, they expect greatness out of us. They expect excellence. They expect, you know, the top, well, they expect us to be the best providers in the world. And we were when we were allowed to be, you know, like I said, cars, phone, the telephone, the record player, the cotton gin, uh, steam engines, all this different stuff. Don't get it twisted. That stuff was invented for women. You know what I mean? That stuff was invented so that men could make more money, be more productive, and provide a better lifestyle for their women and their children. Because that's what men do. That's what European men do. And they do it with style. They do it with style and they do it with grace. And I mean, and I would say, you know, I would argue that it's part or it's in part due to how I don't say demanding our women are to like as a slight. I say it as a good thing. They, you know, they know our value, they know our abilities, or they did, you know, European women, they knew what European men were capable of, and they expected a man's best effort, 110%. And they got it. They got it from us. They inspired us to do those things, to, you know, they inspired us to greatness. And then it just like somebody convinced them, hey, you could do that. You could do it better than they can do it. You think that's something? You ain't seen nothing. They just been holding you down. You're the dark horse. If they would just turn you loose, man, you'd be like 1,000 times better than Madame Curie. You'd make Albert Einstein look like a dunce, you know? And they believe that shit, man. And boy, they had it made in the shade too, man. And now look, they looking sick, bro. Looking sick in that interview. Like they don't know which way to turn, man. They don't know what the problem is. They don't know what guys are thinking. I mean, it's crazy too, because like those women, they keep like trying to say what they think the problem is, you know, as they see it. And it's like, man, you could not be further from the truth. And you know, if you guys noticed, Every one of their reasons, you know, the reasons that the things are the way they are, always came back to us having being doing things in bad faith. It always came back to us being bad guys that wanted to, you know what I mean, that weren't sincere, that were, you know, looking to take advantage of people. You know what I'm saying? Like always, never giving us the benefit of the doubt, always defaulting to, well, they're doing it because they benefit from it. They're doing it because they're taking it. You know what I'm saying? Like they're getting something out of us. They're oppressing us, this and that. And they don't realize that it was the exact opposite. Like they don't realize how many men have wished that they could just stay at home and watch the kids their whole life while the women go out and work. Like, are you kidding me? You know, but they always assume malice. They assume malice. And that's how that interview was. Every single thing was them saying that guys are just trying to take advantage of women, this, that, and the third. And it's like, no, like you don't realize, but that attitude, that's why we're here. The attitude, the behavior you're displaying, that is the direct cause of the situation you yourself are in. You know, it's like, what's the point? We bust our ass, put in all this effort, and the women, they don't think, damn, these guys really love us, you know, these guys really care about us. They think, man, they must be getting something out of it. They must be getting something that we don't know about, because they wouldn't do this for us. They're evil, they're fucking bastards, you know. They you know, they haven't beat us in 100 years, but it's not because they don't want to. They love to beat us. You know, we're just so intelligent and strong. You know, we've been able to ameliorate that and keep them from, you know what I'm saying? Like they like convince themselves that they've been outsmarting us, or they've been, you know, manipulating us, or they literally have been convincing themselves that we would be, you know, visiting unspeakable violence and horrors upon them if they weren't just so clever and intelligent, if they hadn't outfoxed us. I mean, it's fucking delusional, man. Like, could it be any more delusional? It's so delusional that men are just like, never mind, fuck it, man. This ain't even worth it no more. Like, you know, you don't even pretend anymore. You don't even, shit, man. It's fucking all, dude. Honestly, it's enough to make. It's so tiresome, bro. That's the thing, is it's so tiresome. We can't win. We can't win. And if it's not them bitching at us and accusing us of bad faith, it's minorities. We can't fucking win, man. You know, like these people, they don't realize where their bread and where their bread is buttered, you know? They don't realize that without us, none of this shit is even possible. Like, you know, like even black people, you know, like I see them posting on Twitter all the time talking about how white culture oppressed this, that, and the third. And it's like, bro, you're 12, you've been 12% of the population for over a century, dude. If we weren't here supporting your shit ass community, you would have died out a long time ago. A long time ago. You're only here because we let you parasite off. We let you mooch off of us. We eat good enough that you can eat good off the scraps from our table. And they're not smart enough to recognize it, or they just don't want to believe it, or something or other. But like, some of these other minorities that are, you know, that are come here from other countries, they're smart enough to realize what's going on, what the score is. Like, yo, these guys are fucking workhorses. These dudes are carrying this whole fucking deal on their back. Everybody else is a net drain on the system. These are the only guys that actually pay their fair share. And like, you know, and they get the bright idea. You know what? You know what would be a good idea? If we took these guys' ability to make money away from them, or we took these guys' ability to succeed away from them, that'll show them, and then we'll be making all the money, you know, like not realizing that, you know, and that's why men like gave it up kind of so easily. Like, yo, have at it, you know, enjoy. You're taking on, you know, you're fixing to be a fucking beast of burden. It's not going to be fun. You're not going to enjoy it. Bro, how the fuck is Nick not on yet, dude? I've been like just riffing and trying to get through it, but he still hasn't sent out his America First message. Shit, I might just throw it up on throw the break up, like YouTube, they have like this overlay that pops up. It's just like a screen, a screensaver basically with a countdown. I might just do like a 10-minute break real quick, 10-15 minute break. What do you guys think? Just do a quick 10-15 minutes and then, you know, come back. Hopefully Nick will be on by then. If anything, I'll find something else to watch in the meantime. 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. It's or I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. 5 minutes. I thought the show was. I'll be back at 5 minutes. Fucking douche dude in there. Really? Alrighty. Nothing remotely interesting on till Nick comes on. Jesus. Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing on. Ugh. I'm just so sick of all the fucking content creators that are really all out there today. They're 99% of them are fucking shills, man. It's like Nick is pretty much the only one that's not just like a straight up shill, bro. I mean, a lot of people accuse him of being a shill, but even if perhaps he is a shill, I'm not going to say one way or t'other, but he's not a shill like everybody else is. He doesn't even put ads in his damn show, and like no matter what, yeah, he's got, of course, dude's got his flaws, but bro, like that says a lot, man. He could be wringing our asses out like a wet towel and just wringing us, you know what I mean? Really getting paid. But I appreciate it. I do believe that, to him, getting his message out there is the more important task. He makes enough money. I'm pretty sure he's contented with however much he makes, and he's contented with that. It's funny, like when dudes bust my balls for streaming a shit, and I'm like, bro, you don't hear Nick complaining about it ever. You don't complain about it. And honestly, I'm pretty sure, yeah, exactly. All the modern conveniences, yeah, they will end. I mean, without us, they will end. But I'm pretty sure Nick, that he sees it kind of as a good thing. Like, yo, I mean, the more people that see my streams, the better. And not only that, like, it's weird. These people that are supposedly fans of Nick, supposedly, they're you know white guys, white Americans, but man, how quick they are to jump on another white dude's back, bro, as if I'm the one oppressing them, as if, I'm taking from them. like, bro, as if I'm literally stealing money from them. And it's just like, dude, oh yeah, you already know. You already know. I mean, he's honest, man. He's honest. And to me, that's I would even be willing to put up with some of the ads, at least for, a certain amount of ads, but the fact that I respect the fuck out of that hustle, bro. That, and something, he is a true European cat. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't need to make all the money, and he's smart enough to make the money that he needs without raping or, without wringing us out like a wet beach towel, or you know what I mean? Like just putting us through all these stupid ads, and you know what I'm saying? Like subjecting us to that crap, bro. He's smart enough to earn a living, a good living, obviously, without doing us dirt like that, man. I respect the shit out of that hustle, bro. I respect that hustle. You feel me? I mean, seriously. Like he's really, I can't really think of anybody else who's like that, who really, like, truly, really and truly has that attitude about it, He brings it up occasionally, but I feel like that's more or less, he brings it up just to remind us, hey, I could be taking advantage of the situation, taking advantage of, your patronage, but he doesn't. And it's like, I respect the shit out of it. And not only that, but the guy is true blue. I mean, bro, he ain't nobody has been able to move him off his fucking square for a decade. Man, you have to respect the hustle, bro. Like this guy, believe me, man, I've only been doing it for like 6 months, bro. It is fucking hard, dude, to put, just to do a reaction stream. That shit is hard, dude. And I mean, it's not hard. It's not harder than climbing trees, but it's like, dude, it could be stressful, bro. Like, you know what I mean? And not only that, but you have the kind of like the social pressure, like from everybody that watches, like, you guys expect something. You know what I'm saying? There is something to that. And it's not nothing. It's not nothing. And it's easy to be like, oh, you got it easy, this and that, but it could be hard, or it could be harder, but it's not like winning the lottery or something. It's not like, striking oil or gold or some shit. Like Nick has put in the effort 5 nights a week. for 10 fucking years, man. I don't care who you are, bro. That's effort, dude. That's dedication. 10 years every night, weeknight, like pretty sure. I mean, obviously he has 10,000 hours of broadcasting. He's an absolute master of broadcasting at this point. That's a fact. They say once you have 10,000 hours clocked or, logged on a profession, you are technically, you are what's considered, you're the definition of a master. 10 years, 365 days a year, let's say 300 but no, it'd be 265 or so, if you take the weekends off, be 265 days a year, and he's doing 2-3 hours a night. You feel me? That's damn close to 10,000 hours if it ain't 10,000 hours. And I think, and you know something, it shows. That's why he has such a great fan base. That's why we tune in. That's why people like me, watch his streams and react, because there's like, not only does he make himself plenty, good money, but he leaves enough money on the table, enough meat on the bone, as it were, for other guys to eat too. That's legit. That's legit right there, bro. That this guy isn't like out there striking everybody, and like, being a cunt like some of these other dudes do. You know what I'm saying? Like bitching and whining and taking people to court and getting all, you know what I'm saying? Like he could easily be that way, man. All wound up, all tight, being a little bitchy, and like a lot of these guys are that way. But Tucker's kind of that way, from what I understand. He's kind of bitchy about his content and shit, but it's his content, whatever. But yeah, I honestly, yeah, I don't know if how much more I could respect Nick, and people they try to drag him and attack him. Oh, he just put out his going live thing, and he's got his America. I think the show's fixing to kick on like any second, actually. Straight up. Hell yeah, dude. Finally, bro. Finally, dude. And he did it like fucking last minute, within seconds of shit. This the show pre-credit. Like he literally just put that message out like a minute ago. And he's already, it is late. It is late. Nice to fucking relax and have a smoke. I got mouth like a bitch right now. Talking for 3 hours. Oh, since 8:30. 4 hours, bro. I've been talking.
On Monday.
Got it.
We have a lot to talk about tonight, lots to get into.
About.
Big show. Day 10. Our featured story tonight, we're talking about day 10 of the war in Iran. Yes, we have entered the second week of the conflict, the war.
Dog,
What's amazing about this is we don't even know what's going on. We don't have the vaguest clue.
Not the foggiest.
You have
Haven't the
Pete
foggiest
Hegseth
notion.
saying it's a war. This is the Iran war. This is arguably the third Persian Gulf war.
No, true. He's a weasel.
J.D. Vance says it's merely a conflict.
He's ugly as fuck.
And the White House says this is an operation. So we don't even know what it is. It's the Iran war. It's the Iran conflict. It's the Iran operation. And we have no idea where this is going. Is it going to escalate, or will there be an off-ramp? Today, President Trump actually said Russia. Both.
Ukraine.
He said the war is almost over, but we're also far from done.
Wow.
He said the war will be over soon. We actually finished. We completed all of our objectives, but also we're going to hit them harder than they've ever been hit, and there'll be nothing left, and there's so much more.
Kick the hornet's nest again.
So we don't even know what's going on. That is what characterizes this whole episode. entered the second week on Friday night. It's now Monday. So we're entering, I suppose you could say, the second full week, and we really have no clue what you could even call this. And so tonight we're going to talk all about the latest updates. We talked about the course of the war last week, and where I left you on Thursday is pretty much where we are today, which is this. The United States is looking for a quick and decisive victory that they're not going to get. It is a strategic imperative for the United States to hit Iran as hard as possible and then quickly leave. But in order to do that, we need to topple the regime, which our own military, our generals, the Pentagon said before the war that that is an impossibility, not going to happen. And they were right. 10 days in, and the Iranian regime has not toppled. And not only has it not toppled, but it seems to be getting stronger. Huh. The Ayatollah died, but a successor was named today. It's his son. And there was a massive rally in Tehran in support of the regime and against the foreign intervention. So what the general said, and this was widely reported, General Raisin Kane, the doubts, hesitancy from before the war, well, it has come to fruition. We have not gotten this quick and decisive victory, and now we're stuck. Here's the other inevitability. Bullshit. Not only is Iran getting stronger, but they are still carrying out missile strikes, not only against the Gulf states and Israel, but maybe most importantly in the Strait of Hormuz, which we knew they would do. Everybody has said, for as long as we have been in a conflict with Iran, that the thing you got to look out for, the number one risk, is that Iran will shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Mm-hmm. And this is the narrow passage which separates the Persian Gulf oil from all the Gulf countries and the Indian Ocean. And with Iran lobbing surface-to-sea missiles as well as drones and other projectiles, none of the ships are getting through, carrying all that oil, liquefied natural gas, copper, other things. As a result, global oil prices hit $120 per barrel of crude oil over the weekend. And if this continues into the end of March, this could constrain global oil supply by 10%. And you have a global recession. Recession risk is way up. And other countries are trying to release their strategic reserves, and they're trying to make do, but we knew this was going to happen, and now here we are. So we're going to break down what's going on. We'll walk through all these different developments, and we'll try to make some predictions here, okay? Okay, gambling addicts. It's crazy. It's so funny to me. Here I am for years trying to talk about politics and like tell you what's happening in the world. Obviously, I'm completely vindicated. I called all of this.
Bro, piss on your nuts.
And instead of people saying, you know what, you were right, your analysis is great, whatever, now people just want to know what's going to happen tomorrow, literally so they could bet on Polymarket. I'm like, seriously? Is that what this is to you, people? It's like, this is the end times. This is the tribulation. There's a little more important things going on. Israel is at war with Persia. It's the end of the world. And people are like, hey, well, so quick question. Do you think oil's going to hit $115 before 12 hours from now? It's like, really? That's the question? Well, I'll try to give you a sense of what is happening and where this is going. I can't predict the oil prices by Thursday or whatever, okay?
Thank you, Massa.
But we'll get into all that. That's going to be our big story. We'll give you the latest, and I'll give you my analysis. Before we get into it, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash a like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about the show.
I just fucking riffed for 4 hours
check
straight.
out our merch store. It's down temporarily.
Yeah.
We were having some scheduled downtime. No problem, but it'll be back soon. Subscribe to the website. If you want to support the show, AmericaFirst.plus, $15 a month. You get access to the archive, every episode of the show, MP3 format, RSS feed, MP3 downloads. The video player is superior to Rumble. And we have the previous 5 shows for free on the website if you prefer that video player. That's AmericaFirst.plus. $100 a month to get to be in a group chat with me, and I'll be doing a little bonus show in the group chat tonight after the show. So if you subscribe now, you'll catch the bonus show only in the group chat, but only for the $100 a month club. It's only for the rich people. I'm going to be giving all the inside baseball to the rich people. Are you one of them? That's the question. Is it worth it to you? And if you're not, got to spend.
Get rid of that flag.
And if you're not, got to spend money to make money.
Hell yeah.
Got to spend money to, if it's your last $100,
you don't,
got to spend money to make money. This is valuable information.
Got to take a risk.
I'm kidding, of course, but that's AmericaFirst.plus. Okay. With that out of the way, we're going to dive in. I got to talk about a few things, actually, before we get into the actual Iran war update. Okay. So Professor Zhang called me out. Professor Ching Chong Chang. What the fuck is that?
Chong Chang.
This Chinese communist spy from Canada, this fake professor has called me out. Did you see this?
Oh.
I did Sneako's stream on Saturday, and he asked me what I thought of the YouTube sensation Professor Zhang. And I said, he's okay, but he's getting a lot of things wrong. He's getting a lot of things wrong. He is one of these Duganists that is pushing the Khazarian mafia theory, which exculpates the Jews for their guilt in killing God, among other things. I said, so he's okay, but he just gets things wrong. And I specifically said, I don't agree with that. And some of his doomsday end times prophecy stuff, that's wrong too. And it just seems to be a lot of conspiracy slop. He is one of these people that believes that Trump went to war with Iran so that he could run for a 3rd term and stop elections from happening. So it's this weird mix of like Jesuit, Freemason, Khazarian mafia, resistance,
and zero
liberal.
creativity.
It's just all this conspiracy slop in a pot all together. And I said, yeah, I don't think this is true. And I said that on Saturday with specificity. Well, Professor Zhang fires back on Sneako's stream and says, well, I think Nick Fuentes is a Fed because the conclusions he's drawing don't come from first principles. He's being paid to say things.
Not till yesterday.
Paid to say things. First of all, who even are you?
Right, though?
When you do your classroom lectures, are there even people there? You call yourself a professor. I think you're a high school teacher. So that's for openers. So who are you lecturing about geopolitics? Your degree is in English. You got a BA in English. You teach high school, but you're giving these courses on YouTube. Is there an audience? We don't even know about geopolitics and eschatology and all this other stuff. Honestly, is it a class? Because that would be really disturbing if there wasn't. Could you imagine? He's on like a whiteboard drawing and he's writing all these words on it like this is a lecture. He's writing like, so Iran
like Glenn
is
Beck.
Muslim. That's literally, he goes, so Iran is a Muslim country. Muslim.
Wow.
And they're going to try to have an uprising. And he's writing on a whiteboard. You think this is his lecture for his university. It isn't. He doesn't teach it. He doesn't teach at a university. So that's just like scary, actually. So he's calling me out, and I just want to say with some specificity what conclusions of mine are wrong. I'd love to hear it. I'd love to know which of my conclusions don't derive from first principles. That's my challenge to Professor Zhang, because I told him what my problem is. The Khazarian theory is bullshit. It's just fake. There's no genetic evidence to support it. There's no historical evidence to support it. To the best of our knowledge, that is actually a Jewish psyop, which is meant to prevent Jewish people from being blamed for killing Jesus. Okay? He also says that I don't know the difference between Judaism and Zionism. Well, Zionism proceeds from Judaism, obviously. Obviously. Cannot separate one from the other. They're inextricable. So that's my problem with you. Now I want to know what conclusions he thinks I'm being paid to say. I'm really curious about that. But I saw it on Sneako's stream, and I'm like, this like Chi-Com from Canada is now calling me a Fed. Here's the difference.
You're not even an American.
I've been doing this for 10 years.
Right.
Where did you come from? Oh, I know. You got deported from China because you were working for the U.S. government with PBS. That's what we know about you, buddy. So what's the beef? We got a problem? Hey, let's solve it. I didn't like that. That was crazy. Big mistake. And you know what? I'm kidding a little bit. I'm being totally serious, but I'm hamming it up a little bit. But you know something? It is actually really depressing because we are in this just, it's hard even to find the words. We're in a war with Iran. For those that are just joining us, that have not been around the block,
this is our nightmare.
It is hard to convey the gravity of the situation, not just because of how
we've been down this road.
We did Iraq, we did Libya, we did Syria. The ramifications, we're still dealing with it. The cost, the refugee crisis, the footprint for American empire, we're still dealing with all of that. In many ways, the Trump revolution, this political moment that we're in, is a product of that. And here we are again, another war in the Gulf. That's really what all these wars were. You had 1990, Desert Storm, the first Persian Gulf War. 2003, Iraqi Freedom, the second Persian Gulf War. 2025-26, the third Persian Gulf War against Iran. It's unthinkable. And the consequences of this are even more unbelievable, which is that Israel will have hegemony over the region. They will have succeeded. It's a different world. And anyway, we're in the middle of this. People have questions. They want to know what's going on. And it's our responsibility to tell them, okay, it's my responsibility as someone with a platform and someone with information, and it is for other people too. And I just feel like you have a lot of bad actors that are flooding the zone now with just garbage, with just slop. And by that, I mean, and again, listen, this is a time for unity. But I see someone like Candace Owens who says the Khazarian mafia is bringing the world to the brink of World War III. And you go, it's not the Khazarian mafia. Yes. And you got these guys like Professor Jang, and they say Trump doesn't want another election. That's why he's fighting in the war. And it's the Frankists from 300 years ago. And you see this kind of stuff, and you go, these slot merchants are winning. They have a big megaphone. They're flooding the zone with garbage. Garbage takes. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's all a distraction from Epstein. This, that, and the other thing. And it's really difficult to watch because this is a moment when everybody should be rallying to the side of the truth. And we're getting a half-truth, which is almost more insidious than an outright lie. I think that's a Mark Twain quote. But the half-truth, something that approximates the truth, it's actually in a way more nefarious. And you can call that a limited hangout. You can call that a psyop. You can call it whatever you want.
Spit it out of my mouth.
But let's be very clear about what our problem is. It's a Jewish problem. It is a Jewish problem. It's not purely Zionist. It's not Frankist. It's not antinomian. It's not the Khazarian mafia. It's not any of these things.
They're not
it's
white,
not aliens.
Not European.
Some people are bringing that one back. Let's be very clear. What is happening in the Middle East is the greater Israel agenda.
With the scum for thousands
as it
of
was
years.
written for actually centuries, maybe millennia, but specifically as it was articulated by the Likud party in the 1970s and the 1990s. They are on a quest to basically destroy every one of their rivals and neighbors in the Middle East. And we've seen it. They have done this in Iraq. They have done this in Syria. Now they're doing this in Iran.
Well, they've got us to do it.
And where does this agenda come from? Well, it comes from this messianic Jewish belief that the Jewish people have to return from the diaspora, return from exile to their promised land, rebuild the third temple in Jerusalem. Well, rebuild the Jewish temple. That would be the third iteration of it. And then that will be the seat of the lawless man. In our religion, Christianity, that will be the seat of the Antichrist, their Messiah, who they believe has not arrived yet. And in our eschatology, the Antichrist. And it all goes back to the Old Testament. This all goes back to Judaism. And all these attitudes do. It's loaded up with them. When did this operation start? Purim, a Jewish holiday, when the Jewish enemy, the Amalekites, are smited by Israel, which happened to be the Persians in that holiday. And this is in pursuit of what? Greater Israel, that promised land to the Jews, based on that biblical covenant, based on that biblical testament. God's covenant with Abraham, with the Jewish people. It's all in there. And people are trying to make it about everything other than that. And that is almost more insidious because, again, people are looking for the answers. They're looking for the truth. They're trying to make sense of this. And the old answers do not satisfy. Well, they did it for the oil. They did it for the defense contractors. They did it for whatever. Colonialism. The old answers don't satisfy. People understand it's bigger than that. And they're being given all this garbage. And it's important for people to get exactly what we are dealing with here. It fundamentally proceeds from the Jewish religion, as practiced by the rabbis, as refined in the Talmud and in the mystical Jewish tradition. That's what it is. So anyway, I call out Jang, just like I called out Candace and other people. I don't hate these people. I don't even think they're all the way wrong. I just think they have the fundamentals wrong. It is Jewish, okay? That is what we're dealing with here. And I don't say that because I have some preoccupation. That is just what it is. From first principles, that is what is happening here. Those are the actors that are manifesting it, actualizing it every day. That's the holy book and the tradition and the messianism and eschatology from where it comes. It's what it is. So anyway, that's Professor Jang. The other thing I wanted to touch on before we get into the war is, and this is similar, it's very much along the same lines. I cannot believe that this is happening. And what is really depressing, aside from that aspect of it, is how many people are not absolutely up in arms about the war in Iran. And I say that because I was one of the original members of the Trump coalition. I've been very critical of Trump. At this point, I would argue I'm anti-Trump. I would say I'm anti-Trump. I want this administration to fail. I am rooting for the Democrats to win in the midterms for no reason other than I want the Democrats to shut this administration down. This administration is wicked. It's evil. It's doing evil things. It's covering up the Epstein files. It's prosecuting a war in Iran. It's lying to us about the war. It's sold it under false pretenses. There's all kinds of embezzlement and corruption. That is blowing up in Homeland Security right now. So I want the Democrats to win so that they can shut all this down, stop all these Republicans, and then in 28, maybe we could get a better Republican to win the presidential primary. Anyway, so this is how I feel. Now, I say these things, and I hear people like Laura Loomer and Mark Levin and Dave Rubin and Ben Shapiro, they turn it around on me and say, well, you were never really MAGA. You were never MAGA.
Bro, you were
and supporting a war with Iran, that always was MAGA. Trump. It's actually scary. It's actually, talk about Trump derangement syndrome. I know the word gets thrown around a lot, but it's literally like Orwellian. I hate to say that because that's so trite, but it's so real.
It's trite for a reason.
I was 18 years old. I was actually 17, a senior in high school. I was at band camp when the first Republican presidential primary debate happened. I watched it, okay? I was there. And when I was in college, I met all my friends attending the first general election debate with Hillary Clinton. And I knocked on doors for Trump in New Hampshire. And I was literally a Trump cultist. I was a Trump sycophant. I thought he was going to save Western civilization. I thought he was the God Emperor of mankind. And I drank the Kool-Aid. I was all the way in. I wore my MAGA hat on campus. I started a show named after the slogan in the inaugural address. I was there. And at the same time, being a Trump supporter, I jumped onto the movement because Trump said we need to put America first. And that means ending the wars in the Middle East, ending the war in Iraq, withdrawing our troops from Syria, even withdrawing them from South Korea, from Germany, making a deal with Russia, making a deal with Iran, maybe, or at least not fighting a war with them.
Hell yeah.
Fast forward 10 years later, we're in a war with Iran. The OGs, people like me and Steve Bannon and many others, are now hypercritical of Trump. And you get people like Loomer and Levin and Shapiro, they say, you were never MAGA.
Fuck
you
them.
were always a Democrat. You were never MAGA. You were never a Trump supporter. And war with Iran, that was always part of MAGA.
Huh.
Ending the endless wars means going to war with Iran. That's how they're retconning this. They're saying that, well, the endless war was how Iran was attacking everybody. So when we invade Iran, ultimately, that's how we end the endless war. Trump always said we were going back in the Middle East, and anyone that's against that never was MAGA. They're retconning it in real time. It's scary to witness. And here's the other way that they're manipulating the conversation. Many people are falling for this. I see all of the Trump sycophants and shills on Twitter. They're all pushing that narrative. They're all posting clips from Trump's campaign where he says, we will never let Iran get a nuke. And they're saying Trump was always about invading Iran. Here's the other operation they're running. They're now trying to shills to say, well, let's talk about immigration now. And let's talk about Muslims. And now you have disinfo operators and you have other agents and provocateurs out there trying now to incite a kind of anti-Muslim movement. One of them, his name is Jake Lang. And maybe you've seen this. He's a Jewish activist. There are literally photos of him in Israel kissing the wall, making out with the wall, with the fucking cube on his head and everything. He is the most Jewish-looking guy you've ever seen. He's the most Jewish-sounding guy you've ever heard. He is a big, disgusting, revolting, Jewish douchebag from New York City. Name is Jake Lang. And he's out there in New York City all week inciting and harassing Muslims, driving around with a goat, saying, you're all goat fuckers, showing up to Zohran Mamdani's mansion, Gracie Mansion, with a roasted pig, and saying, we're against Muslims and immigration, we're pro-white, we're pro-Christian. The guy's a Jew. And it could not be more obvious. He's doing his best Trump impression that he could do. It's all fake. It's all a lie. He went out over the weekend and did a demonstration in New York, and apparently a couple of Muslim kids threw an improvised nail bomb at him, which failed to detonate. And this was outside the governor's mansion. So this guy shows up with about 20 thugs, 100 counter-protesters come, some Muslim kids show up and throw a nail bomb at him, and obviously I don't support that. But this is what they're trying to trick us and trap us into doing. You have people going out there deliberately trying to instigate, deliberately trying to incite, trying to change the conversation. Because isn't that 90% of the propaganda? It's not necessarily how they talk about it. It's what they talk about. It's how they set the table. It's what they put in front of you. We are in a war with Iran, something that Trump said specifically we wouldn't do. He said we're going to end the endless wars. We're not going to be in the Middle East forever. All this kind of stuff. We are in there. It's looking like Iraq 3.0. We have no plan. Americans are dying. Oil prices are spiking. We did this because Israel forced us to. Approval rating is tanking. We're already in bad shape for the midterms. And what's going on in New York? Some Jew is out there LARPing like a Christian nationalist, white nationalist, trying to instigate with Muslims. Now's the time he wants to talk about Muslim immigration and doing these very sensational, very provocative demonstrations.
Yeah,
This is not a protest saying we're against immigration. This is a protest saying we're going to do sacrilegious things to make Muslims as mad as possible in the hopes that one crazy person hits me and then we can cry and make a national media story and say we're under attack by Muslims.
Right.
And what do you think the end goal is with all of that? The end game is that then all the white people you're going to dangle the keys in front of their face, jingle keys in front of their face, look over here, and all the stupid white people that voted for Trump, all the stupid conservatives that voted for this are now going to be thinking about, oh, we're now going to talk about Muslim immigration. Now we're going to talk about hard seller. Now we're going to talk about immigration. And not only that, but we're going to say, oh, Muslims are over here killing us? Well, good. I'm glad we're bombing Iran now. Muslims are attacking us in New York? Well, I'm glad we're now bombing them in Iran. This is great. Good on Trump and all the conservatives for doing this. And people are falling for it. You would think that is the most obvious playbook in the world. But what do you think 9/11 was about? That's the whole point of 9/11.
Try to get rid of the fucking
stand down, let the Muslims attack us, and then what does that do? It makes the Americans want to fight Israel's enemies, the Muslims. And they said it themselves. Israelis, eyewitnesses on 9/11, they're on video being recorded right after saying, Jewish Israelis are saying, we are glad 9/11 happened. Because now the Americans will identify Muslims as the enemy, just as we Israelis identify Muslims as the enemy. Netanyahu said the same thing. He said, good, now they're taking it seriously. And what did Israel try to do in the months and years after 9/11 with Afghanistan and Iraq? Tried to take over the West Bank. Tried to kill as many Palestinians as possible. We did this already. We ran this playbook. We've seen this movie. This was 25 years ago. The psycho anti-Muslim thing. We got to kill them over there so we don't have to kill them over here. Invade the world, invite the world.
Dumb shit.
We did this.
They hate us because we're free.
We were tricked. They created a false pretense. They created a pretext to get Americans, which were enjoying our peace dividend from the Cold War, that weren't seeking enemies to destroy. They tricked us into going and fighting their wars by convincing us that their enemies were our enemies too. And now we're doing it all over again. It's identical. Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction. We have to act quickly. Iran is 2 weeks away from a bomb. Saddam Hussein is sponsoring terrorism, maybe was involved in 9/11. Iran is plotting to kill Trump, and Iran is the #1 sponsor of terrorism in the world. Saddam Hussein's committing a genocide against the Kurds and killing people indiscriminately. Iran killed 70,000 protesters. It's identical. It's the same story. And they're trying to get us to support it in exactly the same way. And you know what's coming next. They're egging on a false flag. You see it every single day. There was a report in the New York Post today.
Disgusting, bro.
And it said that I think it was the story broke from CBS News. CBS News, Barry Weiss, might have been ABC.
By the way,
but the story broke today that
that fucking video we watched before this, that was from the Free Press. Leave it to that cunt to put those two bimbo morons on there.
Military has identified a sleeper cell activation code emitted by an Iranian radio transmitter. They said they're not sure, and they don't know the contents of the message, but they think it originated from Iran, and it might be activating all the terrorists. And then he got Jake Lang in New York inciting Muslims to attack him. Again, not going out there and saying, we want an America First immigration policy, but going out there and saying, you fuck goats, and here's a pig on your front doorstep, your religion's horrible, literally provoking them, antagonizing them to achieve that desired result. And you have other stories. There was a story this weekend from who knows exactly. They say the FBI is telling police to stand down. Don't worry about an Iranian sleeper cell terrorist attack. It's the exact same playbook to get everybody on board with the war, and people are falling for it. I see so many right-wing Twitter accounts, so many dissidents. They're all out there on Twitter today saying, we don't want Muslims in America. And I saw Patrick Casey. He says Tucker Carlson is smuggling Islam into the American right wing. Smuggling Islam into, what are you talking about? Tucker isn't trying to make people Muslim. He's trying to convince us that we shouldn't go and fight and destroy Muslim countries because Israel told us to. What are you talking about? People say this is about immigration and Hart-Celler. This has nothing to do with Hart-Celler. Hart-Celler and the 1990 Immigration Act almost exclusively brought in Hispanics and Asians.
Disgusting.
You want to know why we have Muslims here? Because we keep blowing up their countries as Republicans, and then Democrats let the refugees in. That's why you got Muslims here. Why do you have 1 million Syrians in Germany? Because we blew up Syria and then they left and liberal politicians let them into Germany. So I see people on Twitter thinking they're clever, saying, well, we're going to use this to turn public sentiment against immigration. Did you forget what just happened 2 months ago? We pulled out of Minneapolis. We stopped the mass deportations. We're done with that. Oh, they're buying a lot of buildings for detention space. I'm sorry, does anybody have those ICE deportation numbers? Did they stop suppressing them? Which they have been since Joe Biden left office? No, they're not restricting immigration. Not any of it. There's no mass deportations. That is something they are dangling in front of you to distract you, to incite animosity so that you will support what is really going on, which is a war in Iran that nobody voted for, that nobody wants, that Israel is making us fight, that Americans are dying in, and you're falling for it. Everybody's falling for it. And here's the last thing I'll say about all of this. You need to draw some conclusions here, the following, which are, last year was arguably the mass awakening. This is when all bets were off and everybody got red-pilled about Israel. Everybody woke up, right? Everybody's talking about it. I went super viral. Other people went super viral. Piers Morgan, Megyn Kelly, Tucker, Candace. The pro-Israel lobby has lost so many of the major influencers, arguably lost the public, lost the propaganda war. It's a crisis for the pro-Israel lobby in America. And it was in the midst of that that we go to war with Iran. What does this tell us? It tells us that popular opinion and public sentiment has basically no relationship,
no purchase
with outcomes,
Bullshit.
with policy outcomes. How many people did we red pill in 2025? Maybe more than ever. Maybe more than ever before. 2024, 2025. Maybe more people are awake. More people are red pilled. It's hard to quantify. But at the minimum, you know it's way more than before. And it's way more mainstream and way more normalized. And yet, just not even a few months later, we're in Israel's war in Iran. It's hard to quantify the opposition to it, but it's not mobile. Where's the protest? Where's the mass movements? Where's the outcry? Where are the people that have had enough? Like, where is that? Oh, it isn't there. Because it doesn't matter how much you wake the people up, how much you red pill anybody, you still get a war in Iran. Because what our government does has nothing to do with what the people are actually thinking. And these protests that crop up from time to time, let me ask you this. Sometimes you see something happen in domestic or international policy, and the next day you see a bunch of marchers out there with pre-made signs, t-shirts.
Some bullshit.
You got to wonder, where did they get those signs? Where did they get the initiative? All these deadbeats and fatties and degenerates. Where did all these people, they don't even have jobs, but yet within 12 hours, they're all in Times Square with pre-printed signs and t-shirts. You realize even the protests are fake. The protests have always been fake.
They're
AstroTurf. Want to know why there's no mass protests against the war in Iran? No one's funding them. No one's funding them.
Jesus.
You don't have anybody, you don't have that machine putting all that out there. And how about the media? Where are they? You would think when something is really unpopular, the media, the fifth estate, which represents the people's interest against the government, maybe they would express the popular discontent. The media is going to punish the administration. Where are they? Oh, they're nowhere to be found. They support it.
How convenient.
They support it. They cautiously support it. Why? Because the media is the CIA. The media is the Fortune 500. Who owns the Washington Post? Jeff Bezos. Who owns Fox? Rupert Murdoch. Who owns Paramount,
crooks.
Warner Brothers, Skydance, TikTok?
Bunch of
Larry
crooks.
Ellison and his son. So this tells you something about how the world works, what's going on in our country. Trump has betrayed all promises, every fundamental principle, crossed all red lines, done the unthinkable, so unpopular, no appetite for it, and it doesn't even matter. Where's the protest? Where's the outcry? Where are the demonstrations? What about the political capital? What about the approval ratings? None of it matters. None of it matters. And now the only reason why now maybe Trump has to pump the brakes is because the oil prices went a little bit too high. The oil prices went past $120 per barrel for crude oil. And now the Wall Street Journal, and now the New York Times, and now the Washington Post, now they want to rein it in. It's funny how that works, isn't it? Now, this isn't a black pill. I'm not trying to black pill you. Here is what I'm trying to, all of this is to say, I'm painting a picture here for you. All of this is to say, one, there's no alternative for being right. You don't get credit for trying. You don't get credit for being a martyr and hoisting yourself on your own petard as a truth teller. You have to get it right. It's not enough to say Frankist and Kazarian. We have to know the whole truth and how things work. And two, there's also no substitute for long-term planning, getting into positions of power. What is our end game? Our end game is not to wake up the masses. The masses are fickle and dumb. And all you got to do is literally jangle some keys in front of them and they will look the other way. Okay? They are fickle and they are dumb and they are easily amused. So do not mistake what I talk about on the show. My job is not to wake up the masses. My job is not to get everybody in some groundswell of popular support and we the people are going to go into DC and demand our government back. It doesn't work that way. That's Hollywood. That isn't real. That does not happen. My job is to initiate the finest, a small group of young, highly motivated men, not even women. Women, I don't know, red pill your boyfriend. Women, red pill your kids. My job is to initiate the most talented, the smartest, most ambitious young men, youngish, I guess you could say, to get into positions of power. People say, what does that mean? It's very easy to understand. get into the institutions, get to the top of a professional field, become a billionaire, a centimillionaire, get into the deep state, get credentialed, because those are the only people that have a say. Those are the people. You know who has a vote? Peter Thiel. He doesn't even win all the time. He wanted his guy to be the national security advisor. It didn't work out. What's his name again? I don't even remember. Flight 93 election. Who even remembers his name? Okay, he doesn't even always win. There's a big fight in the Pentagon between venture capital and private equity. Okay, we want a vote. We want a seat at the table. To do that, we need power. So this should be a brutal and sobering reminder. All these people that say, we got to vote for Trump and then trust the plan. We just got to vote for Trump and we just got to post on Twitter and pressure him or whatever. No. What we need to do is use our power. Take inventory, take stock. What do you have? What do we have? Use it accordingly. Whether it's withholding your vote, joining your college Republicans, running for office, if you're a veteran or a business owner, becoming a high-powered attorney, attending an Ivy League school, if that's
like and
your
subscribe,
abilities.
my Negroes.
That's the only way any of this is going to change, clearly. And then those people need to be courageous and brave and smart. Because these people that are, look, we got Trump in the White House. And by that, I mean, this is the present situation. This is what we have. And he folded. He folded under zero pressure, got to the top, climbed all the way, and then folded. Folded every time.
Like a fucking
folded on COVID, folded on BLM, folded on this. That's the way out of it. Other than that, all you could do is pray. But don't tell me it's about waking up the masses. Fuck the masses. That's what I say. You know what I say about the people? The people? Highly overrated. Highly overrated. And I could say that because I'm the Dark Knight here. You know, I'm not running for office. But I'm sick to my stomach by what I'm seeing, how people are being tricked on Twitter. And frankly, it's a lot of stupid boomers that don't know any better. A lot of the young people know better. But even the young people, constantly getting duped, constantly getting tricked. A lot of young people that are all on board. Oh, we got to talk about Muslim immigration. Muslim immigration? Hey, we're at war with Iran, dumbass. Now is actually not the time. Oh, all of a sudden, we just got done finishing mass deportations. Now we're in a war with Iran with no way out that is wildly unpopular. Now the consultants and the paid influencers, now they want to talk to us about ending mass immigration from Muslims. Super interesting. Awesome, finally. But people eat it up. They eat it right up. And you know who the biggest culprits are? These happy-go-lucky, naive, girl dad types. You know, they're on Twitter. They think they're so naughty because they have an Anon account. They're on Twitter with their little Anon account, says Heritage American in it. I could never say these things at the water cooler work.
Or in front of my daughter.
I try to get my wife
wife
to watch some Blaze show. And then they go on Twitter and they talk about Trump is truly a genius. Blah, blah, blah.
My wife lets me
It's
watch
all these
Trump.
pathetic simps, pathetic. We don't have any time for that. You know, these people, they're going to be the vanguard of the institutions. They just have to be silenced forever. Okay, they need to be shut down. Where are the ambitious young men here that see the problem? Not these guys that are henpecked by their wives at the water cooler.
He's talking about us, gentlemen.
I follow Jack Posobiec. You could say I'm sort of a magapede. You could say I'm something of a groiper myself. I follow Jack Posobiec and r/the Donald. I could never say these things at work. My tranny boss would kill me. Fucking disgust me. You are the reason our country is being murder raped, and you should be ashamed of yourself. That's the end of the male life cycle right there. So anyway, I don't know how we arrived there, but like the alarm is sounding. You need to hear it. Okay, this is code red. DEFCON 1.
Well, I did
Okay,
that
this
video
is a big
earlier.
problem
We got to
here.
know this
We
shit.
are at war with Iran, and no one
We're
seems
going
to
to fix
care.
it.
People care, but they are running the counter psyop. They are running the counterintelligence operation, and it's working way more than I thought it would, and I'm getting really mad about it. Tucker is doing a good job. Honestly, you know, I know he hates me. I know, okay, whatever. You don't have to like me, douchebag, but you know what? Honestly, 07s to Tucker, I'll just say,
Be the bigger
okay,
man.
you know, I don't like you. You don't like me. What the fuck
But
ever.
you can respect
You
each
think you're a
other.
big shot. 07s, he's actually doing a great job. He is keeping it on message. He's focused up. I could do with a little less alien talk, but whatever. It's fine.
You can't have
It is what it
everything.
is.
Can't have everything.
You know who's dropping the ball? Candace Owens. I don't want to hear about Kazarians and Frankus anymore.
And fuck her.
Okay, it isn't true. Zhang psyop, go back to Beijing. Jake Lang, Jewish psyop, deport him to Israel. Fuck Jake Lang. Okay, and I say that as a real white Christian nationalist. I say that as a real former Trump supporter. I say that as a real counter-Semite. You're a fucking Jew and a douchebag, and you need to go back to Israel, you disgusting pig. I see this guy, and it's like he's literally a paid actor. The way he's doing a fake Trump voice, the way he's doing his best Trump impression, the way he's doing these, it's like, who's paying for the U-Haul van? Bill Ackman? You fucking guy? It's insane. And people are going, oh, he's a patriot. Yeah, he's a patriot for Israel. He's a patriot for the Antichrist. He's a patriot for the New World Order. He's Laura Loomer, except less masculine.
Oh,
you know, I was going to tweet that. I was workshopping that. I was like, he's like Laura Loomer, but a guy. But then I was like, well, he's actually less of a guy. That's a joke, but he's literally doing the same thing as Laura Loomer. Yeah, look over here. And then they trap you into this, oh, so you're defending Muslims. Oh, you're defending Islam.
Like
you
it
know
makes
who's
you
falling for it?
un-American.
Braden Sorbo. What the fuck is that?
What the
Yeah,
fuck
I'm
is
calling
that?
you out, Braden.
You pussy.
Who totally turned on Elijah Schaffer on a dime. Where's your Rift badge, buddy? What happened? Got too hot for you?
Pussy.
I see Braden Sorbo and he's a Jew too. Nice guy. But he's on the timeline. Oh, it's Islam. Oh, it's these Muslim immigrants. What's going on? Is it the blood memory? Like, people need to be called out. We need to go to war. It is time to name and shame the shills. Name and shame every shill. If you are not with your whole being right now against the war in Iran, fuck you. And you need to be called out. Otherwise, don't call yourself right-wing. Don't call yourself America first. Don't call yourself a Trump supporter. What is happening is that our country is under a hostile occupation by international Jewry. American sons and daughters are killing children and civilians and enemy combatants, and also being killed by them for the sake of a foreign country's agenda. As long as that is happening, we are not free. We are not sovereign. We are not independent. We are not America. So don't call yourself a patriot. Don't call yourself American. Don't call yourself America first if you are not opposing this with every cell in your body. Otherwise, you are a liar and a hypocrite. That is what matters right now. We can resume all the other stuff later. We can literally resume any other disagreement after we're out of this war. It makes me sick. It's disgusting. This is all going towards building the third temple.
And he's right too. This could end in like nuclear Armageddon. You know, like really, this is the most pressing thing going on right now. We need to figure this out first and foremost.
Antichrist being seated on his throne, and you're talking about immigration right now. You know what? Trump has had 15 months. It ain't happening.
It's a waste
Now
of
you want to
time.
talk about immigration? Where was that when Trump was talking about luncheonettes and farmers? Remember that little episode? Remember that little ditty from January?
Oh shit, that little
When
ditty.
Trump said, take it easy, lighten up. We don't need to deport every illegal alien, only the criminals. Where was the immigration talk then? Oh, we're only talking about immigration during the war and only about Muslims because that's who the Jews need us to hate right now so that we go and fight and die in their war, right? We're losing. We're losing our country. We're losing our civilization. We have no sovereignty, and people are not taking it seriously. This is what it's all about, folks. Everything else is the dress rehearsal for this moment, okay? This is when it matters. This is one of these dividing lines. It's not an exaggeration. Like COVID, like the Trump election in 2016, this is one of these dividing lines where this is definitive. This is everything. Where you stand on this issue tells me everything I need to know about you. And how hardcore are you? As far as I'm concerned, there's no excess of opposing this war.
Hell no.
This is a war of choice. This is a war of aggression.
Of death.
This is an unwinnable war that nobody asked for. We were dragged into it.
With no
They
benefit.
admit it by Israel. We all knew it was coming. They were telling us, well, at least you should have known. I told you. But that doesn't matter now. What matters now is what you do now. What matters now is, are you going to speak out against it? Are you going to use your platform? Or are you going to be a part of this machine?
Say,
are you going to be a part of the problem? It's a time for choosing.
It's not how hard you
so anyway,
can
that's
hit.
that. I do want to move on. I want to get into where we are in this war, which,
not how hard.
like
of a
I
punch
said,
you
I'm
can
absolutely against.
take,
I don't even want to fight with
if you can
Professor
get back
Zhang,
up,
honestly.
some shit like that.
He called me out. I want to know his problem with me. I don't want to fight with him. If Zhang and Candace and Tucker and everybody are against the war, I am with them. That is what counts right now. We can have our personal beef and other stuff after the fact. What matters is Americans are dying. Schools are being blown up. The government is lying to us. That's what matters.
Gee, shit.
Anyway, we're going to get into it. Our featured story is about this actual war, and we'll talk about where we are. Now, in many ways, the situation has not changed from last week. The war is unfolding exactly as we knew it would. Exactly
just like all the
according to
others.
plan.
Just
As we
like
talked
the
about at
others.
the very beginning, it was a strategic imperative for the White House, for the United States, and Israel for that matter, to go into Iran, quickly and decisively win, and decisively means topple the government, not just kill its leaders, but collapse the government, create an unstable situation, a civil war,
So
a
that Israel
revolution,
can
an
take their
uprising,
shit.
regime change, and then leave. That is how we have
they
to fight
leave.
this war. That is how we have to win it if we're going to. Now, we have entered day 10, and victory is nowhere in sight. We have not toppled the government. We haven't won. And maybe the biggest problem is that we have not been able to suppress Iran's ability to counterattack using its missiles. And so what has happened over the past 10 days is that the United States is getting gassed. It's a little rope-a-dope. The United States has the vastly superior technology. Our ammunition and our weapons are more precise, more efficient. We have far more intelligence, and we are using a strategy called multi-domain operations. And that means that in the early days of the war, which initially, if you recall, they said the war would only last 4 days. In those opening days of the war, it appeared very one-sided and that the United States was winning because we unloaded and we unleashed, and using every domain of modern warfare, which is space, cyber, air, naval, ground, everything that we have, we marshaled all of it, and using intelligence, combining insights and data, we were able to seriously degrade Iran's weapons systems. their ability to defend themselves, their air force, their navy, missile launch platforms, regime targets, regime members. In a word, we unloaded, we unleashed on Iran in those opening days. And in order for us to win, that would have had to have been sufficient to destroy the government, meaning that someone in the government would surrender, or seeing that the government was paralyzed or disabled, the people would rise up and overthrow the government. After that first phase of the war was completed, Iran emerged on the other side, not unharmed, certainly diminished and degraded. However, two things had changed. One, morale went up. We unloaded on Iran. We martyred the supreme leader of their country.
Sweet nectar.
We actually dropped a Tomahawk missile on a school, killing 130 children.
That sucks.
And by attacking Iran and creating these apocalyptic scenes of destruction and chaos,
Fucking oil
what
rain.
we did, and this is what always happens, is we rallied the people of Iran to support their government. It only makes common sense. If China killed the president and then bombed every city from coast to coast, do you think we would then greet Chinese soldiers as liberators? Or would we rally behind whoever the successor would be against the foreign attack to repel the invasion? Obviously, it would be the latter. So now that the smoke has cleared, the United States and Israel hit Iran with everything that we had. We sunk their navy, destroyed their air force, their anti-aircraft systems. We have some effective control over their airspace, not complete operational control, but maybe in half of the country. Assassinated half of the military and civilian leadership. The smoke is cleared. We hit them with the worst. And now the Iranian people have rallied. And the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the actual regime, has also rallied. Arguably, the people that are now in charge are more hardline than the people that came before. They're more obstinate. The second thing to change is that Iran's ability to counterattack has not been completely suppressed or destroyed. Now, Iran, as we have talked about, is a huge country. It's 3 times the size of Iraq. Mountains and desert, huge population of 90 million people. The population is dispersed across many large cities, and they have been preparing for this war for decades. So they have transformed their country into effectively a missile and drone factory inside of a fortress. That is what they do. They make ballistic missiles and drones, and they make a lot of them and cheaply, and they make them deep underground so you can't hit them. And these missiles are very mobile as well. So the United States unloaded everything, rallied the government, not destroying it, and the United States did not destroy all of the missiles. So what does that mean? Well, it means that on day 10, even though the United States and Israel have hit Iran 3,000 times, and spent, I think it's $3 billion per day so far, Iran is still able to launch missiles without being able to be stopped. And those missiles are hitting the Gulf countries. Those missiles and drones are hitting Bahrain and Qatar and the Emirates. And drones and missiles and projectiles from Yemen are hitting Saudi's eastern province where they have all their oil. Desalination plants are being hit. Other critical infrastructures being hit. And maybe most importantly, the Strait of Hormuz has been closed. The Strait of Hormuz is a narrow passage which unlocks all of the Persian Gulf oil. That is from where the Persian Gulf oil is shipped into the Indian Ocean and out to the rest of the world. So all that oil in Saudi Arabia, in Iran, in Bahrain, in Qatar, in the Emirates, all these oil-rich sheikdoms and kingdoms, you know, we identify the Middle East with oil. It all comes from the Persian Gulf, and it all is transited by sea out the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran is strangling by bombing it relentlessly. And so the commercial traffic in the Strait of Hormuz has been reduced by 80%. Consequently, that is 20% of the world's oil supply goes through the Strait of Hormuz. Global energy supplies are now severely constrained. So why did the United States need to topple Iran's government quickly and decisively in the first week? Because if the government isn't toppled or doesn't wave the white flag, and if the government is still able to launch missiles, in other words, if the regime and its missile arsenal is intact, then that means that indefinitely Iran can shut down the Middle East. They can shut down all the oil and they can shut down the Gulf. People can't fly in and out of these countries, which specialize in banking and tourism, things that are heavily dependent on people being able to enter and exit the airspace. And the oil is shut down, which is now affecting every country in the world. It's affecting gas prices here. It's affecting energy supplies in Japan, LNG in Europe, in China, all around the world. And so now this is transitioning into a war of attrition, where the United States is dropping lots of ordnance on Iran, hoping that we kill enough people and we destroy all their missiles, while at the same time Iran is trying to stay alive.
Not about killing them all. It's about taking their will away, their will to resist, will to wage war, making it so oppressive, hateful to them that they would rather lay down their arms. That's what a war of attrition is. And they're always a slog. They're fucking brutal and they drag on and on. That Vietnam was a war of attrition. Hmm. Whoops. Bullshit.
So if that's the case, then we get into this grinding war, and eventually we run out of missile interceptors. Our bombs are more costly, and we're going to run out of them. And our economy is going to start to hurt just as bad and then worse as Iran's economy. Now that brings us to where we are today. And it's interesting because the markets are spooked. Over the weekend, crude oil was trading for $120 a barrel, up from, I think, 60. So global energy prices have exploded because of the conflict. Because again, the supply is very constrained because a fifth of it is stuck in the Persian Gulf. It can't get out because Iran is bombing it. And so now the United States and our allies are starting to feel it. Japan is starting to feel it. Europe is starting to feel it. The Gulf countries are starting to feel it, and they're getting worried. They're getting worried because their oil is stuck and their tanks are filling up. Their reserves of oil are filling up. They're going to have to cut production, which is very costly. And they're worried because their critical infrastructure is being hit too. And so now the pressure is back on the United States. Now, what does Trump do? Well, you have two options. You can look for an off-ramp and try to de-escalate. What does that look like? If we retreat, if we have a truce, a ceasefire, if we stop bombing Iran, maybe they will let us have the oil go through the Strait of Hormuz, and we could have economic relief. And that's critical, because if we don't get that oil flowing sooner rather than later, you're going to have a global recession in a few weeks. It's going to get really bad. So option one is you try to find an off-ramp, try to find an exit and de-escalate. If we stop dropping bombs on Iran, and I don't know how you walk that one back, but let's say you do, and then you count on Iran stopping their closure of the Strait of Hormuz, then you can open that back up and you're in good shape. The only other option is that you go in the other direction. Rather than looking for an exit, you escalate. You hit them somehow even harder. And what would be the end game there? Well, if you topple the government, then there is no command and control to order the closure of the strait. You get a regime change, you get a change in policy, you open up the strait. Or two, you send in boots on the ground and you send in some limited tactical force to disable Iran's missile launchers or to attack the nodes of government or something like this in a bid to try to prevent them from launching the missiles. Maybe you organize on the ground, you get the Kurds, you get an anti-government force, and you try to overthrow the government. But these are really the two lanes here. Is the war going to keep going on and on? Will it keep grinding on and we keep killing their leadership and we keep bombing them? And it's more pain and misery for them and acutely for their leadership until they wave that white flag? Or are we going to back away in what would be a strategic defeat for the United States and a victory for Iran in the hopes that they stop bombing the strait? Those are the two options. Now, what was Trump's plan here exactly? So Trump goes into the conflict, and we sort of at this point understand what the idea.
Oh my God, what the fuck, man? My bad.
If we hit him hard enough, we're going to knock him off. And with a hope and a prayer, that'll be the end of it. And then we win. And then it's just like Venezuela and no harm, no foul. It's a big victory. Everything's great. Okay, well, what was plan B exactly? What's plan B? Everyone's telling Trump this isn't going to work. Everyone's telling him it's impossible. It's not going to go the way you think. So what's the backup plan? Let's say your gamble doesn't pay off. Then what do we do? Well, we're finding out that they have no idea. They don't even know. They didn't prepare for this because now they're not even giving us a clear answer. Okay, we tried it. It didn't work. Now there's some real problems here. There is a global recession on the horizon, and it's coming closer every single day. Oil prices are exploding. We're running out of interceptors. So are the Gulf countries. If we run out of interceptors, then Iran is just going to keep throwing drones at us, keep throwing missiles at us. It never ends. What are the other options? Escalate? How's that even going to work? How do you even bomb them harder? Just keep slaughtering in the hopes that eventually someone will surrender? Seems to be having the reverse effect. Didn't plan for that contingency. You can't bomb all the missile launch platforms. I don't even think that's possible. So the question is, now what? Trump doesn't even know. And today, this is the report from the New York Times. He said simultaneously at one press conference that the war is over. It's going to be over soon. We completed the mission. And it sounds like he's getting ready to retreat and withdraw. Then later in the day, he said, actually, we're going to hit them harder than ever, and the war is far from over, and we're going to keep killing the leadership. We're not happy with the successor to the Ayatollah. This is from the New York Times. It says, quote, after a day of conflicting signals about when the war against Iran might end, President Trump struck a belligerent tone Monday evening, warning of even more aggressive action if Iranian leaders tried to cut off the world's energy supply. Mr. Trump said, quote, we will hit them so hard that it will not be possible for them or anybody else helping them to ever recover that section of the world. Earlier in the day, the president suggested that the U.S.-Israeli war could be near an end. He said the war is very complete, pretty much. He said we're very far ahead of schedule. Those comments appeared to ease market fears of a prolonged war. Oil prices dropped and stocks rose, but after markets closed for the day, Mr. Trump switched gears. He said, "We have won in many ways, but not enough. We go forward more determined than ever to achieve ultimate victory that will end this long-running danger once and for all." Asked later if the war with Iran will be over this week, Trump said no, but soon, very soon. The international benchmark oil price, priced below $70 last month, briefly jumped to almost $120 late Sunday night, then fell after the G7 said they were considering intervening to bring prices down. It then fell again after Mr. Trump's remarks to CBS, ending the day below $90. Okay, so we are in the middle of a real problem here. We went into this hoping to achieve a quick victory, just like Venezuela. Chop the head off the snake, someone else comes in, negotiates a quick peace, and it's over. But that is not happening. It's not happening anytime soon. Trump assassinated the leader, assassinated half the leadership, destroyed all their weapons, and they haven't surrendered and they keep going. And now global oil prices are spiking. This is going to cause a lot of inflation, and it is going to squeeze every major world economy, and it will be a contagion. And at the same time, the situation, again, it gets more precarious because our ability to even intercept those missiles is diminishing all the time. We have about a 15 to 20% interception rate. For every drone and missile that goes up, we're launching 5, and we're running out every single day. It's debated how many we have. Some sources debate the timeline here, but we don't have enough for a protracted conflict. So what's the plan? Well, again, it's either you back off or you go further in. We don't even know. Trump says at once, we need an unconditional surrender, which will never happen. We need an unconditional surrender, total victory, once and for all. On one hand, this is the language he's using. Do you know what it takes to get an unconditional surrender? You have to nuke them.
Right? Dude, for real,
They will never surrender without preconditions. Why would they?
That's the last time.
Do you know what an unconditional surrender means? It means a surrender with no conditions.
Bending over.
It means complete supplication, complete deference. It means they give up their country as a colony to the United States.
They don't.
That's what a surrender with no conditions means.
You can have.
It means you could do whatever you want to us. Do you know when countries have unconditionally surrendered? World War II. When we invaded Germany with the Soviet Union, and when we nuked Japan. So that's off the table. They're never going to unconditionally surrender. But this is the language they're using. Total victory, unconditional surrender, once and for all. And that would tend to imply we're not going to leave the regime intact. We're not going to walk away with a deal. We're not going to retreat halfway through. That sounds like we're going to fight it through to the end, to the last Iranian. But on the other hand, he's telling everybody, well, we basically won. We blow up all their stuff. Their navy is sunk. Their regime is reeling. So we won and it's over now. Did he just say that so that oil prices would go down? That's what it sounds like. Because he said that earlier in the day. Early in the day, he says the war's over. Then the market's closed. And then he goes on TV later and says, actually, we want an unconditional surrender. We want to once and for all finish the job. And if that is the case, well, then again, how are you going to do that? What's the big idea? If you can't get the leadership to surrender, what are you going to do? Keep killing them? You know there are 200,000 members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Are you going to bomb 200,000 of them? Then what? They have thousands of missiles. According to the New York Times, they still have half their stockpile of missiles. How are you going to destroy the rest of them? 3,000 bombs dropped in 10 days. You got about half. Are we going to go for another 10 days? Do we have another 3,000 bombs in us? Do we know where the other missiles are? Then what? Are we going to cripple their ability to make new ones or new drones? What do you do when we run out of interceptors? We are up a creek without a paddle. Trump cannot escalate because there's no popular support for it. There's no plan. I don't even know that we have the personnel to carry out an invasion of Iran. There's no ground force, not combined with the Kurds or anybody else. I just don't see how that happens. We also can't de-escalate, can't retreat. If the Trump administration walks away without toppling the regime, then that's a strategic victory for Iran. Forget about a mass protest. That's over. You've permanently rallied the people to the side of the government. And what does the government immediately start to do? They start building hundreds of drones and missiles all over again. Maybe they don't even stop. Maybe they keep the Strait of Hormuz closed because they are now in a strategic war with the United States and Israel. We've demonstrated that every negotiation with Iran is a farce. We negotiated with them last year, then we let Israel sneak attack them. We negotiated with Iran this year, then we did a sneak attack against them. So you can't make a deal. So what exactly is going to happen here? They're not even telling us. They're not even being transparent. And it seems like they have no plan. The administration doesn't even know what's going on. Today, Pete Hegseth says we're in a war with Iran. J.D. Vance says we're in a conflict. Carolyn Levitt says it's an operation. What is it? No one knows. Last week, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said, well, Israel was going to attack anyway, so we joined them. They forced our hand.
Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense.
An hour later, Trump goes on TV and says, no, we forced their hand. We were going to attack. We had to get Israel in on it. Then U.S. intelligence says that a Tomahawk missile blew up a school full of children in Iran. Then Trump on Air Force One contradicts his own military and says, actually, that was an Iranian projectile that fell. Totally false, total lie. Then in the same day, you've got Trump, we're in, but also we're out. We finished, but we're not even close to being done. I think we're ready. The war's almost over. We completed our objectives, but also we're going to wipe them off the map, and we want an unconditional surrender. And you want to know the cruel irony? I remember before the war started, how many people said it wasn't going to be like Iraq? Because those people should be like publicly executed after receiving the death penalty from a court of law, from a jury of their peers through the legal process. Because I seem to recall that 2 weeks ago, all the Trump shills were telling us, well, hey, just because Bush and Obama couldn't prosecute a war doesn't mean that we can't. People said, be careful not to overlearn the lessons of Iraq. Don't overlearn that lesson. We can fight a war in Iran. Just because Bush messed it up doesn't mean that we will. They said not everything is Iraq. You have Iraq disease. Look at what we did last year. We got in, we got out, and it was all great. Remember? And, you know, theoretically, I suppose that's true in a sense. Is every engagement, is every conflict Iraq? No. But this one is. This one is exactly like that. And it becomes more like it every single day. No exit strategy. No clearly defined objectives. Weapons of mass destruction that don't exist. A plan to topple the government and no plan for what happens in the aftermath. It's literally the exact same as Iraq. They made us believe that this administration was, because of its competence, because of the core ideology of Trump, that we were in no danger of a never-ending conflict with mission creep, that we would get stuck in, right? You break it, you buy it, you cause a lot of problems, then you're trapped forever. They said it won't be like that this time. Well, we're 10 days in. Are you winning? What's the plan? What's the big idea? Did we get in and get out? How's that Iranian regime doing? How's the Strait of Hormuz? Still closed? And the best part is we knew all of this would happen. We knew that. We knew that Iran would retaliate with missiles. We knew they would close the Strait of Hormuz. We know the economics of it. We know the geography, the topography. We know everything about it. And they just simply did not prepare. What's the plan B? What's the exit strategy? What's the plan now? Are we going to go to April? Is Trump going to bluff his way into April, trying to convince the Iranians he's serious? How many more days? And what do you do if they don't surrender? You're just going to back down and then what? Pick it up 6 months later? You're going to have to. If we back down right now, you're never going to make a deal with the Iranians after this. You just assassinated their head of state. Now you're going to make a nuclear deal or any kind of deal? No, now you got to finish the job, whether it's tomorrow, next week, next month, a year from now. We're in. And I now worry that the next move is they're going to try to manufacture a pretext for an escalation. And you all know what I'm talking about. Maybe that's a false flag. And I hate to say that, but I would be remiss if I didn't. How can you get everybody not only on board, but enthusiastically on board with a rapid escalation in Iran? Maybe an Iranian sleeper cell kills thousands of people. How about all that unaccounted for uranium in Iran, which they're talking about? How about the sleeper cell activation code that they're talking about? All these, the shooter in Austin, the Australian flight, this situation in New York City. That's going to be the next shoe to drop. An Iranian sleeper cell is going to kill a bunch of people, and then we have to go to war. Now, I don't know that with certainty, but I would never rule it out. Closest ally is not going to let us walk away from this one. You think closest ally is going to let that window of opportunity close? Oh, well, we tried it. We bombed Iran's nuclear program. Then we bombed their country 3,000 times. We killed the supreme leader. Well, we gave it a shot. We did our best. Now it's over forever. Is that characteristic of them? They're going to walk away now. They're going to use what little leverage they have over the White House, what little leverage they have, and fail against the interest of Wall Street or something. I don't think so. So we have options, none of them good. Either we walk away and it's a strategic defeat and we come back eventually, or we escalate now in the hopes that we can solve it. And if we escalate, there's no guarantee it will even work. It may just draw us further into the conflict with boots on the ground, or a nuclear weapon might be deployed. And then maybe in the middle, you have some kind of action that would justify an escalation because the war is so unpopular. And I wouldn't say that's likely, but I also wouldn't rule it out completely. And that is the grim politics of a U.S.-Israel war in Iran for regime change. We knew it was going to be like this. And I tried to warn you, we knew it would go this way. We knew Trump would bring us here. We knew it wouldn't work. We knew who would be responsible. And yet here we are, all the same, doing it all over again. And there are exactly zero good options for any of us. So it's pretty tough out there. But that's your update. We're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. That's all I have to say about it.
Good show.
And we'll talk a little bit more about the war, I assume, tomorrow. I just don't know how that's even possible. How do you sleepwalk us into another endless war in the Middle East and you're Donald Trump?
It is incredible.
The bar is on the floor. It's incredible. I thought I had complaints before. He never says white people. He keeps talking about the embassy and black unemployment. That's not enough deportations. He brought us into a regime change war in Iran. The bar is on the floor. You elect Trump at the minimum to not do this. That's the only reason you do this. You could say Trump sucks at everything else. We voted for him because he'll keep us out of a war with Iran. No. Because that's what the Jews want from us. And people still defend him. Oh, you just don't get it. You're just not serious. Look, it'll be over before you know it. Okay, man. And then they tell you, you're not MAGA. War with Iran always was. Okay. It's shocking, but we're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. Scary times. I don't know about you,
Sure is.
but it's literally terrifying. It actually does feel like the end of the world this time, doesn't it?
I've been like fucking sweating a little bit.
All right. Let's take a look. Let me get set up. We'll see what we got here.
Here's the first
Okay.
war I've taken seriously.
Jake the Broy percent $20. You're better off using ads that make us keep the remote in arm's reach at all times than listening to these boys. It's rough.
Well, even if we did an ad, we just put it at the end or something.
Brian sent $20. Is a surveillance state necessarily bad? Social credit score?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's not bad in and of itself, but it's bad because the Jews run it now. We sort of already have it in a way.
American order sent $20. Me to the GOP after February 28th. Don't you feel silly? Don't you feel stupid? Don't you feel a little ashamed?
Don't you feel silly?
Oh, man. 1,900 views?
Well, you should. You should.
12-year-old Roy percent $25.
Serve
a few
you
months
right.
back, you briefly said about Trump one of the reasons they hate him is because he has blonde hair. What did you mean?
You don't know what I mean by
Yaddle
that?
sent $50. Not apologizing for my gesture chats, but heard your message in the Telegram, and I want to spare your sanity a little tonight. Truly, you're a man of great character. Thanks for the laughs and inspiration.
Thanks a lot, but you broke character. Now I have no respect for
Wiping
you.
my ass off sent $20. Would you consider?
But seriously, you're doing a great show, and you got a great heart, and we're all rooting for you.
Come on.
Yeah, so you broke character. You didn't commit to the bit. Not apologizing, but I just want to say, but seriously, you're a really good guy.
Without, fucking.
Yeah, well, fuck you.
Bro, wiping my ass off sent
Broke
20.
character.
Laying
This
his
gimmick
ass
account
wide
sucks.
Bro, wiping my ass off sent $20. Would you consider Netanyahu or any other Zionist over the past century to be one of history's greats?
No.
Baskin Robin sent $20. Hashtag cherish Faith Merrill.
There we go. Now we're talking.
Cars on the PSP sent $20.
Thank
Bald
you.
Bro percent $25. This quarter zip gives me power.
Yes, it does.
Bert Wild sent $20.
I'm so
You're saving
tired.
all this money for the campaign, right? A Fuentes 28 ticket might do better than anyone thinks. Folded hands emoji. Clapping hands emoji.
Yeah, well, he apologized, so maybe if he unapologizes, I don't know. That wasn't cool. I don't support that.
Candace's chocolate cheeks sent $20. Double it and give it to the next person theory. Leave Faith Merrill alone and just rape Sneeko twice as hard.
Okay, come on. No, let's just not rape anybody.
Lucha Dad sent $25. Did you cover Tucker's truck? Prayers for my buddy. His wife is expecting their third white Catholic Roy per baby. He's a wank.
Congrats.
Lucha Dad sent $25. Second chat. My wife also pregnant but Protestant. 3 of my kids are adopted. Half black. My girls look black. We're all America first.
Okay, very
Pure
good.
Cornstarch
Very
sent
funny.
$20. Every day I laugh at how masterfully timed the too soon
Hilarious.
was. Too soon peers. Ha. Rivaled only by cause you'd be in jail.
Because you'd be in jail. Thank you very much. Yeah, that was good, right? That was off the dome. That was off the dome.
Little taste.
What could possibly be funny about that? Why? Too soon?
Oh.
Boom.
That
I
was
was dialed in. I don't know what happened,
said
but I
too
was
soon,
dialed the fuck in. I
bruh.
prepared for that interview
Everybody
a
I
lot.
talked to about that said,
I just,
bro,
I
fucking
psyched myself up like
bursted out
WWE,
laughing.
and I was
I did.
dialed in.
Brother did.
I was in rare form because normally I'm not that dialed in. Normally I just kind of like saunter onto the interview. I'm just kind of like, okay, this will be okay. But that interview, I knew he was going to be really
He was
coming for me.
absolutely locked in.
So I locked
I mean, he
in and I
fucking
went in there
slayed
like,
that
this is
fucking
going to be a
back
knife
line,
fight.
man. Slayed
We're
him.
going 9 rounds, we're going all the way.
Took him
here.
all up through there.
So I had to really
Something
dial
decent.
it in. I had to get in kill mode. Kill everything in sight. Because like I said, normally I'm a pretty sweet guy. I'm pretty, you know me. This is why I always get betrayed, stabbed in the back, abandoned,
Poor guy.
ambushed. It's because I'm actually a really nice guy, you fucking bitch. I'm actually a really sweet person once you get to know me. But this one I was like, I have to really dial in and be a killer here. I got to walk in. Guns blazing.
Called ICE on my ex-grow percent $50. Hey Nick, been watching since 2024
So
and gotta say
thanks.
you inspired me to aim higher. I applied to transfer to an IB and a few other top schools. Before you, I wasn't even gonna go to college. Thank you and God bless. Go get some
Wow.
handhelds and shareables on
That's
me.
pretty legit, man.
Love it. Good for you, man. Good for you. I hope you get it. I hope
Regional
you're able to transfer
apply
into
for
an
Ivy?
IV. That's what we need. Don't listen to when Charlie Kirk says, don't go to college. That's a ripoff. It's like, okay, go to college.
Okay.
Where are you? Where are you? Are you fighting campus battle at a fucking welding plant or whatever? Not knocking welders, but it's like Charlie Kirk, the guy that founded a college campus organization, goes to college campus and says, hey, all of you people that I value enough to be here, you shouldn't exist. It's like, Really? So why aren't you at the International Trade Convention? Why aren't you at the why aren't you at the plumber convention or something? You're doing a college tour. So yeah, go to college.
Mm-hmm.
The Jews go to college. You should go to college.
Nick Nitro sent $20. 3:01:18: yes, Friday show. I want to wake up the members of my nation. Finish it, Nicker. It's your time to be. There's no chance unless you take one.
Wake up the members of my nation.
Huh.
It's your time to be. There's no chance unless you take one. Yeah. Yeah, we watch a little iCarly. We watch a little iCarly. Nothing wrong with that. It's my comfort show. You know when you need to turn on a TV show and you just need it to feel comfortable? You know what I mean? Sometimes you just want something on the TV that just makes you feel like you don't want to commit suicide all the time.
Yeah.
Can anyone relate to that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Definitely.
Because you put on these other shows and it's so intense
special
or dramatic or weird.
You feel contented.
And it's like I'm already like having issues. I don't need to watch other people have issues reminding me of my issues. Sometimes you just need to put something on TV that's just stupid and frivolous and comfortable. It's just like, it's like comfort food. You know, it's like eating your mom's recipe or something.
Yeah, Mom.
And for me, that's iCarly. Because that's what I grew up watching.
Yeah, that was in my era.
I know people are going to say that's gay.
My little brothers.
I think it's a good show.
Yeah,
but I watched it when I was a kid. So that was, Drake and Josh, iCarly. That's my childhood.
Man, and that kid Drake, didn't he get raped?
Lately, that's the new meta. Lately, shit's getting a little too real, okay? Getting a little too famous.
Some fucking scumbag.
Okay, I'm getting a little too famous. People are trying to kill me all the time. The apocalypse is upon us. The Antichrist approaches. I don't think I can watch another episode of Black Rabbit. I think we need to tune into iCarly. It's getting a little too real out there. So it's been kind of on the brain lately. I don't know. It's one of those shows, you just put it on. It's so chill. Miranda Cosgrove, W's in the chat. Is that creepy now that I'm older? She's older too, so there's nothing wrong with that.
USN viewer since September sent $50.
I'm telling you.
Red heart emoji. What do I pray for you often? No success in emotions though. Gotta tune you out for a season and become a player. Replacing my mills with business. God's still alive even during war. Let's keep our faith up.
Gotta tune me out. This is about staying informed, ass. Thanks, I guess. I appreciate it. Good luck to you.
Anthem Arizona
Keep watching the show, though.
In 10 days. Austin shooter, Muslim. Southwest flight threat, Muslim. NYC terrorist, Muslim. Multiculturalism does not work during international conflict. Migrants are often more loyal to their religion and home country than to America. Go and unite while not being complicit. They're our enemy's enemy. God bless.
That's crazy. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I mean. Migrants are more loyal. Migrants. We're at war with Iran, dumbass. And Jews let me say this. If a single person is killed in a terrorist attack, that is the fault of Donald Trump and Israel. Period. Full stop. I don't even blame the terrorist as much. You know who's responsible for blood being shed if there's terrorism? Number 1, Donald Trump. Number 2, Israel. Number 3, the terrorist. And you want to know why? It's Donald Trump's job to put America first. And he knew bringing us to war would mean this. He knew that. And he keeps telling us. He says, it's a war. People die in a war. It's going to happen. So he signed those people's death warrants. The second that we started dropping bombs, he sealed the fate of Americans that will die in terror attacks. And he was okay with that. Never forget that.
Piece of shit.
You're talking about Muslim migrants. Okay, they're fucking towelheads. What is the American president's obligation to his own people? The American president who ran on America first, Americans first, signed the death warrant of every person who is or will be killed overseas or in a terrorist attack because he knew this was inevitable. He knew there'd be collateral damage. He knew there'd be civilian casualties, and he did it anyway for Israel. And Israel knew it too, and they dragged us into the conflict. For them, it's an acceptable sacrifice. They're probably happy about it. And then you get the Muslims that are just unwitting pawns. They are just the instrument, as always. As always. The blacks, Muslims, the Indians, they're the instrument. in this equation. They probably have the least agency out of all of them. So no, focus up. You talk about immigration doesn't work in an international conflict. Hey, who created the international conflict? Which country? Whose money? Which billionaires? Yeah, mass migration doesn't work. You know what doesn't work? Jewish people being billionaires and making us fight their fucking wars.
Dragonborn 0x sent $100. Keep PHC great.
True. Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Kick Butkowski was right, sent $20. Jimmy said you can come on and explain yourself. How gracious. Also, what's with Professor Dojo fed jacketing you every day?
Who's Jimmy? I don't know what Jimmy is. Is Jimmy another person? Oh, Jimmy Dore? Oh, now he wants me to come on. I don't know. You're already operating in bad faith. I don't think so. You canceled on me the day of because you said you need to do more research. Then you do a show, you get all your information wrong. So what happened to the research? Why don't you get your act together? Why don't you correct your own show? Do your research. Do your research. You correct a record. You're a journalist, or are you a comedian? Which is it? You have an obligation. You have a responsibility. Why don't you correct a record, and then I'll come on the show? You got it wrong. You lied about me. You blew me off. Then you talked trash, and it wasn't even true. You correct the record. He texted me, what did I get wrong? Isn't that your job? Isn't that part of the research you're doing? That drives me crazy. Yeah, so I got to help you out, right?
Orion Morales 085 on X sent $20. Please help me.
Sorry.
R.A. Perica Kirk Groiber is going insane because of something I drew about Islam in Jackbox. Now he knows where my mom works. Please, if you can ask him to stand down, he will listen to you.
Okay, I don't.
Christian Groin Troy sent $20. Being a Groiper in Australia is very difficult. These people know nothing about Jews. It's insane. Also, you looked very handsome with a beard.
Think so. People were saying that. I didn't like it. I thought it wasn't full enough and it was itchy. You couldn't see it on camera very well. People have said that, though. People love the beard. People love the beard, but I don't know. I had to get rid of it. I like looking young. I already look too old as it is. I wake up, I look in the mirror, and I'm like, wow. So you just keep looking older until you're completely unfuckable, and then you die. So I was like, I'm just going to shave. Don't you find that? I know some of you guys are younger, but let me tell you what happens. You wake up every day in your like mid to late 20s and you see yourself getting old in real time. And you realize one day I'm going to wake up and be completely unfuckable and disgusting. And then you'll be sexless until you die. So you got that to look forward to. So I said, I need a little more youth. I need a little more youth in my life. What age do you think what age, this is pathetic. What age do you think I passed for? I'm still cute. I'm still young. I'm still a young man. I'm still a whippersnapper. Isn't that so true, though? You just wake up and it's like your skin is sagging. You have, your eyes are dark. You got a few gray hairs. And you're like, wow, so this is it. Wow, so we're really all going to die, aren't we? People are saying 22. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm no beard for me.
Rockshaka sent $20. 1 Peter 5:7 cast all your anxiety on him because he cares for you.
Love that. So true.
KRNG 1215 sent $20. Ordered an AF pin. Excited to wear it on my hat. Here's some more money for you, my groipa. Wang.
All right. Sweet.
Hooray for Problems sent $25. Thanks for everything, man.
Thank you.
Based Peepaw sent $30. Have you ever heard of Steven Crowder? Would you ever do a show with him? You give me hope for the youth. Prayers.
Okay, that's
Elmer Fudge sent $30.
well done.
Is it possible to not be a goy if you just lie about be Jew?
Is it possible to not be a goy if you just lie about being Jewish? What does that mean? If you say you're Jewish? I don't know what your question
Asuka
was.
Groiper sent $25. I can't believe I used to be your supporter. Your movement is now a joke. I'm done with all the Democrat deep-frying. FKN Fed.
Bye-bye. That's got to
cares,
be a
bitch.
false flag because that's
Fucking
Asuka
queer.
Groiper, who is
You're
loyal.
queer bitch.
Did Sneeko write that one? Nice try,
Suck a duck.
Sneeko.
Pussy.
That's Sneeko's #1 op. Sneeko used to always be like, Asuka Groiper hates me. I think they're friends now. Nice try. You're trying to turn me against one of my number one
That one
clippers.
row for 19 cent $20. One-third high Nick. Thanks to you and your strong anti-porn/gooning stance, I've been inspired to quit all of that degenerate BS. I used to think it was impossible since I thought my addiction was too strong, but I'm almost a month clean. I've been more happier and connected to the Lord after I took the initiative to quit entirely.
Great. 3 super chats about gooning and pornography. Awesome. Just what everybody wanted.
John Casey sent $20. Love you, brother. Check out the campaign.
Thanks, I will. I'm going to skip the other 2, actually. I don't need to read. I'm just reading through these. I'm like, look, if you're one of these like zealous Catholic converts that is like addicted to pornography, here's a little piece of advice. Don't go and post about it on Twitter. Just saying, like, we don't all need to hear about that. We don't all need to imagine that in our mind's eye. Thanks. Thank you very much. What is it about Catholic converts and needing to go on Twitter and say that all the I don't know what that is. Too much information. Save it for confession. I'm glad that happened to you. Congratulations. Save it for confession. Those are trained professionals. We're good. We don't want to hear about it. But I appreciate it. Good for you. It's a real struggle that people have. It's a real phenomenon. It's a huge problem. Nobody talks about it because it's uncomfortable, but it is uncomfortable. So we'll leave it at 1. We'll leave it at 1. You get 1 super chat about your gooning situation, and I think we're good.
Cam Dassidic pursuing sent $20. You seen this bride of Charlie shit? When does she stop?
I haven't been keeping up with it, honestly. I missed it. I've been busy. So I haven't seen it. So whatever,
Juicy Lips sent $20.
It's a pity that both sides can't
Juicy
lose.
Lips sent $20. Since Tucker Carlson got his nicotine pouches stolen, can you make an America First nicotine pouch?
It's so funny. What a coincidence. We're rolling it out. It's so weird. The day that Tucker's shipment was stolen, some super chatter donated a truckload of Zyn that was white labeled.
That's funny.
Very funny. Haha.
General Jack Ripper 69 sent $200.
Hilarious.
Wild to see Nick Land not be able to go 30 minutes on Twitter without having a Groiper meltdown. Interesting in how you live rent-free in the head of the supposed dark and mysterious high priest of the batsphere.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, Nick Land. Total aura loss. I barely even knew anything about him. He comes onto Twitter for like 10 minutes and then just becomes a Groiper-hating psycho. Groiper derangement syndrome. Dude, fuck Nick Land. Yeah.
Boussois.
The guy is not even American, so I don't even care what his opinion is. He's a philo-Semite, and he's not American. And, yeah, patronage network. I'll say that much.
Slamsons were sent
He's
$20.
part of the network.
Always appreciate your humor while delivering us the truth, brother. My default response to my GF talking shit these days is your McDonald's drive-thru skit. Yay. Much love from Canada.
Little vocal stem. Hit her with the vocal stem. Thanks, that's super cute. I love when people tell me about the cute stuff they do with their girlfriend. Really interesting and great content. Thanks a lot. Dude, I saw a TikTok. Let me just pause the show here. I saw a TikTok today. Like, this is what we're up against, you guys. You got to hear me and listen good. I saw a TikTok today, or you know what? It might have been a tweet. I don't know if it was a TikTok or a tweet, but there was this girl, and she's on TikTok, and she's in her car, and she says something like, I'm a 25-year-old virgin. That's the lead. She goes, I'm a 25-year-old virgin, and why can't I find a man? She goes, every man is either too weak, too gay, too smelly, or too lusty. She goes, there are no good men. Where are all the good men? And I go, wait a second. Is this bitch serious? She goes, men are too weak, but they're also too smelly. She goes, men are all too gay, or they're too lusty. 25 years old. You go, time out. So guys are not attracted to you enough, but also they want to fuck you still. So that's both of those are the problem. I want a real macho man, she says.
What a bunch of
but doesn't want to have sex with me, but also isn't too gay. It's like, so, okay, so which is it then? Do you want him to want to have sex with you or not? Make up your mind. She goes, well, he can't be too weak, but not too smelly. Okay, so he's got to be a disgusting beast. You want a big, disgusting beast, big, muscular, tall guy, but not like a pussy.
Huh.
Not a pussy, but not too gnarly.
Huh.
Can't be a weakling, can't be overly conscientious, can't be a pussy, but also can't be like a gnarly, disgusting beast. So you're 25, by the way, past your prime, and you go, well, I want a guy that's rich, tall, big, not too weak, but not too gnarly, doesn't want to have sex with me, but not gay. So what is it? You want a guy that's gonna what? Listen to you yap?
Like a fucking
And naturally,
chihuahua.
that's her TikTok. I go to her TikTok profile, and the profile is, I'm just a girl that loves to yap. I love Diet Coke, and I like to wear too much bronzer. And this is where you need to tune women out. What women say, you cannot listen to them.
Gotta do
They're
it.
poisoning the well.
That's why
Don't listen to them.
I kind of have to chase them out because they
only
just
tell
get
lies.
too,
And they're all whores.
Your
Girl
they need validation
is going.
and attention.
She's going, and she
They don't have
lies.
time or
She
room for
only
that.
tells lies. If she breathes, she's a thought. And this girl, she's sitting in her car, totally self-absorbed narcissist, and I'm sure she's waiting for Prince Charming, who's going to be really interested in her yapping. You ever notice that all these girls, all they do is give their opinions
Yep.
and talk about nonsense.
Yep.
But they all think that this is the pinnacle of civilization. They think they're so quirky. Oh, I love to yap. Wow, I've never met anyone like you. You're a girl that's filled with inane
Busting
bullshit.
your balls.
You're so
About
unique.
nothing.
Emily, stop. You're so crazy. You're a girl that loves to yap and give her opinion and has some stupid fucking bullshit to say, like I love Diet Coke. I've never met anyone like you. You're so beautiful. I don't even want to fuck your pussy. You're so interesting. I love your personality.
I don't even want to fuck
I'm
your pussy.
so enamored with your yapping that I forgot that I'm a nasty, disgusting beast and I want to have sex with you. Cause that's what an amazing girl you are.
Oh man.
Are these fucking bitches serious?
Afraid so.
It's like, dude, I almost wish she's filming the TikTok in the car, because I'm just like you ever see like Final Destination when they drive into the back of a truck and it just like impales everybody?
Ooh.
That's a joke, obviously. I would never do that, but seriously, it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What dimension? But this is what we have enabled. This is what we as a society, we have enabled this behavior. And you get this frumpy midge. She's got like her head is shaped like a squash. Her head is shaped like a pear. She's got a pumpkin head.
Too much.
Caked with makeup. She's not even that hot. And you're 25. She goes, I'm a virgin. Oh, really? What kind of virgin are we talking about?
All right, born again.
You're a 25-year-old virgin? What do you mean by that?
Right.
What does that mean to you? And then she's going to film her insipid TikTok videos. I like to yap, and I love Diet Coke, and I love bronzer, and blah, blah, blah. And I want a big man. I don't want to date a pussy, but I also want to date a disgusting, smelly jock. And, and I don't want a gay guy that's not attracted to me, but ew, I don't want him to want to fuck me. I don't want him to be too lusty. I'm a Christian after. It's like, okay, so you want a problem? Like, is that what you want? You want a problem? What are you looking for? Anyway. So I saw that. Listen, maybe right message, wrong messenger. Yeah, I know. But it's true. I saw that. I'm like, this is crazy, but this is how all women think. This is how all women think.
It is.
In its degrees, there's levels to this, but that's how they all think, especially now.
It gets tiresome.
It's crazy. They're all in their late 20s, and it's like, okay, get with the program. So anyway, I saw that. I was like, I literally couldn't believe. It's like, I couldn't have written it better myself. I literally could not have scripted that. It was so, I love that matrix of qualifications. She goes, he can't be too gay, but he also can't be too lusty. too lusty. What does that even mean?
It means that she doesn't want a guy.
That's crazy. So, what was the question again? Yeah, you're talking about your GF. Yeah, I'm sure she's so funny. She sounds hilarious.
Ooh, 18 cent, $20. Your
Sounds
argument that we
super
can't go to war
quirky.
because that would mean more refugees in the U.S. is kind of insane. So we can't go to war anymore? If we kill our enemies, they win? Just don't take them in.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You go to war when you need
Real
to.
hot take.
Here's the point. We have Muslims in the country because we did these things. Now we're doing these things again, and people go, well, what about all the Muslims in our country? Well, a good way to stop it. Unfortunately, it just never works that way. You go, well, what if we went to war and didn't take in the refugees? Yeah, and I don't know.
That's
what
what
if
we
a
always
bomb
say,
fell
you
on your
fucking
head
idiot.
right now? And it's never going to
But
happen.
you said $100. Hi, Nick, you're beautiful. I wish I could have Aryan babies with you. But sadly, I'm a brown Latina. Pensive face emoji.
Ooh, poor thing.
Yeah, well, that's too bad. Thanks for the
Damn
big super
shame.
chat. Anyway,
Man, you should have told her to save that for
that's
for her
crazy.
kids.
Pick me.
Save that EBT.
You're so
for your
beautiful. I wish I could have your kids, but I'm just a brown Latina.
Oh, poor me.
Come on now. Listen, sound like a nice person, but white children is the point. We forgot that this was the point. White
GE
babies.
Narration Zealot sent $20. James Talarico is dog whistling white separatism while encouraging black women to have more abortions. I'm voting Dem in November. Also, if Trump uses a nuke, what are the odds it's during Passover?
Dude, Tellerico's
I
white.
don't know,
Dante
man.
Floridaman sent $25. Hey man, it
He's a
isn't about
white
race, it's
man.
about heritage, lineage, ancestral continuity, man.
Yeah, man. Heritage
Yeah.
American, man. I'm a heritage American. I love when you ask them, what is a heritage American? Like freed black slaves? Oh, heritage? You mean like all those black people that are descended from slaves? Like them? What? And then they go, well, oh, you mean like all those Chinese people that built the railroads and... Yeah.
Zionita
okay.
sent $20. Hey Nick,
Just say
visited
white.
Japan and accidentally got new room massage from Asian. Should I kill self for race mixing? Or is that goy pilled?
Bro.
Deport Mark Levin sent $50. Everyone remember to pray today and give glory and thanks to Christ.
So true.
Lucid01 sent $20. Gen X Roy per here. Barnes and Barris are starting to sound like you now. They pretty much said Nick Fuentes is right about Israel on their podcast today, The People's Pundit.
Well,
Nick, God bless and thanks.
Hey, remember when Robert Barnes and I debated and he told me that Iran was Islamo-Nazis? Islamo-fascists? Remember that? So, yeah, I don't know. That guy still has a problem with me, and I think so does Barris as well. I don't know what Barris's problem is, but they both have it. They both have it out for me, and I was right, and they were wrong.
Royper in the swamp sent $100. Up the RA. Someone go tell Lindsey Graham to start his car.
Holy LARP. First of all, disavow. Second of all, holy LARP. Yeah, this is like Reddit history. Don't invade Russia in the winter.
Oh my God, that's one of the
Someone tell Lindsey
chats
Graham
on
to start
social
his
stream.
car. Up the RA.
They have
Shut the
100
fuck
different
up.
streaming platforms.
R/slash
Chatterbait is
history.
Solid
one.
Foundation required sent $20. Is it wise to build a home on a foundation with
Not
cracks in
know
it?
that.
Say no to Sono Dr. Richard Wood, the ultrasound causes autism guy.
Okay, here we
Crazy
Big
go.
Boy for Fish sent
live
$20.
streaming,
Ordered Blue AF hat because my cat pissed in mine. Got it today. Notice
platforms
back strap is black now and Groy made goods is gone.
You know, chat.
Okay.
Shavery sent
Chatterbait,
$20. You've heard.
basically.
Those who can't do, teach. But I tell you, those who can teach run propaganda seminars for the CCP in the back of a trailer with shitty PowerPoints, a smart board, and 2 students.
Yeah.
JC352 sent $20.
psychotic.
Dispensationalism, Protestantism is Judaism, Christianity. Father James Maudsley,
Diabolical.
traditional priest, lost his channel for discussing the Holocaust narrative, and he said good things about you online.
Maudsley is excellent. He's excellent. And I feel bad because he's defending me all the time, but he's always like, he's not perfect. And I'm like, I know I let you down. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I let you down, but he's excellent. Love Father Maudsley. He's a great guy. And very courageous and spot on, great content. That's a shame he lost his YouTube channel because he was really good.
Fuentes sent $20. Nick, I'm converting to Catholicism. Thanks be to God. Folded hands emoji. Please pray for my discernment.
God bless. Thank you very much.
Sent $50. Here's some shekels to help pay for Peter Thiel transferring your brain into a robot.
Thank you.
Lake Chang sent $25.
ASAP.
While we're calling out coinal types like Jake Lang, Uber Soy is a subversive kuike. Don't trust him or his. Flattery.
Really? Well, flattery is the way for me. You know, that's, I'm easy like
Asian
that.
Floyd sent $20. Prayers from Minnesota. Thank you for what you do.
Thanks.
Ati Habish sent $20. You had an interview with Candace a couple months back and you said that sub-Saharan African don't have written language. Ethiopian have a written
They
language that
don't.
goes back for 2,000
They
years.
do
That's
not.
crazy.
They do not.
That's crazy.
Groper
They
Groper sent $20.
absolutely
Just
do
met with
not.
Jane.
We're talking
There
a
isn't one
typical
single
black
African
person doesn't even know what they're talking
They don't
about. We're
have-
talking
they've
about
never
the
had
interior
money.
of Africa.
and they've never
We're not
had their
talking
own
about
language.
Ethiopia, which is an
Never had a
ancient
currency,
civilization.
never had a language. No black
It had
country.
cultural and technological
Zero.
exchange with the Fertile Crescent in Europe.
They're all
We're not talking about Ethiopia, just like we're not talking about Egypt.
European.
We are talking about the interior of Africa, which was not even explored until the late 19th century, which if you watch the show, I said that, but you're a stupid idiot that's coping.
Which basically means they don't have history. Like, they've never written down their history. The only history they have is the history we were there and witnessed and wrote down for them. Beyond that, none. None. It's all passed through speech. And they've never had a money or a language, a written language. Or it's kind of, it's like, yeah, and makes sense they didn't invent the wheel.
About your race. So you got to make excuse. Well, but what about Ethiopia? Okay, bro.
Groper Groy percent.
What about the rest of them?
Groper Groy percent $20. Just met with James Fishback at a Denny's in Tampa. Really great guy. Took a picture with him holding up the nativist flag and he signed it lol.
He's a phenomenon. Period. Full stop. I hate when people say full stop, but he is a phenomenon. That Denny's was packed. It's unbelievable. He is excellent.
No shit.
And I wasn't so sure about him off the rip.
Him,
you know,
dude.
there's some questions about his conversion and everything.
I'm gonna have to check him out, man. Like, see
but
him
now
in person.
I think
Why
he's
not,
really
you know?
he's a phenom, and I'm rooting for him. I think he's incredible.
Jojo Hambino sent $50. Not sure which is more incoherent. Trump's pretext for this war or Candace's theory of Charlie Kirk's death.
Was able to, like,
nice one.
Just a girl sent
shake his hand
$100.
and
Dear Nick,
shit.
you are God's champion. Prayers to you and your family.
I'm trying to be. Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it.
Waldo 39
That's the
cent
goal.
$20. Nick JF, the most vindicated man in the world? Millennial combat vets are the
Dude, I
umph of
was
the
on
Groyper movement
Fox at
because we
his
noticed 20
rally.
years ago.
Like, you could
Thank you
see
for
me
leading
in
the charge. Our
crowd.
captain,
It
oh
was
captain.
Hey, thank you very much,
And I
man.
got home.
Appreciate
George
Oh,
you.
Groy
shit,
sent $25.
there I am.
Have you seen Verliam's video on the Chabad Jews? Very interesting and want to know your thoughts. Thanks and God
I
bless.
did not. I haven't seen Verillium's video, but I'll
Ravenscar sent $20.
check that out.
Oh, Nick, I am just sending this donation to hear the narrator say, we. This dog hunts 988 sent
Thank you.
$20. Kale tight E, nothing new. Big THX homeboy. The little goyim that could. Toot toot. Stay course, steadfast, dead ahead, slow instead. Really though, we love you, man. Goyim United. Groyper Alliance.
Amazing.
Sam the Bounty Hunter sent
Great.
$20. Last week, I reported my former employer through the DHS corporate whistleblower program. Hopefully, I make some money or at least get some people out of the country.
Nice job.
Number 2 Gumble sent $20.
Hopefully.
No one cares about Iran except to bet on your predictions. You recommend the Jews tactics then get mad because we want trade on info.
Okay.
The only thing we really care about is Bolsheviks sinking the US.
Okay.
I love Nick sent $20. Love the show, but I gotta say I love the hand
It's
gestures and I
pain.
pretend you are doing them on me and I bust taunts. Love the show, keep it.
Okay.
This dog hunts
That's
988 sent
my
$20.
favorite.
Want to mention, there is a fella, Tyler Wood, was on the Moonshiner show. He has a podcast now pushing great
It's
gospel and is
fucking
aligned,
bullshit.
well aligned. Protestant. Wanted to point out a good one.
I love it.
Oh, that's right up my alley.
Jesus first
Love
sent
that.
$30.
Yeah.
Sachs, Owens, Jang, Mate, Blumenthal, Ruben all see a difference between Zionism and Judaism.
Okay.
Correct me, but you seem to believe
Okay.
fundamentally all Jews are Zionists. Are you open to entertaining theological disputes within Judaism, or do you believe Zionism and Bolshevism are two sides of the same
We've been
shekel?
over this
Jake-
a million times, and you know the answer. You just don't like it.
Jake
Over
Fonteria sent
2,000
$20.
views,
Hey Nick,
yeah.
love the show and I really agree with your take on the situation in Iran. Would you take back shots from Sneeko? Grupper sent $20. Any NH
Great.
politicians you like? Repub seem to be doing the libertarian thing and all the Dems have pockets full of IPAC
Don't know
money.
anything about
Durasex
it.
sent $20. Nuke Shapiro's eyebrow. Where Groyper sent $20. I watch in the mornings. Thanks for the show. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Out Lady of Glory sent
Appreciate
$20. Jang has students. They seem to be learning English. It's called language immersion. He just chooses predictive history and current events to leverage the content for YouTube views.
That is really funny. Imagine going to an English class and it's some Chinese guy like talking about the end of the world and Jewish eschatology. That's your immersion in English.
Looksmith0602 sent $20. Poop. Durasex
Right.
sent $20. Aim Wicked
Ooh.
and Pierre Professor Jeff. To do always sent $20. I saw Patrick Casey do the Busset Challenge. Little Groyper sent $20. At least some good news. Ye is on band in the US. Hoping to see a show in Chicago. Thanks for what you do. Praying
Well,
for
I
you.
hope it works out for him.
Abram sent $20. That former ISIS now head Syria tells you everything you need to know about how Islamism, not Islam, has been weaponized by US/ISRL. Wahhabism/Salafism were fringe ideologies funded and promoted by CIA. Jacob Billy sent
Okay.
$100. Some people follow the narrative. Others study the world and call it before it happens. Time has a way of vindicating those who speak the truth early. Clear
True.
thinking. Courage to say it. America will be first. God bless you, Nick. You have been vindicated. Long live the Republic. Fuck Trump.
Thank you for the big super
Wentz
chat.
Apology Porn sent
Appreciate it.
$20. First time chatter, but I've been watching since Charlie died. The apology is not for finding you sooner. Christ is king. USA
Well, I
emoji.
appreciate it. That's okay.
Gumble 2
It's
Gumble sent
okay.
$20.
Been around a
Jack
long
Nisovic has
time.
called out Graham and Bibi for their warmongering. He won't call out Trump because he's close to him. But
Yep.
Jack is closer to you and Bannon than most Trumpers. He has the Hebrew jeebies.
I don't trust him,
Doc Roy
honestly.
sent $20. Show helped get my act together and now I'm applying to medical school this year. Lock in on the study grind, fellow chatters.
Love it. Love to
Roy
hear
Around
that.
sent
Good
$50.
luck.
Love the show tonight, Nick. It's amazing to me the lack of recognition you get for everything you predict. Just the tweet from you alone about the 2024 Trump admin should have been the nail in the coffin.
That's what I'm saying. I never get any respect
Trevor
around
B25
here.
sent $20.
No credit.
Hard to believe that a year ago MAGA would have crucified anyone who said he'd start a war in Iran. Now the dog will crucify you for holding him accountable for doing that exact thing.
And they did.
Jake Papp sent $50. Did you send Esther Villar a gift bag for International Women's Day?
I don't know who that is, but thank you.
N91425 sent $25. Watched Rachel Wilson on JRE and remembered men need more love. Thank you, men, for all you do. We Groy Pets love you. Think heart emoji.
That's the most pick-me thing I've ever heard. Thank you, men. Come on now. Get out of this city. I appreciate it. I'll take it in the spirit in which it was given, but holy pick me.
Portager sent $20. Got me back into my Catholic faith since finding the show. God bless. Wives preacher uncle has B-Day lunch. Guy shills for Israel all lunch and says all he wants is to kiss the wall for B-Day. Good boy. Crying face emoji.
That's crazy.
Some random loser sent $20. The NPCs never learn, just like seeing stuff blow up. I'm leaving for basic soon, ready to die for our greatest ally.
Hey, lots of luck, man. I hope you survive. I hope you don't get killed by
Christy
Israel.
Rich sent $50. Got a scam text from Vivek begging for money in his close race. Super chatting the donation.
Whoa. Thank you.
Valencian7 sent $20. Would you consider going on Tucker again? Liked his work, but he needs to concede to what you said. This is about Jewish identity. I'd if he dances around it to preserve connections, but he must concede.
Yeah, obviously I would go on his show again. I love when people, would you go on one of the biggest platforms you've ever been on? Let me think about that.
Huh.
I don't know.
Reno 4% $20. My dad died in a Holly by a masturbation machine.
You made it funnier. It's crazy that you just made it funnier. That's hilarious.
Roaring around sent $20. No message, bitch. Abram sent $20. Fun fact. Only 15 to 20% of Muslims globally are Arab. Third worlders from broken countries like Somalia serving as CIA outposts are not the best representation of actual Muslims. By design.
Oh, that's crazy. No, it's not all Arabs. Oh, man. Oh, what are you going to tell me? The biggest Muslim country in the world is Indonesia. The most populous Muslim country is India. Like, hit me with your Muslim fun fact that's going to be...
blow my mind.
That's going to dumbfound some low information American. Oh, I never realized that not all Muslims were Arabs. I'm in third grade and I have no idea what I'm talking about. Thanks so much.
Humongous Blogger sent $20. Thoughts on Iranian women?
That's
literally
crazy.
moaning for your own country's destruction to do and be part of Chad's harem.
Typical women. Every time, every place. People say it's these modern women, it's these Western women. Dude, the Iranian women are betraying their country so they could be whores on OnlyFans.
Yep.
It's unbelievable.
Roy for Ward sent $20. Nick, 7 U.S. troops dead and $9.8 billion spent in the Iran war. I love your lives and the America First movement.
Thanks.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks, appreciate
Retired in
it.
Florida sent $100. Thanks for the great content.
Thank you for the big super
Hemp sent
chat.
$20. Been trying to get coworkers to watch you for 1.5 years, never budged until I showed your 2024 tweet. Now they're all in after watching all
Let's
last week.
go.
Hit Iran war bad, but slight W for the movement.
Yeah, it's accelerating
Allegedly
things.
guilty sent $20. My priest preached just war theory in his homily and guided our parish to see this war isn't just. Wish more people heard it.
Love that.
Latina Groy Pat sent $25. Hi Nick. Will Fuentes be considered if we apply for the AF internship? I have experience in accounting/project management. Smile.
Nope. No women.
Sutton Callahan sent $20.
None.
Did PPL truly believe you took the 7K because you say to vote for Democrats? Trump/MAGA is giving Israel everything they want.
It's honestly, we're beyond caring about
Arsenal
that.
Groy sent $425. They're making it easier and easier to vote Democrat in 26.
Beige.
Hell yeah, they are. Thank you for the huge super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. 07's in the chat for Arsenal Groiper. Yes, they make it easier with every passing day.
Willie Nail sent $50.
It's going to feel
It really is
good.
disheartening how little everyone seems to care about this war. Songar had a good take on how big of a deal it was when Obama blew up the Kunduz hospital in 2015. Now it's almost indisputable that it was a Tomahawk missile that blew up a school that killed over 100 kids, and nobody seems to care.
Nobody cares.
Ruthless Zoomer sent $20. I found some interesting details about Professor Jack. We'll drop a thread exposing him tomorrow. I'm such a genius.
Interesting.
Rise off Stefano sent $20. Watch Iran not only survive but will push and topple the Syrian puppet state regime using Iraq militia and the IRGC forces, with the help of Russia and other unknown states in the coming months/years.
Really? Wow.
Suzanne sent $20. Chris Cuomo is in Israel and he says Israeli civilians feel this is America's war and they're helping America. I found that interesting. Travis 23B sent
That is
$20.
interesting.
We've lost either way. Iran is unlikely to forget, let alone forgive. We will pay now and later. Ruthless Zoomer sent $20. Way too many gooners on the timeline. No nigga, Foids aren't based just because they wear a blue hat and post mass fit pics. Guys, I'm so trad and anti-woke. Literally go die in a hole. Never simp. Never goon. The AGL sends its regards.
Facts. It's all simping. Got to get the simping under control. That's what it is. That's what it is, especially with the Christian guys as one of them. But I see it with a lot of Christian men. They're all like, no, but my girl's different. But I'm religious, so that means the rules don't apply anymore. My angel, she would never. Okay, look, it's the flesh, bro.
Ruthless Zoomer sent $20.
Flesh.
Thoughts on possibly doing a three-way stream with Paul Town and Pine Sap? I could help.
Thanks, man. shit. Ah. Right, we're Americans, bro. That's not our bag, baby. Oh, hell yeah, Claude's pretty. On the beach. It is, dude. There's a reason we all watch. There is a reason. I think we're here for all the same reason. The dude's the realist out there, and the only one that treats you like an adult, or treats you like a countryman, as opposed to cattle. That's fucking war. Oh shit, is it froze? God damn. Fucking bullshit. My bad. Hey, man.
Payment. And no ads. We're both blessed.
No
Gets me
ads.
every
Roiling
time.
225 cent $20.
Yes.
Longhorn Groiper. Prayers for those lost in the shooting.
Absolutely.
Sweet
Thank
Girl
you.
sent $20. The amount of gaslighting on X is unreal. So is the amount of people actually believing it. Thank you for all you do.
You're welcome.
Swizzly Disley
Thanks.
sent $20. I hear eating babies will help you keep your youth rock and roll MC Donalds. Top
Okay.
Wang sent $20. W Nick. No, seriously, thank you.
Thanks.
Fembob GR0 E pair sent $20. As a gay guy, we may be going to hell, but at least we don't have to deal with women. Brothers before hoes.
That's crazy. Femboy Groiper coming in at 1 a.m.
Lost Fire
Amazing.
TV remote
It
sent
gets
$30.
better all
You
the
looking for
time.
problems? I'm in the pantry. Smirking face emoji.
I don't know what that
Yahoo
means,
Ooble sent
but
Rumps Jaw
thanks.
sent $20. Gang gang.
Thank you. How about you, Yahoo? Nah. Not even a little bit. This
Can't
is
stand that
Tel
fucking
Aviv.
freezing fucking.
Your problem is you
Screaming.
don't know where you are.
Muzzy 101 sent $200. True story. In 24 I was at Trump's election night party in FL and was trying to squeeze through people to get front row for Vic's speech. People were annoyed at me, so I jokingly say sorry. I'm Jewish with the fake Jew voice. Some woman hears this and started shoving people out of the way for me. No, you don't understand. He's Jewish. He needs this.
That's hilarious. No way. That's got to be made up. Very funny either way, though. Thank you for the big super chat. Oh, I'm Jewish. I have to see Trump. I'm Jewish. This is important. Israel is about to become the number one most powerful nation in the world. That's really funny. Thank you for the huge super chat. Works like a charm, huh? The funny thing is they can't really call you on it for joking, because otherwise that'd be super offensive, you know? Come up with the most obnoxious fake Jewish voice. People won't even pretend like they won't even try, you know, to call you on your bullshit.
Krill65 sent $20. What's one piece of advice that got you through your toughest life moments?
I don't know, man. Be a man. How about them apples?
Oh.
Be a man. That's the only advice.
Dude, I left
Nothing
that
will
shit
ever help
frozen
you, okay?
forever.
Nothing will ever help you. When you face the abyss, no one can help you.
Golly,
God can help you.
I feel awful.
You can help yourself. End of list. You're looking for someone to help you out. That's not how the world works, okay? Anchor yourself to God. Be a man. There's your advice.
Dom2789 sent $20. Real OGs remember Nix's Centibeard from that one Michelle Malkin stream from 2020.
I don't.
EHC sent $20.
Thanks.
Nick7500 sent $100. God bless you, bro. Before watching and listening to you, I was blind and living for myself. You've opened my eyes to the world.
Wow.
Been reading scripture lately and it's felt so fulfilling. Thank you. AF hash.
Love to hear that. Thank you for the big super chat. Good
Osmotic
for
sent
you.
$20. Casey Push running against Vivek worth a look.
Oh, thanks.
Ron
Awful
235
for
I
that,
sent
bro. I'm
$20.
so
Would you have a
sorry.
child with a woman who got the vax?
Nope. Absolutely not.
Jesus first sent $25. I like it if it's true.
Absolutely not.
I just don't understand your justification for it. Help my unbelief, please.
No.
Here comes the truth sent $125. Happened to see Ryan Gosling was on SNL this weekend. So check it out. Nothing great. I have to think you've seen his first lead role, The Believer. He's no Edward Norton like in American History X, but I think he pulled the role off.
That's crazy. Yeah, I don't get some kick out of watching movies about skinheads because I'm a fucking normal person. I'm sure you saw Ryan Gosling in The Believer. That's my second favorite movie about neo-Nazi skinheads after American History. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like watching movies about neo-Nazis curb stomping black people because I'm normal, actually. I'm not a sick, twisted individual. I like La La Land and Oppenheimer. Okay, I'm not like collecting movies about GLR and William Luther Pierce, you freak. But I appreciate the big super chat, but that's just like totally insane.
Giga Bro, I percent $20. Goob underscore you two just exposed Jake Lang on IG for luring a 15-year-old girl to meet up.
Well, but guys, there's problems with him too. I'm trying to say he's a bad guy. I mean, no, I'm kidding. Wait, stop. Don't record that. Delete that clip. Just classic.
Spooky Nigga sent $20.
Leia.
Would you go on Sean Ryan's podcast? He was talking about you recently.
Yeah, definitely. Would I go on another 1 million subscriber podcast? Let me think about it. Yeah. Okay, another great question. Super, super informative. Okay, that's our last super chat. Some of these are a little crazy tonight, but you know, whatever. That's fine. Honestly, it's fine. That's all I got for you. Remember to smash the follow button, smash the like button, leave a comment. I'm on the air Monday through Friday, as always. Thank you to our top super chatters. Big special thank you to Arsenal Groiper. Here Comes the Truth, Jack the Ripper, Muzzy, Willie Nail, Dragonborn, Lisbeth, Groiper in the Swamp, Just a Girl, Jacob Billy, Retard in Florida, Groiper Mom, and Nick 7500. Thanks to our top super chatters, all our super chatters, everybody that watches, we love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, have a great rest of your evening.
Americanism, not global.
Hell yeah. I feel pretty good about that fucking that interview, man. I fucking went in on those. I went in on their asses. Something about the shit that really triggers me, or the stuff. It's not that it triggers me. It's just I got a lot to say about it. Hey, I can't even help myself. It just that's kind of why I started streaming, because I spent a lot of time fucking talking to my TV. I'm not gonna lie, man. Like talking shit to my TV. Like, man, fuck these people. I was finally just like, you know something? Like, I just started streaming, and people were like, yeah, man, this is a good stream. You know, I had no idea. You don't really know. Like, you don't know what's good, you know. Not until somebody informs you, you know, really. But no, I feel like I'm getting the hang of it, actually. And I've been tinkering with that OpenClaw shit. It's kind of like a knockoff of Claude, but it's an assistant. And you can use all kinds of different AI models and bots. And you can literally, like, I'm setting up a content workflow where it like has one agent that scrapes the internet for like X posts, TikTok shorts, um, YouTube videos, like busted. It gets this transcriptions for you, shows you what part, like the timing to clip out of them, and and then another bot that sets up fucking storyboards and shit and scripts it out and writes scripts and shit, and then another one that that edits the fucking all the media, and then I have another one that's just like basically fucking all its whole deal is social media, like shit that I have no idea about. Like I have no fucking idea what a hook is. But I mean, it's the same thing as like a song, you know, it's the part that grabs your attention. But you know, like I don't know if I said this on stream like a week ago, but something about seeing other people who have made this into like a formulaic uh brain hack where they're like basically propagandists. They're taking advantage of your nervous system. The different little loopholes and shit in it. And they're kind of tricking you into being interested in it. And that shit was just so fucking off-putting, man. I was like, bro, this shit feels like it should be criminal. Like doing shit like that, no creativity whatsoever, no challenge, just fucking whack, man. But that open claw, if you guys haven't tried it or if you're like into AI, you should check it out, man. It's like stock trading. It's great for that too. It has an iPhone companion app, and you can, your computer at home, you can talk to it through your phone from anywhere, and set these things up to do research for. It's fucking wild, man. Uh, and you can have they call it multi-agent, where it splits the model into like four different agents or four different people basically, and each one has a specialized task. And you basically write a little essay or tell them what kind of a person they are or what kind of a entity they are. You write a personality for them and shit. And bro, it's like fucking magic. But and like that woman in that video, that interview was talking shit about AI. And that was totally coming from a place of bad faith because that lady was genuinely impressed by it. That's why she was talking about it the way she was. Like that's why she was bashing it so hard. And like, bro, demagoguing that shit, bro. Getting people all riled up about it and shit. As if there's something as if they can stop it. Like you're just getting people upset about something they have no control over. Like just let them fucking enjoy it or let them ignore it. But these fucking women, man, their job is to rile up other women. Straight up, man. And you see that like with the deportations. Who do you think got those women worked up into a lather going out there fucking assaulting cops and other women? Other women, no doubt. That's how women that's what motivates them is other women, you know? Not not a population of no, it's just women. They don't really give a fuck what men think. It's just the women, and they either they're encouraging each other to like fuck people over in their life, where they're like, oh, if I fuck this guy over or fuck this person over, I would stand to benefit. Oh, you do you, girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, god damn, these zero sum bitches, like they don't have they don't pack the gear to work up a decent lay. You know what, fucking fiddling Benzes and shit, bro. Straight up, man. Like no fucking. They have no morality. It seems like they have no scruples. No, they do have a scruple. It's that if I was one of them, it would be that I benefit. That's their scruple. I benefit. Yeah, I could literally go on for fucking days, man. Just all of us. They've become so fucking toxic that they're they're starting to suck up all the oxygen in the room where there are no other problems outside of them. That's how big of a problem they are. Like, bro, everything else is dwarfed when you deal with one of these modern women, or you know what I'm saying? It's just they're all encompassing, bro. Like there can be, and that's due partly into their selfish, self-centered nature. Everything has to be about them, and that's why they fucking piss me off when they come in the chat and shit. Because bro, they just shoot their mouths off about literally nothing. They just make shit up, and then just say it. Just kind of, it's like mouth. It's like they're throwing up, diarrhea of the mouth. And it's like, you know, what the fuck? Like, you really need to get all the attention all the fucking time. Then you can't be in here. Straight up, you can't be in here. That's how you operate. Oh, take a question. I mean, I don't know if you guys noticed that, but there. It's, there's been a few of them, man. Every stream, they need me to focus on until I say stop. I don't necessarily have anything against them. Like, if they just didn't fucking come in there looking to harass me, looking to suck up all the oxygen, they want all the attention. It's like, you do realize I'm in a stream, right? Like, you're not the only fucking person in this stream. Yeah. It's just, and there's a couple that aren't too bad. That Stormberg, she isn't too bad. And also, Hope, no hope, or something like that. She's not too shabby either, but there's a few of them, man. It's just, they just don't know how to chill out, which it's fucking typical, bro. Figures, that's how they do. It's just like, since like the 70s, we need to decenter men. I'm like, yeah, we need to decenter women. Like, like women say, niggas ain't shit, bitches ain't shit. Like, go be quiet, bitch. Go stand in the corner and be quiet. Because, like Nick said, tired of hearing you fucking yapping, because that's all it is. It's just yapping. Literally, if she was speaking another language, it would be, that I didn't understand. I would get the same amount out of it. Absolutely no utility. It's not even their an opinion they hold. So it's not even like I'm learning something about that person. They're just it's just diarrhea from the mouth, bro, and I just can't fucking take it anymore. Like, you guys come in, watch the stream, we have a good time, we fucking, we're chopping it up, yucking it up in the chat. They just can't seem to follow that protocol, bro. They just it's beyond them, which, and that may not be that may not even be a bad thing. Who knows? But there's a time and place for that shit, man. And like when you're with the homies, you're with the boys and shit, doing whatever. A woman always, you know, spoils the ambiance. You never have one of your like, just excellent, chill sessions with your friends where you're just like in stitches the whole time. You're like fucking ribs are sore on the way home, or like, what I'm saying? Like those nights you have with your friends where it's just like nothing but fucking laughter and tears the whole night. You don't get to have those when women are around. I mean, and that was another thing I noticed about that interview. These women, bro, that whole fucking interview, they were tone police. What they were doing, they were male policing. It's like I said, there wasn't one thing in there about women, not one. Not even when they spoke of cuckoldry. The whole fucking thing was either making fun of men, like kind of laughing at our pain, or blaming shit on us and wagging their goddamn fingers at us. Like, yo, miss me with that fucking bullshit. I know your bitch ass lives alone in some shitty little condo. Take your ass on back there. Go fucking wag your finger at your cat or something. Like, I, bro, I wish that not even for the money, but I wish I had a few hundred fucking, bro, a few 100,000. I could actually, like make news, like just rip into those fucking people. Put them on blast, bro. Fucking set the internet on fire with that shit. Just have the whole fucking internet dragging their asses. They think twice about doing that shit again. But you come on here, you come correct. Come on YouTube, whatever, you come correct. You leave the bias at the motherfucking door, or we're never gonna let you fucking live it down. like, oh my God, hopefully one day that comes to fruition, because I'm just gonna go